living that dream. Little bit of bougie, yeah, that's me. Little bit of old school, but unique. We take over, my girls, yeah, we run this. Chase that paper till the Billy keep it sun kissed. We too cute, yeah, we know it's a madness. We too hot, yeah, we know we the baddest. You can't stop us, stop us. Yeah, we know we the baddest. Can't stop us, stop us. Yeah, we know we the baddest. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. You can't stop us, stop us. We stronger than before. We better than you know. Keep winning like a pro. You can't stop us, stop us. No, we stronger than before. We better than you know. Keep winning like a pro. We be new up on the scene. We be young, rich, living that dream. Little bit of bougie, yeah, that's me. Little bit of old school, but unique. We take over, my girls, yeah, we run this. Chase that paper till the Billy keep it sun kissed. We too cute, yeah, we know it's a madness. We too hot, yeah, we know we the baddest. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better. Me and my girls, yeah, we step up. Too slick, yeah, we know do it better. Yeah, me and my team, we forever. Too hot, too strong, yeah, we better.
running, yeah. Oh, what you think is funny? Funny, yeah. Oh, flash in the candle. I'ma go Rambo. I'ma get lit, no candle. Bedroom looking like a scandal. Drop it low, make that go down to the floor. Let me see you shake some more. Flash in the candle. I'ma go Rambo. I'ma get lit, no candle. Bedroom looking like a scandal. Looking like a scandal.
I've been spending so much time looking in the mirror, didn't even know who I'd be. I've been focusing so hard on being this way that there was no one around me. Now I know what it is to be fine. Now I take my time. With every step you take, it's easy to just fall apart. But if you walk away, you'll never heal inside your heart. So take one day at a time, start the climb. Feels good because you know now it's a start. Feeling open and renewed cause you know what you knew wasn't always the truth. Feeling ready for a change, if a change comes, you will still be you. Now you know what it is to take your time. Now you know you'll be fine. With every step you take, it's easy to just fall apart. But if you walk away, you'll never heal inside your heart. So take one day at a time, start the climb. Feel free because you now know it's a start. It's a start, it's a start, it's a start. It's a start, it's a start, it's a start. It's a start, it's a start, it's a start. It's a start, it's a start, it's a start. It's a start.
Don't even need to compete, I'm already him. We already know the outcome way before it begins. The message is don't bet against them, you know I go for the win. I'm limitless, I finish them, then revive them just to kill again. Who really want it now? Undefeated, my number get called again. I repeat it, I hustle, I'm motivated. Please believe it, the struggle just made me strong enough to beat it. To get my mama house, that's the reason I'm sleeping on the couch. For the dream that I know is worth it if I put the work in. You know I deserve it, practice till I'm perfect. It's all for the win, 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 win. We fight for the win, 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 win. Woo! Yeah, it's all for the win, 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 win. Yeah, we fight for the win, 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 win. It's all for the win, 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 win. Yeah, look, we fight till we win, 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 win. Hey, look, it's all for the win, 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 win. Yeah, look, we fight till we win, 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 win. Continuous growth when I look at my numbers. I jump out the seat, increasing my hunger. I woke out my sleep and leaving the slumber. They already know, so no need to wonder. The missing piece of the puzzle is me when I speak in the huddle. Ain't eager to serve you, I'm eagerly reaching a luck. You behind us, I'm climbing above you. Ain't gotta teach me about the struggle. Parade us and hate us and fade us and burst on our bubble. And then wonder why people hustle. They like opportunities and who we got to look up to. It's all for the win, 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 win. We fight for the win, 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 win. Woo! Yeah, it's all for the win, 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 win. Yeah, we fight for the win, 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 win. It's all for the win, 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 win. Yeah, look, we fight till we win, 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 win. Hey, look, it's all for the win, 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 win. Yeah, look, we fight till we win, 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 win. Win, 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 win.
No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour can't be tamed. I got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every day got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray, when they see the gray. Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite. I bring the heat, I bring the heat, I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite. I'm unbreakable, can't hold me down. I'm unstoppable, I feel it now.
little now. I'll take what's mine. I'll take what's mine.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted, I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you, I'm so good for you, I'm so bad for you, I'm so good for you. let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Left being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
Zeta Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Talon Esports,
DFM가 저희 젠지는 for the power of friendship.
諦めないで勝ち上がります。もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
What's up, Valorant fans? Welcome back to VCT Last Chance Qualifier Pacific. We are one step closer to finding out who is going to be the team going to Champions Los Angeles 2023. I'm Victoria, your host, and we're with Tasteless. And you guys might have noticed we have a special guest with here today. Welcome, Jessgoat. Woo! I feel like there should be sound effects for this. Welcome. All right, for those of you guys who don't know Jess, first of all, I'm pretty sure you guys know who Jessgoat is. Welcome. She is a talent content creator, analyst, coach. We wear many hats. I heard you have like a degree in criminal psychology. That's crazy.
I've done a lot of things in this lifetime, and I'm very, very happy to be here with both of you. Thank you for letting me grace your desk, but this is full circle for me. This is where I began casting like half a decade ago in APAC, and now to be back on a desk here, I mean, I couldn't be prouder. APAC best pack, baby. Let's go.
I love it. That is absolutely correct. Now, we had some crazy games yesterday. We're down to the final four teams. We have Team Secret, RRQ, Gen.G, and Zeta. Now, let's talk about where everything is at this very moment. I don't think any of us are surprised to see these four teams in the final brackets.
It has been, excuse me, it has been neck and neck with all these teams here. Obviously, we're going to start the day off here with Zeta versus Team Secret. The winner of that will be going on into the grand finals, and then we're going to be knocking a team off. It's going to be RRQ versus Gen.G. I think both of these matches today are going to be tough. They're going to be epic. I think we've got a long day ahead of us. I'm really looking forward to it.
There's been some hot and cold. There's been some nice matches. There's been some very, very long matches. And I've sat here and I've got the best of both worlds in all of the matches I've been able to watch. Some of them a little disappointing. Obviously, Talon being the one that they just couldn't quite put it all together. Gen.G, hot here, cold there. I mean, you're really getting everything throughout this LCQ. And I hope today really matches and mirrors that.
Definitely. And you know what? If Secret wins today, we could see a potential rematch against RRQ and Zeta again. And Gen.G and RRQ later today also be super interesting. Gen.G beat RRQ very early on in the Pacific season, so this could be quite poetic, as Quack was saying backstage with us. They could have their redemption arc too. Now let's recap. Zeta, RRQ. We thought this was going to be a really short game, right? After that first Haven, it was like the shortest game in the history of Zeta's Haven runs.
Yeah, I mean, we had basically one of the most one-sided matches you could ever imagine here for Valorant. And normally you'd think that would kind of mean something like what happens there should mirror something in the future. But we could not have been more wrong. We ended up with an insanely long, dramatic overtime.
And you look at a match like Haven, you think to yourself, wow, is this just a bad day at the office for the team? Is that just going to be the day it is? And with a brutal format that we're getting here in LCQ, you don't really have an opportunity to make a mistake. So I thought, oh no, bad day at the office, is this over for them? But no, this is what the experience and the breadth of this team is able to pull out, come back into the second and go into the third. I said today, and I'm going to stand by it, I think they were really lucky to walk away with that win, because you've got to have a lot of steadfastness to be able to come back mentally after map 1.
Definitely. It was a very curious overall series with Depp playing Breach. Like, what do you make of that?
You know what? There's been a lot of APAC teams changing roles, right? Which I don't mind. Try things, get things out of the way. But this is LCQ.
Yeah.
I mean, is this really when you want to try things? Is this when you want to be going into the areas like that? I think Depp has absolutely shown his depth, pun intended there. But I don't think it's necessarily a future-proof plan.
It's been interesting, following these teams, for over 2 months before, and really getting acquainted with them and seeing the quirks, the play styles, what they do right, what they do wrong. And, we are seeing these teams come out here and kind of reinvent their play style, and they have to. I mean, this is kind of an insane event where we are rapidly killing team after team after team. With that insane overtime that we had here, one thing I'm wondering here is how is the stamina going to be for these teams here today? I mean, you don't have a lot of time to go home and prep or do research or even really sleep, because the very next day you're coming down here to the studio and you're doing it all over again.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, LCQ is real grueling for a lot of these teams right now, and yesterday we had a lot of records being broken with the shortest match on Haven, the overtime on Ascent, and Depp. Jess, like, how impressed were you with Depp as Sova?
I mean, a lot of people might not have realized, but he broke the LAN record for the most amount of kills on a map. 42 kills he was able to pop out. Now, I mean, Japan's going to hold that record, at least for now. I mean, that's going to be the team that holds that with them. I think it's going to be very difficult to beat. That was a long and lengthy match. And not only was it long and lengthy, his KDR that he needed to put down, his damage per round, just to get them into that overtime and then, of course, get them that win, was just immense. I'm not saying it was Depp and friends. I'm not saying there was a one carry party, but it really felt like he had to put a lot of the work in. So to repeat that would be really difficult.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see that today. If Zeta needs to pull together as a team, and they can't rely just on Depp, because if Depp is having a bad day, like he was on Haven as Breach,
oh no,
it looks pretty abysmal, and I'm pretty sure they need to be working on a lot of other things right now. With him on Sova, you're right, I was really surprised. Him pulling out the Odin in the early rounds, Achilleos hated that. Absolutely.
How dare Achilleos hate that, by the way? I feel like a Sova Odin, like, on that map, it's just like, it's prize and parcel. Like, you want it together. That's beautiful. I want nothing more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it makes absolutely a lot of sense there, but Achilleos just hates Odins. But you know what? It worked for him. He got 42 kills. All right, let's talk about Gen.G now. Sorry, Team Secret. I don't know. I'm like jumping games right now because I'm so excited. Now, Team Secret dominated in a 2-0 fashion against Gen.G. So
I'm really happy with how Team Secret has performed here. This was a team months ago we really weren't sure what to expect, and I think myself included, but a lot of people who've been following the scene are kind of saying, well, I don't expect very much from Team Secret. And boy, I could not have been more wrong. I mean, they've really come out here. They're oozing with confidence. They've got very explosive play. Honestly, just a group of very charismatic guys. They have a real shot of going all the way here, I'd say, at LCQ.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a hot take that I've sort of turned around and said, I don't think they'll win today. I think that's actually a hot take to have for me, just purely because I don't know how many Team Secret fans stood up the other day and was like, we're waiting for the Team Secret throw. And I was like, oh, okay, so this is just what Team Secret fans are expecting. We're waiting for the throw, we're waiting for the throw. It didn't happen. Gen.G looked like they were clearly outclassed from the get-go. Every single map looked like Team Secret knew how to handle it, and I think if we come into today, my biggest worry actually is what you guys brought up before. Has there been enough time to not only rest, but has the support staff been given time to go through, analyze what they need to have the maps ready, and then be able to counter effectively? There is really not enough time to have that done.
One of the questions is, Team Secret did do well, but was it a combination of Gen.G just underperforming? They have been so obviously in a mental choke. And you can see it in their gameplay, the wavering in their crosshairs. And there are moments there, we saw in those clips just now, where Dubstep is getting kills where I'm like, he shouldn't have lived through that. And there are a lot of moments like this coming from Team Secret. That said, Team Secret, they wanted to be Gen.G. Gen.G is the one that stopped them from getting to playoffs.
They did it. I like what you were saying earlier, Vic. I mean, it takes two to tango, right? And how much of this really does come down to Gen.G. Gen.G is kind of a funny team because it seems like they're really strong up to a point. Like they have a plan, but if things don't go like the way it's supposed to go for them, it kind of spirals out of control. So, you know, with Gen.G, they do seem to be a team that they kind of come in with a plan, but they're not always as adaptive as they need to be. Where I do feel like Team Secret is very much able to kind of ebb and flow through the game, no matter what's thrown their way.
Yeah, a little bit of rigidity on one side, fluidity on the other. What reigns supreme, you never know in the moment. Obviously, against Talon, the rigidity and the slowness really played into Gen.G. They were able to manipulate the mistakes. I'd like them to come in here and against yet another sort of slow play style, one where you can really, you know, nip and grab at it. I'd like to see them do that again today. So my prediction of Zeta could go really wrong because the play style clashes stylistically might actually really favor Team Secret. So I don't know. For Gen.G.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the question and totally accurate. And we see that happen so much in Pacific because with certain play styles from the Japan and Korea regions against the SCA teams who are so explosive and you know, they really adapt, really adaptive there. And it was really interesting with those two teams seeing their first kill percentage. Both of them are actually quite even there, and then Gen.G just freaks out and when things don't go according to plan. Now, with that, we are gonna go into this a lot more after we got a game segment because
oh no,
we're gamers and we like to play games. So welcome. This is what we do in Pacific.
I'm mortified that I have to be part of these game segments because I've been told what this one's gonna be, and it really doesn't play to my strengths. So I'm excited and nervous.
All right. For those of you at home, you might be familiar with this. This time you can just watch and listen, not to play along. We're gonna do another game of casting taboo. So what we're gonna do is, like, this is when you bring like your parents in when they're like, I don't understand why you're watching this game. We're gonna explain these highlight clips from yesterday in non-Valorant terms. So that's casting taboo. And, you know, guys, feel free to jump in, help each other out if you want.
You're getting no help from me, Tasteless. I just want you to know that.
Am I on my own?
You are. I mean, for me personally, I cannot help you.
I'll try my best here. No Valorant terms allowed, right?
Yep.
So we gotta just.
Part.
All right.
Yeah. So explain it like you're explaining to your grandma. I don't know.
Well, my grandma's like, they're shooting at each other, Grandma. That would be how I would do it. But yeah, I'm ready to go whenever that clip is ready. So.
All right. Tasteless going first.
All right.
Good luck.
And archery, but knives. And oh, they're aiming at each other. I mean, really aiming is a Valorant term. I'm not sure. Oh, he got his Apple Watch out.
Oh, I like that.
Check your email with that. All right, ready? No metal birds allowed.
Oh, metal birds. I like that.
He missed the metal bird.
He missed the metal bird. Omen had his cloak on. You ever notice you can't see Omen's face?
Yeah.
Right? Omen.
What happens if he takes the hood off? Is his whole head just a little black circle? How does that work?
No, participate in the casting. Let's go, Tasteless.
All right, he's flipping the knives. He's got good moves. Could use a fidget spinner.
It's like ninja knives here being thrown out.
You know, when you look at Valorant, you can appreciate the aim with the guns, but you do have to appreciate how good everybody is at throwing stuff.
Yeah.
That doesn't get enough credit.
You're right.
Looks like my ranked teammates.
I mean, shooting doesn't often translate to throwing, but in Valorant, it works really well. A lot of ops this round.
I mean, at this rate, why don't we just have me do the whole
Wow.
match in this?
Well done, Tasteless.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Taking place in Italy was that game. That was the Team Secret Gen.G ascent when we went severely overtime, the longest overtime in Pacific. Great job.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank
fantastic.
Did we rate you? The production used to rate us. I guess they stopped doing that. Okay.
We all get trophies here in Caster Taboo.
Oh,
so,
yes.
Oh, participation trophies?
Participation
Excellent.
trophies.
I'm going to feel so much better after that.
All right, now, Jess,
Oh,
are
no.
you ready?
Okay, non-Valorant. See, all I can think about is terms. My brain is just filled with notes. Everything Valorant related.
Dump it all out. You're explaining this to someone who's never touched Valorant in their life.
Okay, all right, okay. Where's, okay, screen.
Action.
Okay. Oh, okay. Galaxies, yes, love Galaxy. Get out of the way. Oh, that's Olympic high jump. Okay, pew, 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 pew. Everyone falls. Okay, dirt nap. Excellent. Beautiful.
Dirt nap.
We're loving all of the galaxies surrounded. Also, that is a gun made purely from the galaxies themselves. Everyone's been scanned, and man falls with his revolver. There we
I
go.
like dirt nap.
Yeah.
Was dirt nap
Yeah,
good?
dirt
This needs to
nap.
be a thing. Dirt
Yeah.
nap? I like that.
Did you
Keep this
like
up,
that?
You're going to be taking a dirt nap pretty
Yeah.
soon. I
Yep.
like that.
Yeah.
There we go, yeah.
That's new.
See, I did all right.
Well
Your
done.
Participation
career
point.
in casting is like, guys, take note.
No.
Take note. I
You
was
got to get
CJ.
out of real casting and get into taboo casting is what you need to do.
Do not put this on my show reel. It's
It's
awful.
going right in your highlight reels.
Okay, and that reel was from Beautiful Haven Play by RRQ, and that was when they 13-2'd Zeta. Now today I will be doing a bits too. There'll be a little bit of caster taboo. All right, run it. Ready.
Go.
We're in Japan throwing explosive devices, and they are shooting each other in the head, throwing out poisonous puddles. This is like fart clouds coming out of her hands. She looks so. This is probably the sexiest agent or character in this game. Throws out another explosive device. There are people debating, like, you go into that fart cloud, you lose a lot of health points. It's a little dangerous. Getting the smells, and Elmi Moore, king of fart clouds, takes that within
Fart cloud
5
ulti.
kill. 5 kill.
dangerous.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what? After
Smells
that,
bad. It lowers HP. Don't go to the far cloud.
It's true though. You're like holding your breath the whole time. Of course, you're like diminishing, getting weaker. Yeah, we're
you
gonna.
could replace Achilles after that cast.
Oh.
I feel. You know, I love
think so.
Achilles, but that was fantastic.
Yeah,
Ready to
so
go.
in the meantime, I'm going to keep my job at the desk here. That was a little bit of casting taboo, and yes, that was moments of RRQ's great display of map control, although they did lose that ultimately yesterday. Now, we are going to go on a commercial break. Good
Okay.
job on the count.
Well done.
Good job on the
Good
count.
job.
Fist
Yeah,
bump.
good job. Woo! All right, guys, we're going to go commercial break, and when we come back, we are going to go into the first series of today. We've got Zeta and Team Secret.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, you are watching VCT Last Chance Qualifier Pacific. Whoa, look at that shot of those Red Bulls. Anyway, welcome back, guys. I was just looking, I was like, there's so much Red Bull in the shot right now.
So many bulls that are red, yes.
Oh, they're kind of blue in color. But yeah, we have Jescode and Tasteless here at the desk to go through today's very critical juncture, actually, because tomorrow we're going to be going to the semifinals. We're going to find out who's going to be in the upper bracket and who ultimately is going to go to Champions Los Angeles. Now, Zeta will be playing again today. And they were so close to making it to Masters Tokyo, didn't quite do it, and today they are working their butts off to get to Los Angeles.
It has been a really rough year for Zeta, to be honest. Like you were mentioning, I mean, they didn't get to go to Tokyo. That was kind of the Cinderella story we all wanted to see have happen here. But, I mean, this is the whole reason why we have LCQ, right? I mean, this is a second chance, a way to recover. At the same time, this is a very grueling tournament, and it really does require that a team completely adapts day by day instead of week by week from before, right? And with Zeta, it did seem like, although I think they're very good and they have a real shot here, they were a little bit slow to adapt even when it was week by week, right? So let's see what they're able to do here. They had a grueling evening just yesterday. They're back. They got to do it all over again. I wish them the best of luck.
I think grueling is a very nice way to put what they went through. And of course, for multiple of these teams, they're hoping they can capitalize off of that. I can speak from an international perspective. There is a lot of pressure internationally on the shoulders of Zeta. A lot of the international community keeps going, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? They really were the faces of APAC for us for quite a while. And I know how many times I sat there and watched them. But I know on our screen right now, these contenders, whilst I might believe in Zeta, are really going to be probably one of their biggest opponents left in the bracket.
Oh yeah, Team Secret was doing so well yesterday. It was a really easy, clean sweep for them, to be frank. A 2-0 against Gen.G. Jeremy really popping off there as the Rays, and Jesse Vash always dominating as that Sova.
Yeah, I mean, with Team Secret here, I'm thinking they have a really good shot to take this. I think they've performed very well in situations like this in the past here. They've got that explosive style. I think it works very well against the kind of conservative Northeast Asian style we see here from Zeta. So, yeah, I mean, if I had to pick one, I'd be picking them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I am leaning towards their gameplay style too. I think we were talking about this earlier. Zeta has, when Depp is performing, the rest of Zeta seems to rise with him, like the child of God, and he's like their leader in terms of just, you know, leading the whole cavalry to victory.
I'm a little worried for Zeta. Again, I know I've got to bite the bullet and say I am predicting them, but I think for Team Secret, you've got a roster that has a lot of veterans, and I'm not talking Valorant veteran, I'm talking FPS veterans, and to go that far back for a lot of these players, I mean, pressure is something that a lot of these Team Secret players just have lived and breathed for the past decade. So I'm not worried about them and their fortification mentally. And that worries me a little bit because for Zeta, they are a little bit emotional. We've seen them at events. We know that they can react a little bit off-putting when things are against the wall for them. So looking at these stats, I mean, nothing here I can really turn around and go, hey, look at the difference between this and this. The only thing for me is that pistol rounds for Team Secret recently and opening kills and their ability to be able to convert that into round wins has been way better than previous Pacific games for them. So that's actually the most impressive improvement for Team Secret. And that's going to be a really bad time for Zeta because a lot of their rounds will come from those full buys. That's when they do operate the best. And if they're not able to get that, you know, cash in the bank quick, and Team Secret's really stealing it from them, they will lag behind in a lot of these maps.
I think it's a really good point. I mean, if you look at the stats here, yeah, they're fairly even. And so the fact of the matter is that a pistol round like that, that's so important, right? That's going to ripple through the entire part of the half. And so if we have, you know, a couple maps where it does seem like, yeah, Team Secret's just going to dominate in the pistol rounds, even if Zeta is able to be better off in those later rifle rounds, there's going to be a lot of momentum there for Team Secret.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, looking at the stats, it definitely doesn't tell the full story, too. When we're talking about how differently these teams play. So even if it's pretty close right now, just pure game style, pure adaptation from Team Secret, and The emotional, the mental factor. We are getting
Yeah.
so close right now to the very end of this road, and I can imagine the pressure on both of these teams is real high. And now we got our map win rate percentage coming from both teams here.
Okay, I need to get this out of my system right now. If Zeta do not ban Haven today, I will throw a hissy fit. I don't know how to say that in regular English, but I will throw the biggest hissy fit that an analyst has ever thrown on the desk in VCT history if they do not get rid of that Haven. I understand they have permabans like Bind, except when they're versing T1, they like to pull that out of the bag. They have Pearl, they don't like to play either. Well, guess what, Zeta? Your opponents today also don't like those maps, so take the risk of not banning your permas, because your opponents surely shouldn't pick those as their primary picks, and get rid of that damn Haven, put it in a box, deal with it later. LCQ is not the time to deal with it, and it has not been your friend at all. I want to see that map gone. It's been embarrassing, and I think Clinton put it best. I just can't believe they even played on that map with that kind of performance.
It's a good point. I mean, we can talk as much about whatever happens inside the map as we want, but there is the strategy of what maps do you want to avoid and what maps do you want to try to force. And the fact that you know that you both might be bad on a certain map, it's like, well, maybe we let them ban that map. And then what we can do is we can then pick another map and kind of economize that in a way that's going to be beneficial for the overall setup in the best of 3.
Yeah,
I love these Cypher cams, by the way.
It's so cute. We can see their player rooms right now. This is live, I believe. They're like,
oh, the sound cue with it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm being treated here in
Yeah.
APAC. Okay.
What you don't get to see is the cameraman crouching behind a box looking down, but
just checking it
yeah,
out.
just down like that.
Yeah, but you can see how relaxed Warbirds was their coach, Team Secret's coach was in there. They look very relaxed in there. And I'm sure they are feeling really good after yesterday's games. And Zeta, like you put it out too, Tasteless, they're probably exhausted.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And stamina is, you know, it's important, right? I mean, you got to be able to rest. And also, as we go through each day, there's a degree of exposure, right? So your strategies are going to be out there. I mean, imagine doing that overtime that many times over. How many overtime strats do you actually have, right? So to be, you know, have that all on full display and then have to come back, you know, in less than 24 hours and do it all over again, that's a lot.
Yeah. Now, we do have their key players that we want to look at. We actually want to look at 10. And Jeremy, our Raze Flex players.
Oh, this graphic does not paint a pretty picture. No. I think the audience knows where we're going with this because, of course, 10 was known as one of the best Razors, you know, a year or two ago. You know, he burst onto the scene, you know, blast packed on the scene, if you will. And everyone was like, wow, he's one of the best Razors in the world. And then it just sort of bottomed out for him for a while. And we're not sure. I mean, personal performance-wise, we know he has what it takes. But the stats in his performance inside the server are really not reflecting that. And I'd like to see maybe a little bit of reflection inside of himself to say, what's going wrong? Am I not being enabled? Am I being too scared? Am I doing too much? I think for him at the moment, there's a lot of question marks because he does all of the above. And so there's many things he needs to work on at the moment to be able to go up against Jeremy in the form that Jeremy's in at the moment.
It's a tricky role, right? Because when you pull it off, you burst into an area and kill everybody, you look like a genius. But if it backfires, you look like a fool, right? And clearly, on entry, Jeremy is just far superior.
Definitely. I think 10, it's very clear that Zeta, whatever it is, they are putting 10 in this Raze position. This is why we're seeing Dep being that flex player instead of being on the Jet we want him to be. Whenever he's on that Jet, it is... it's like the angels are singing, and this guy is so unreal in how he plays. This Jeremy play, this was like, I think the fastest ace in like history.
It has to be.
It was amazing.
I hope someone confirms that because that, I mean, what 2 world record-breaking moments? Like, that would be amazing in one VCT Pacific play day. But I think with Jeremy right now, the great thing about him is that he feels the most consistent, flexible player on Team Secret. Like, I could give him any agent, and I'd be like, you know what? I actually feel like you would perform quite well. And not just pew-pew. Can we stop talking about the pew-pew? I just think utility-wise as well, he has great game sense, he has great utility usage, and overall, Team Secret needs that because if they want to put him on, you know, whoever they want to put him on a Jet as well, I feel like he would understand in the moment how to utilize that to the best of the ability.
Yeah, his game sense is phenomenal there. So I'm very curious, actually, going into the map picks later on. Like you said with Haven, I completely agree with you at this point. you know, there was a time when Zeta looked great on Haven, but that time is over. And you're right, LCQ's not the time to like figure it out, especially with the team comp that they're going with. And with that, we're gonna have to go with our predictions. Let's talk about predictions. You guys kind of hinted at it already. I definitely am the Team Secret train for this one. I know yesterday I was, you know, predicting Zeta, but today's a very different story. Sorry, Tasteless, why don't you tell us why you have decided to go for Team Secret as well?
I mean, a lot of it goes back to what I was mentioning earlier, and just that, you know, I think the play style that you have here from Team Secret, I think it works very well against a very conservative team here like Zeta. I mean, when we're going to go into these bouts, I'm really looking for like, okay, how slow is Zeta going to play? Because it's kind of like, you know, some cultures, they eat every part of the animal. I feel like Zeta uses every second in the round before the spike is planted, to the point where it's like, okay, get in there and maybe be a little bit more unpredictable. With Team Secret, yeah, I mean, I look at them and I think pretty easy call for me.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to the stage real soon. Any quick thoughts about why Zeta?
I just feel like after winning an OT, bringing it back, that's got to put a lot of confidence in the players, and I'm hoping it means they move a little bit faster because they're more confident to take those gunfights. So that is maybe a little bit of a reverse of what you brought up there, Tasteless.
I think both teams are completely capable of having like emotional like stunting at some point.
Yes.
Like you're saying, a lot of the Filipino crowd, they say it about the Filipino teams all the time. Like, oh, we always choke halfway through. So if Team Secret doesn't, and they continue to be really adaptable throughout their plays, I think they stand a really good chance. That said, Zeta is, you know, they've been on the international stage before, and this could be another chance at it. With that, we're going to go to the stage, watch Zeta, Team Secret, walk out, see what the mood's like. This is a critical juncture at VCT Last Chance Qualifier Pacific. We've got Zeta and Team Secret fighting for that spot at Valorant Champions.
So far, so good here for these teams. They've been performing very well. It's going to be a tough match for both of them. Again, it's been a marathon for both of these guys. I mean, day after day after day, they have to come in and deliver, and they're far from done yet. It's going to keep going.
Yesterday, Zeta was all smiles. We saw this rare smile from Laz. Everyone else except like Laz looks so serious all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, today we don't get the joyful Laz on the stage.
They've got to be a little bit tired too. Stamina has got to be part of this, yeah. I mean, this is more smiley.
Oh, yeah.
This is more smiley.
He's got a little homie.
Quick,
Yeah.
send him out to defuse the spike.
Oh, they've planned?
Whoa!
Whoa!
Is this a hint?
They
Are
have,
we going
like-
to see some Gecko?
They did like some Power Rangers formation there. That was great.
Hold on, just because...
I knew they were going to win this. I knew my prediction was right.
just because they have a very fancy theatrical walkout doesn't mean it'll translate into the server, Mr. Tasteless.
Good. Maybe they planned the walkout too much. They get the game. They're like, what do we do now? We only rehearsed the walkout.
They all have poses. Look at this. They're so ready.
They're ready.
Oh my god.
Watch out.
Did he flex?
He
Was
did.
that a flex?
You can tell he does
Bringing the
chest day.
guns.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
I bet he doesn't skip leg day either.
Well, we got our coaches coming out here. Warbirds is not looking as, look at that serious face. That must have been fun.
I was going to say, the coaches are always the last to sleep at night before a game because they've not only got to go through every VOD. I'll never forget, there was one time in an event, I had like 30 minutes between when I finished all the VODs and the review and the time we had to get in the van to go to the event.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
So yeah, sometimes a coach on a day like this, where they've had a long night the night before, they're going to look like that, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah. Then they got to get into the games and just watch it and pull their hair out, man, going crazy.
A couple of timeouts here and there, say some juicy words.
Mold, death molding.
Right.
Let's see what happens now. No sleep.
No sleep, that's what it is. Support staff in the middle of an event, especially one this brutal, where you're preparing the night before, otherwise you are knocked out. It's one of those things where like teams are very, very prepared.
And obviously we're only going to have one team that's going to survive in the end, but like the way the bracket is set up, this is definitely the one you need to win, right?
Yeah.
In order to get that oxygen and get that space in between the very, next match that you have to go and then bring it all the way.
I mean, Team Secret has been so dominant on Haven. I really wonder what the map picks are going to be and if dreams are going to come true.
Okay, this makes sense. A ban, Team Secret getting rid of Split. Okay, the next ban, make it Haven. Oh, thank goodness, thank the heavens above, because if I was going to do my guest desk, flipping out, I would have had to have sent a very, very nice apology to the side of Riot, but ooh, okay.
Fracture.
Interesting.
Yeah, Fracture is going to be really fun. I do wonder if we're going to be seeing Jesse Bash on Sova then for all of these maps, because it's been very clear he's probably one of the best Sovas out here in Pacific, but then when he's not on Sova, he's not so great.
Was that Lotus #1 I saw?
Yep, that was
I believe
Lotus
so, yeah.
first
There
map.
we go, with an Ascent, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, Ascent bodes really well for either team. I mean, you can put that any way you want, and as a deciding map, you just throw that, cast that away. But map #1, we were talking about it before, if they do go to Lotus, how has Team Secret performed on it? Well, actually pretty good. They don't mind to go to it. They haven't played it a heck of a lot, but when they have, it's shown that they're not scared of it, and the composition works well on it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they have chosen Lotus as their first map. Zeta, on the other hand, we haven't seen a ton of. So I think this is going to go probably to a full best of 3. Probably overtime again. Oh, Chamber, finally!
Oh
Laz
my,
on the
oh my god,
Chamber!
Laz, hello?
Oh my god. Oh my god, my predictions.
Victoria's
I feel like I need to
losing
change it.
herself here. Victoria's losing herself.
I don't know, you would have picked Chamber. This changes everything.
You know what's great about this? Is that the coaching staff have sat down, probably with the players, and gone, hey, what are you most comfortable with? What really fits with you? Because right now, what we put up on the board was a little bit of luck that we were able to win that last match. So now, you jump into Lotus, what do you think you can get the job done with? Laz probably raises his hand and goes, yeah, I think I can do this with a Chamber. All right, do it.
Honestly, this changes so much. I mean, Paper Thin was like, go nuts about this too. This was his wish. Both of you guys' dreams are coming true for both of you guys. Laz on the Chamber could really change the game, even though this is Team Secret's map pick, Lotus. All right, we are ready to go for the first series of today, Team Secret versus Zeta. We're gonna go over to our casters. Paper Thin, how excited are you?
Thank you very much, Victoria, Jesco, and Tasteless. I mean, this map, Vito, I think it looks great, but of course, Paper Thin with his prediction so far, and now this Chamber pick. How are you feeling?
Yes!
Oh my God!
So
It's going
excited.
down.
I mean, look, this is the agent that made Laz. This is the agent that he showcased to the world last year that made him such a dominant force. That really helped bring Zeta. It wasn't just that. Ten's Raise was actually part of it too, so I don't mind that we're seeing a return to that somewhat, but I'm just beyond thrilled right now. I love we've got Neon for Depp as well, so he's on a duelist. I think you've got all the right pieces here in the right places for Zeta. What does the preparation look like? You have a pretty good idea of what you're going to see from the side of Team Secret. These two have played on this map before. It was Team Secret winning it last time. So now, just really the onus to me here is on Zeta and their prep. They can't come out here slow like they did the last time against Team Secret on this map. They lost like 5 or 6 in a row to start, just like they did yesterday a couple times. I want to see an avoidance of that. I want to see an early pistol win. I mean, that's the most basic thing in the world to say, but still it matters. Like, or at least a round 3 win,
yeah,
right? If they lose the pistol.
That is how it starts, especially since you're attacking too. And Laz on this chamber, maybe he's got the headhunter and he's gonna have some theatrics with it. He's got 4 rounds already on it. So let's see how it begins. But that's the other thing. This is Team Secret's map pick, so perhaps they have something prepared. Just maybe they're not prepared for the chamber. Who knows? But then again, it is Jesse Vash and that Sova on this map. But right now, on the defense, Team Secret are pushing out B.
All right, let's see. They are really far out. The real question is how ready for it are they going to be? Crow at least wise enough to check. Yeah, the fault line hits, and Dubstep, just barely able to get out of there. Got clipped a little bit on the wall, but heals are going to be able to come through here for Crow, who opted to go for the utility buy for the Sky. So some of the big comp differences, of course, really big comp differences across the board here, Quack. I mean, duelists, you got double duelists here for the side of Zeta. Just the Jet for Team Secret. So this attacking side also, it feels like has to be pretty good here for Zeta. You would expect that they were much better on their defender side of this map throughout the year, but now with this kind of slightly different look, should be able to have a lot of push and presence with Depth's Neon as well.
Definitely, and we're looking to see him make some plays happen. Already just high sprinting and kicking things into high gear on the side of A. And Envy trying to play around the dark cover. There is a little gap, but unfortunately, without the clear line of sight, it's going to be tough for him. Dep even toying with him on the ropes. Zeta has the sight now, and it's going to have to be a Team Secret retake. Jeremy drops down off drop, but unfortunately, his position has been made known. Maybe trying to buy time before going to come through, but unfortunately, the shots will not really connect, and that's going to be Zeta picking up the pistol.
Yeah, this is a really nice round here from Zeta. Just good patience, kind of a good awareness. These are some of the things that were lacking, particularly on Haven yesterday, was there was just a complete collapse of their ability to keep track of their corners, keep track of their angles, keep track of the possible presence of their opponents at certain locations. This time around, they're very aware of it. That B push out, I like the idea from Team Secret. I think that's good to test Zeta early here, right? To make sure that their protocols are better than what we saw in Haven yesterday. And so far, so good for Zeta.
Yeah, we're just dipping our toes in the water, right? Get a feel for how Team Secret are playing. And right now, sometimes they do push out, but if Zeta holds back, this works out great. And at the same time, now they've got some rifles to work off of. Team Secret has to defend really well, and they're trying to push them back with some smokes, with some blind firing. Unfortunately, it's only Jesse Vash on the A site, and while there is a flank, Laz is watching.
Yeah, and you decide to go for that rifle, and Dep great on the slide. Laz there for the follow-up. Clean.
Not much else to be said, exactly. I mean, we had some dirty dishes in the sink, we dipped them in the water, and now it's soapy, it's all good. The suds are clean, and it's gonna be Zeta with the way that they actually traverse around the map. Slow, methodical, steady, and it works out great.
Exactly, dude. This is just a little bit off there from Laz, but that's okay. Just getting your feet underneath you, able to spray through that smoke, expecting the presence, and everybody working together. I mean, this is when Zeta was at their best yesterday, especially on Split, is when they worked as a unit. It was kind of them making sure that they're covering their bases. Now you can leave Laz out on his own. He's so reliable with that chamber in the past. We don't know what it's going to look like here today, but he's a guy who can, especially with that Vandal already in his arsenal, can really do some damage. Not too far away already is Dep from his overdrive as well. So Dep having a really impactful start here. Leading out this utility. Great, this just beautiful awareness. Expecting the fault line to be coming, and this runs that out. Now, Laz catches Jesse Vash in the Sova. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was about to say, right, because in all that time while Dep was making noise on C, Laz sneaks up on A. And it's something that perhaps Team Secret didn't quite expect. Unfortunately, Jesse Vash, more of a backline supporter, gets taken out quick. Now they have control over the site. 10 is wreaking havoc around the doors. Borkum comes back in for a bit of a trade, but the thing is, the spike has gone down.
Yeah, that trademark just a little bit delayed there with Borkum maybe coming out of the smoke. Dep not quite able to find the kill here, but deep post plants and another big kill for Laz.
But look at how, yeah, the post-plant positions are being held. Laz up on top of Heaven, the rest of them around Tree. Anyone who tries to push through, unfortunately, with the paranoia, it was all red too early.
And I know it's only 3 rounds, but Quack, this is what we were begging for yesterday.
Bonus.
Right, a bonus win. Not only is this a great start for Zeta, but it's a bonus round win. So, and on the back of this, something we really highlighted on the desk yesterday was putting the Zeta players in the best positions to succeed with their agent roles, with their agent pool, and that is exactly what Zeta has come in here into this Lotus and done today. And Team Secret, you know, maybe went into Lotus thinking you might get something similar to Haven. You might get Depp on a breach or something like that. No. You can still get some stuns going with the Neon, and Depp can still be that impact duelist that we know and love.
Especially on a 3-side map like Lotus. I mean, having that speed, that extra momentum, you get to move across the map a lot quicker. And sometimes it throws people off in the timings of it too. Right now, it's going to be Borkum with a bit of a flank again. It is that eco round, so they're just trying to find whatever they can get. But the thing is, information has been passed on a little bit too early, so Zeta anticipates all of this.
All right. Now just Jeremy and Dubstep, my friend. And
one enemy remaining.
Smokes are out. Laz is dealing with that backline so nicely. It's another flawless. I mean, it's all Zeta all the time. They're killing, man.
Which begs the question, right? I mean, Team Secret picking this map, were they kind of overcooking a little bit? Because the last time they did play, yes, maybe they performed a little bit better. They were the team that actually kind of lost to Zeta in the upper bracket playoffs. 2 overtime, sure, but still, I mean, this Zeta has been completely reformed. Laz on the chamber is hitting some shots, watching the flanks. He's got 8 kills right now and 0 deaths.
He looks so comfortable. And this is, again, why we're so big on this guy in 2022. Sugar Zero already popping 1. Jesse Vash able to return fire, so I think this is going to be a retreat from the side of Zeta. Too much presence there, and wisely backing off.
Now just buying time again. I mean, Team Secret, a good attempt at a play, but unfortunately it ends out in a trade. Jesse Vash with low HP as well. I mean, every single round counts, and this isn't the greatest start for Team Secret. So you got to think perhaps a timeout has to be called soon, because this is upper brackets and double elimination LCQ, right? If you actually move forward into the grand finals, you get to rest for a day. And with such a grueling, you know, tough schedule like the desk was talking about, that could mean so much.
Exactly, and best of 5s coming up as well, so the more rest, the more prep you can get here, the better. Both of these teams so prep heavy, particularly Team Secret, so you don't want to, I tell you what, I would not want to beat anybody facing Team Secret in that grand finals with that extra day of prep. Pro there, not going to be able to get through the door, but still some pressure being applied here. Laz once again getting so deep in the flanks.
And it's not just the flank too. I mean, this is a potential rotation. The rest of Team Secret all stacking up on this A site. The spike has options. Oh, but Jesse Vash gets a read on it. Just turns back around the last second. Dubstep with a double kill, and Team Secret picks up their first win.
Yeah, really nice job here by Team Secret, being proactive at C, using that little extra cover and stacking up there, kind of anticipating the pressure from Zeta, finding that pick, and then kind of keeping track of Zeta's movements. The rotations coming out from them have been pretty readable, I'll call it that. I don't know about that TP from Borkum, but Jesse here, great awareness as always. You know, such a smart player, highly lauded for all the right reasons is Jesse. Want to be one of the smartest players we have here in Pacific, and that moment just showed you right there. Completely sniffed out Laz's lurk.
That's one of those things that you do with experience, right? Off of the timing. Okay, they've taken a little bit too long to push in. Perhaps they're going for a flank, and he does check it. Next round, though, and it's going to be the tour de force being pulled out. Everyone from Team Secret is respecting this.
And when's the last time you said that on a cast? Tour de force?
You want to play? Yeah, it's been a while.
We didn't get to see it much here in Pacific, the chamber.
Yeah, but with the recent balance changes, I'll call it that, maybe a slight buff. He goes in for a bit of a walk peek. Doesn't catch anyone, but this is good information for Zeta. With that, they created a little bit of space on towards the C site. Now Seeker's being sent out. Team Seeker has no choice but to back off.
And that's a great response to the paranoia from Borkum there. He was trying to buy time, and this buys Zeta a little bit of extra space to make sure they get this plant down safely.
Ooh, guiding light 2, and it's a fake 10! He goes in for the swing, a double kill coming out. Laz watches the flank as well. I mean, pushing this waterfall, he takes out Jesse Vash. Dubstep is left alone and cold and has no choice but to save.
Jeez. This is just a great response here from Zeta. And one of the things I was thinking in the middle of this round after that early pressure out of A this time from Team Secret was I wanted to see a faster response from Zeta. I wanted to see them, if they're going to shift sides, you know, in the first couple of rounds here, they had been a little bit slow to rotate. They've been taking their time, maybe being a little bit more diligent. Yeah, Dubstep's going to find Laz there on his tour de force round, so not a big deal at all for Zeta. But going back to my bigger point here, it's the fact that Zeta changes the pace of the rotation, right? They've been kind of slow. They've been taking contact at one, rotating to the other, but they've been typical Zeta style, right? Slow and steady. But this round, they take contact at A and immediately make the call to do a high-pressure hit into C. And again, the great response with those Seekers to counteract the utility that's trying to buy time for the rotations from Team Secret. Gives them enough space to get that plant down. The great fake with 10 there gets them a double kill, and at that point, they're able to just kind of lock the angles down and win the round.
Yeah, I mean, watching all those post-plant plays, Zeta look incredibly good. I mean, you're talking about that pace switch, and that's something that we've been thinking about for a while, too. I mean, yes, they're always slow and methodical, but having that versatility really throws your opponents in for a bit of a loop. And for Team Secret right now, that loop means to call a timeout for them. I mean, Warbirds has to discuss something. You're thinking about this specific composition that they've got. Jesse Vash still on the Silver Shore, plays back line, goes for those IGL calls. But the other thing is that Jeremy and Dubstep, yes, we see Jeremy on the Raze, but Dubstep comes out on the Jet when he needs to go for an operator. Right now, perhaps he's earned the Blade Storm, but we haven't seen that operator being pulled out on the defense yet. And that's a very impactful tool when you can lock down certain angles.
Absolutely. It is the thing about Dubstep that has made him such a valuable piece of Team Secret is his ability to swap off of the Killjoy back onto the Jet and still find a ton of impact. We saw it yesterday. It's not just the operator. He's still, despite his age in esports years being a little bit up there, I don't think he's that old, but you know, he still has it. Like you saw that triple kill with that pistol on round 13, and look at that. The blades are out and Laz is down.
Yeah, scoped in, couldn't see him up in the air, didn't hear it at all either because he was just outside of range. At the same time now, Zeta just exploring the C side. Jeremy and Borkham are here to defend.
You got to be careful here as Team Secret. I want to talk about the ults that are available here for Zeta. You still have the Showstopper. The Overdrive, not as much of a concern here on a buy round, but you have the Rolling Thunder here is the big kind of point of interest for me for Zeta. Are you going to be able to kind of predict where it's going to come from? Are you going to be able to maybe have 10 ready in a position where you can blast pack ahead of it and get the Showstopper kill, you know, or at least, you know, nullify a push off of the back of that Rolling Thunder? Now, right now, Envy is in A, expecting a hit here, and maybe the rest of Team Secret making their way through, especially with that Trailblazer coming in, a big indicator that you would think that Zeta is setting up for an A hit, but they're not. The spike is over at C currently, and will this actually be a fake from the side of Zeta?
30
trying
seconds left.
Showstopper being pulled out as well. Crow makes a bit of presence known on the A site, and now the rotations are coming forth. The good thing is Borkham did send out an extra dark cover just to block out the C site, but now the Overdrive gets deployed. Depp is going deeper in, and he wants to create that space for Sugar Zero to get the spike planted.
A lot of damage done here, and Depp finds Borkham on the entry. The fault line misses, and the Overdrive is good.
And now it's up to Jeremy and Jesse Vash. But unfortunately, they're too far apart. Crow is in between them. And unfortunately, he eliminates the first slice of the sandwich. Now onto the other. His back's been spotted. Jesse Vash knows where he is, but 3 targets in front, and it's a little bit overwhelming. He's thinking about the save.
Yeah, there isn't much other option, frankly, for Jesse. If he can find an exit kill, though, able to get that Hunter's Fury online for the next round, so certainly going to be a little more keen to stick around a bit longer. And Zeta flush with cash, happy to go hunting.
They're good. I mean, Zeta, a team that we don't always see them go hunting, but when they do, that says a lot about their confidence. Crow even getting the next frag. Now he's 1 point away from his ultimate, 6-1 in the lead.
I really just am so thrilled with, you know, I was pretty pretty straightforward with how I felt about Zeta's Haven yesterday. I was not a fan for a lot of reasons, and I gave a lot of criticism to the coaching staff of the team. And today, they have learned from their mistakes, and that is what is far more important here for Zeta. Again, the map pool, putting themselves in the right position, everything
certainly
that went wrong yesterday so far has been fixed for today.
Yeah, put them in their best roles, where they're most comfortable. And that was a 4v5 to round win conversion because Depp sprinted into the C site. Now the next round, it's Team Secret. They've got some ultimates, but they don't have the economy. So firepower is a little bit lacking in the department. And although Dubstep is pushing up close, he's going to get taken out by 10. Now Laz comes in for the bit of cover, and Envy gets taken out.
Look at how far ahead Jeremy was here, but there was a trademark there to cover this. So now you've got Depp ready for it.
Okay.
Jeremy, what a shot.
He's still good for it, but now the utility comes in, and off of it, Jeremy will not survive. Sugar Zero getting another. Team Secret just slowly peeking out bit by bit, one by one, and they're all dropping like dominoes.
Just another very safe, steady round here from Zeta. And they've, even though they've been a little bit slow, but it's been a very different look every time. It hasn't been kind of that sit around default, just wait for something to happen. They're being proactive, like Crow on the previous round, selling that fake so well onto the A site. I mean, this is a very different Zeta here today. I'm seeing a lot better adaptation round to round, so tons of credit so far with what we're seeing. But TS, Team Secret, man, look, there are no slouches. They can make adjustments. Jesse Vash is a phenomenal IGL. I'm not counting them out of this map at all just yet.
Hopefully not. But surely, you know, something needs to be changed for the next couple of rounds, because right now, I mean, despite Dubstep and the Blades being sent out in the previous round, he couldn't really find all that much except for the first kill, and then they got thrown in for a bit of a loop because of Crow and that little door movement onto the B site. Team Secret are definitely struggling a little because they're reacting to everything that Zeta's just throwing at them.
Yeah, exactly. They tried to be proactive, but Zeta was able to dodge it. You know, they were able to escape.
The first few rounds.
Yeah, and this is why having Depp on this Neon is so important, especially on this attacker side, for the side of Zeta. Not only are you putting Depp in a position where he's comfortable on a duelist, where he can take that point of attack, where we saw yesterday once he switched over to the Jet on split, after that he was fully engaged, fully dialed in. But he's able to, you know, get out of those sticky situations because he's the Neon. We've seen them try to react to his presence with their utility, and a lot of the time he's able to dodge it.
So again, I mean, now coming back into it, just full force towards the A site. There is quite a bit of resistance. Team Secret now just hunkering down. 2 kills going their way, 3, and then the trades come through. 10 trying to pull it back from the brink, but still not quite able to push past Borkum. It's all down to Laz, and he's got an operator, but the spike is out in no man's land. Spots the jump peak and swaps over the headhunter just to try to make use of that weapon draw speed. But look at the dark cover. Oh, still lands the flick.
Oh!
Turns back around though. Now Dubstep is going on a bit of a hunt. He's picked up the scent. Bloodhound slowly creeps up forward, but Laz, never count him out. It's down to a one-on-one. And Jeremy could be anywhere. Laz, fully aware of it, puts down the tripwire. The trap. Just to watch his flank for a second. 30 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, this is so smart by Laz. He's got all the time in the world. He can take his time. He can be very, very safe with this. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we have been begging to see Laz on Chamber. Because he is not only talented with the utility of the Chamber, but his opping is stellar.
Running out of time.
Yeah, he's got to go to B, and he has to plant it. Now, Jeremy, I don't think is going to have enough time to stop this.
Sure.
But he knows where it is for sure.
And he's got quite a bit of utility too, Clinton. I mean, he's got Nano Swarm, an alarm bot, a turret, and the lockdown. A lot of tools at his disposal, but it comes down to whoever's quicker on that trigger, whoever's a little bit more accurate. Laz just hiding up around the doors, watching the angles. The tap comes in. He puts down the rendezvous, gives himself a bit of an escape from jail card, doesn't even need it. Eagle Eye, Laz.
And the clutch. I mean, the 1v3 clutch here for Laz. What more can you ask for, folks? This is like so refreshing. I'm ecstatic, and I know this is tough if you're a Team Secret fan, and I really think that this was a good round from Team Secret. They did a lot of the right things.
Perhaps.
But they gave him 1v1s. They gave Laz with an op 1v1s, and he's gonna win those a lot.
Never ever challenge this guy when he's on an op too. Unless you're dubstep with blades, but that's one of those things. It's not the best for the Team Secret fans, but for the Zeta story, it is just wonderful. I'm wiping a tear off my eye, Paper Thin. This is great. Last on the chamber, man.
No, it is. It's so exciting.
It's beautiful.
I didn't think it was going to happen after yesterday. I thought they weren't going to be, leaning into that potentially on any maps. I thought maybe Split, maybe Ascent, you could go for it. And I think there's a good justification to be made, especially on those two maps with the way the rendezvous works now. That I think smaller maps typically are where a lot of people are considering chamber. I'm behind as well, just because of the teleporter and some of the other things. But look, this is a masterclass from Laz once again, and again, you can just see how comfortable he is.
Not only did we see a 4v5 to round win conversion, we saw a 1v3 clutch. And that all happens. It's not clear strategy. It's just one guy doing so much. 13 kills, 3 deaths right now. We had Def yesterday. Now it's Laz's turn. And everyone else from Team Secret trying to fight back against this. Off the timeout. It's a bit of a dark cover play. He's going in with a stinger. Jesse Vash with the Hunter's Fury. And 4 players instantly floored.
Oh, the trap play. Beautiful here from Team Secret. What a timeout dial up from Warbirds to get them right back into this match. And all right, I know Laz is amazing, but a 1v5 here, nigh impossible. Able to dodge the drone, but on the side is Jeremy and gets him in the ear. This time around, it is a quick push out from Team Secret, and it's their most effective one with the Hunter's Fury as well to back this up to really trap Zeta in.
A good way to pull themselves back into the game too, off of the timeout. I mean, they kind of read how slowly perhaps Zeta would try to play. Maybe it's always that early C round start presence coming out from Zeta. You do have 10 and maybe Def around that spot at times. And off that read, they send out the dark cover. They kind of going for a bit of overlapping crossfire duel. They're just trying to check out all the corners and along with some traps too. Team Secret coming back.
And now you might be able to bait out a little bit of utility potentially, but actually Zeta reading this pretty well. They're not using any utility. Laz versus... Oh, the jump beat gets him.
Tried to create that lurk presence again. But unfortunately, not this time. That said, though, too much presence on the other parts of the map. Left C a little bit open. Zeta gets to go in, and they should be able to get the spike planted as well. Depp has a judge.
And you've got some huge ults here for both sides. Lockdown going to be invested. 10 immediately trying to get ahead with that showstopper. Can't find his mark.
I don't think he spotted Jeremy as well. So Jeremy now hiding inside this dark cover could potentially make a play, but the Seekers covers it instead. Dubstep just watching down Waterfall. Team Secret taking this slowly, bit by bit, step by step. Now they're inching up front, but they get blocked by Crow. The Scarecrow fends them off! And like crows, you will fly away, Depp. Now trying to do what he can with the judge. He swings the hammer, and now looking for the next. Jesse Vash trying to dance along with this, but he swaps over to the shorty instead. 2 rounds for 2 rounds, and now you're running out of time. Jumps up, and Depp swings it down.
I mean, unbelievable. Crow here, the hero for Zeta Division. He is having a really, really, really good map. And I mean, if Crow's having a good map, then things are going very, very well for Zeta. And it is tough for any team in the world to beat them when every player on this team is in their highest form. Just really so aware here is Crow, finding the right angles, and a beautiful call to put the judge onto Depp with that neon. And he works it so, so well around those corners. Jesse just never really able to track him down because of that extra speed.
Unbelievable. And he's pulling out the tour de force. Dubstep trying to eliminate that distance.
What a
flash play, but unfortunately not quite able to convert into a kill. Zeta just having that movement, just the sense to run and gun backwards.
Well, now Zeta has to be a little bit careful of a push out from C. I mean, now, yep, there goes the trademark. So they're able to kind of get a little bit of of a better handle on this. They're going to slow things down, and they should in this case, right? You don't know exactly what the rest of the map looks like, so now you have to start taking your time, working these corners, letting Laz push a little bit of space with his tour de force, see if he could find anybody out of place.
Yeah, the pace coming back to what we saw in the first round. Just making sure that their flanks are covered. If they are pushing up front, they're ready for any duels that Team Secret might throw at them. Because what we saw from Team Secret against Gen.G yesterday was a lot of that early round aggression. Now it's been tempered.
A double stack on a B for a moment there. I thought Laz might push out into it.
From the shadows as well, but it's just a bit of a ploy. Team Secret having some question marks in their head, but I don't think it's going to deter them too much.
30 seconds left.
All right, now, as soon as the hit comes, you know, and Team Secret looks in a good position to stop this.
Ooh, really? They're just trying to break into the A or B site, but unfortunately, Jesse Vesh has got all of these bases covered. The paint shells will disperse them for a second. Envy gets taken out. But now Zeta are running out of time. They have to press in. It's all up to Dubstep and how he plays around this. Switches target, excuse me. And unfortunately, the spike still goes down. And Zeta tries to play around it, but still, Team Secret comes back in with the retake. A little bit with overwhelming force. 3-9, they end the first half. I got so flustered.
I mean, yeah, they're just trying to lighten the mood a little bit here, as Jeremy. That's a good round there from Team Secret. Again, the early pressure this time doesn't net them any kills from Dubstep and the Envy combo there. But that's okay because they have Jeremy on C site with his utility. There was never any presence. There's never any utility, nothing. They were able to keep their feet planted around the A site, around the B site, and crunch on top of Zeta. Great job by Jesse, shutting down that push from depth, not allowing any space to be opened up, keeping those flanks under control. So that's a nice kind of cap to the half, but it was a very, very difficult half for the side of Team Secret. And normally, I'd be saying, with Zeta going over to the defender side, this is not the scoreline you want to be seeing if you're Team Secret. However, with this agent comp, honestly, there's going to be more space for them to work with. There's not going to be that killjoy to really be locking down a lot of that space. So you can be, I think, a little bit more maneuverable and flexible here than you would expect with Team Secret's comp on this attacker side.
I agree, but I think it also comes down to Team Secret and how they actually go for this, because it could be some of those set plays and executes given their current composition, right? A little bit more balance, so you go in for a lot more coordination. Meanwhile, for Zeta's defense, yes, we got the chamber, and that could lock down one site, but then the rest of them, with so much aggression, you've got the double duelist, you've got Crow on the sky, you could get a lot of early round information off of this. You could run back as well because your two duelists are so mobile.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but my question is Zeta going to play like that?
True. They are a very safe team.
Yeah, I agree with you in theory, but it's going to be scary if Laz continues to be...
Oh, look at them.
Yeah, I mean, the Secret fans here showed up in force. They are very, very loud out there. Happy to have them here, of course, and hopefully Secret can right the ship. But what's concerning as well is, you know, Laz here on this chamber, especially in the early parts of these halves, you know, if he can find value with that headhunter, if he can kind of shut down some isolated players and things like that, it can get pretty scary pretty fast for Team Secret.
But another thing that I'm thinking about, though, Paperthin, is the fact that after this halftime, Team Secret are out of timeouts. Zeta, on the other hand, hasn't spent a single one, so maybe Junior's just trying to be a little bit conservative with those. And
you don't need to use them. They
exactly.
were crushing. This is one thing I was curious about for Team Secret, if they were going to try to put pressure onto the C site, because there isn't going to be this killjoy here to make it kind of a much more difficult affair to get to C.
Yeah, no nanoswarms, no traps, chambers out on the A, so Team Secret actually gets free reign. Good way to check with the doggo, though. Oh, the right click still connects. And now just trying to play off of each other through defender spawn. They can't really break past it. Jeremy on a bit of a lurk throughout B as well, trying to catch Laz. Ooh, tried to check, but still eats lead. Now the rest of them, although managing to push in, the rest of Team Secret are just hovering around, playing through the dark cover, waiting for that tap. Sugar Zero sticks it to half, but now with 3 players surrounding you, Team Secret picks up their pistol.
Yeah, this is Again, smart stuff here from Team Secret. Only depth on the C site initially to try to maintain control. Maybe Zeta preparing for some other kind of hit, but I like what Team Secret is doing here. I think you should put a lot of pressure on to C until Zeta proves that they can defend it. To be honest, again, without that Killjoy, it is going to be a bit more challenging here to kind of keep that site under control for longer periods of time, to keep that information handy as well. Yes.
But now in this round, Zeta,
what in the world?
A 5 stack.
They hit it.
And they're, still staying hidden. They've got the dark cover, though, so that could discourage Team Secret. But with the Owl Drone, that should send signals.
Yeah, great response here from Jesse. That Owl Drone so perfectly timed. Catches this attempted trap set up by Zeta.
Calls for the rotation as well.
Yeah, this is why we talk about Jesse as being such a good IGL. And why he loves the Sova. It allows him to really be safe and cautious with these kind of plays.
Unbelievable. Off of that one mid-round adaptation, now they have the sight and the timing. Jesse Vash still watching the flank, so diligent. Zeta's gonna have a tough time retaking. I mean, they've only got those pistols, so surely they're only looking for picks or perhaps to keep Team Secret trapped in exit frags or what have you. But it's gonna be tough.
No doubt about it. And they should pretty much have this angle on complete lockdown. Not much they can do to get through this. It's going to take a hero shot.
Wow.
And there's none coming through. Secret finds a flawless of their own on the anti-eco.
Good response. Again, that mid-round adaptation. Jesse Vash as the IGL. And it's so good. A flawless round coming through means that they get to carry these weapons forward, and it's a huge boon to their economy. We talk about it all the time. And this economy is something that Team Secret needs to come back into the game.
Absolutely. It needs to be a really, really good attacker's half, of course. I think job done for the side of Zeta. On your attacker side, I think a 9-3 is quite solid. It is definitely in the realm of what you're hoping for with this comp. But again, being able to keep this C site on lockdown is going to be tricky. This time they're going to try Sugar Zero over there. Double stacking a couple into B here. Depth 10, Crow not too far off. Try to keep this potential B hit thwarted. 10 though, looking down a little bit and getting ready. Couple at C, gonna leave Laz on his own at A, and Depp gets the first.
And he's still sharp, gets the one, and then high gears to the other side. They played off of the sound. They didn't expect 10 to be perched up on top. An upper. Now the rest of Team Secret trying to recover off of this, but it's going to be a tough conversion. Now you're left with 3 players.
We'll see, though. Spike still dropped back towards the C side, towards C lobby there, and Flash just going to confirm some presence. Wow. Jesse trying to wiggle his way into C, able to sneak underneath in the corner, but the rest of his team nowhere near. Eventually you'd suspect Jeremy's going to push back to try to grab this spike. About 30 seconds left. Should be coming soon. Envy, though, going to take 10 out.
That could be a start. Now it's slightly more doable, but you have to decide on a site to hit, or I guess just going for that full round save instead. Laz taking out Jeremy is a great pick for Zeta. Going through it as well. A lot of 1v1 throughout this round, and Zeta comes out on top.
Yeah, this is near impossible now for Envy, and Sugar Zero makes quick work of it. So Zeta able to get the round they should, able to find their conversion, not going to give over a bonus to Team Secret as Team Secret did on the other side. So that's concerning now for Team Secret. With the way this started, 4 rounds in a row for Zeta on their attacker side. Not able to find much. Zeta having a good read here on the B pressure. Again, I like what they're doing. Leaving Laz kind of out on his own on a round where you don't really expect them to put pressure onto A with that slightly weaker gun setup on the bonus, and it really pays dividends.
I mean, to me, that's the thing, the tricky thing about a 3-site map like Lotus, where Team Secret, they need to go in with that coordination, because in that previous round, going for those individual fights, if players like Def and 10 are so zeroed in, it's tough for you to pick them off one by one. In fact, you might lose your players one by one. So right now, it's that coordinated hit towards the A site. They're walking in, but Zeta seems to be setting up for that retake.
Yeah, I think they're still worried about that rolling thunder as well that Envy's already got in the bag. They're going to be noted by the alarm bot on this flank.
That's why they're playing so far back, but without Envy spending it, yep, they got to be a little bit more careful. You got to eliminate the first two heads. That could be Jesse, Vash, and Envy. Watching Tree, as well as Rock right now. Swinging out, Last takes down Jesse.
Off your feet!
Here comes that Rolling Thunder, though, towards the backside. Leaves the front a little bit open, so it invites Crow and 10 going for peeks, but unfortunately they get taken out last. Now closing in the distance, trying to take out Tree. A lot of noise and footsteps being heard, and he swings on a swivel, but Dubstep out from behind with the Phantom. Domes him in the head.
Man, oh man. Almost another Laz miracle there. Still not bad at all. The ideas are pretty good from Zeta. Able to kind of work their way through, give themselves a good attempt at this retake. The crossfire really good between Depp and Laz. But then Orcum and Jeremy do a phenomenal job holding the line on the backside, making sure that that heaven side isn't viable, doesn't create any other flanks. And in the end, that gives the safety there for them to collapse onto Laz, even though he almost takes another hero around into the bag. And it's going to be an eco for the side of Zeta, a Bulldog for Depp, a Marshall for 10. Laz, of course, full of Headhunter bullets.
Wow.
And the Tour de Force.
And she's playing around the door, too. Although Team Secret gets their way into the sites, unfortunately, with Laz up around behind them, they have to be paranoid about it. The rest of them still trying to make their way through, but Laz, triple kill coming down. And the rest of them trying to reposition. Envy managing to find a little moment, but not before the rest of Zeta collapses in on them.
And this is why we love to see Laz on this. You saw it on the other half with just the regular operator, but Laz with a Tour de Force can literally win you rounds by himself. I mean, that is so valuable in Valorant, to be able to have a guy who can pick up an ultimate and just completely take over a round, find a huge shot there onto Jeremy, and then he's just dialed in. The rest of the round is just over at that point.
What did Brent say on Plat Chat? It's FPS!
Exactly.
You need
It's
confidence!
FPS! You gotta kill people!
And that's what Laz is doing. Now they're at 11 points up ahead. Team Secret trying to play around it. They go in full force onto the C site, trying to discourage Laz. He rendezvous out. And although this gives them the site, now it's going to be a Team Secret with a couple of ultimates, but not the best firepower blocking it down.
10 only one away from the showstopper. Now he's got it.
Now slowly inching through two. The rest of them defender spawn as well as Waterfall. Look at that relay bolt lineup. Blocks off 2 points, and the rest of them get to push in because of it. The shorty will connect onto Depp, but then the trades come through. Morgan's the last one left alive, and he's getting tagged up. That box is paper thin, and Sugar Zero puts that final nail in the coffin.
I am not a box, my friend. How dare you? How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, this is just a very solid round here from Zeta. I mean, kind of playing retake. Laz doing a good job. Didn't find his opening shot. It's a good util dump from Team Secret to displace him. But immediately, once 10 has that showstopper, I'm thinking this round is donezo. He sees that player trying to escape the pressure from the spawn side, and just everybody on the same page here, and we got it. We got it.
We got it. He's shouting nice again. We got that .mp3 going. I mean, you're talking about protocols too, right? And I love that little bit of moment because you could see Laz just watching down the sidelines from the back while 10 and Crow push up from the sides, and they're watching separate angles too. This is a Zeta that is so in sync. We're at match point now, and while Team Secret has 3 ultimates, they need to stay alive in order to make those work. The paranoia play gets sent out, and Envy makes it a bit of a trade, but still, Zeta are reading this. They're playing around this. Team Secret trying to land their shots. The lockdown has been played, and Dubstep goes in for a bit of knives. With this, they get the site.
Nothing they could do about that. Dubstep still trying to push space, and he's gonna get Sugar Zero. Dubstep so good with the knives today.
Now he's just looking for that next bit. Trying to go bangerang with this. Spots out Laz, but Laz bangs him down instead. Now closing up front, Jeremy's on the off angle. Laz not quite able to clear it. The barrel sticks out far too long, and now it's up to 10. Paint shells out. Laz backs in.
Line.
But yeah, it completely stops him in his tracks. Goes for the tap, and Envy just playing so safe with so many different spots on the site. Comes out huge.
Yeah, this is really good stuff here from Team Secret. Depp doing something pretty cheeky, but only able to get one out of it. So Zeta is going to take a timeout here. I think want to make sure that they're able to really find some value here. Envy going to be on yet another Rolling Thunder, having a phenomenal attacker side on that breach.
Okay, and we're going to see that first timeout from Zeta. A timeout that could also allow for Team Secret to discuss some things. So it's something that they have to be careful about, but the main thing is Zeta has reached match point.
Yeah, and again, you can see that the confidence is through the roof right now for Zeta. Everybody's kind of doing their job. Pretty clean play for the most part, you know, despite Team Secret. Of course, you would expect this. Team Secret is really, really good. We saw it yesterday against Gen.G. When they are well prepared, when they're really kind of able to outthink and outsmart their opponents, you know, obviously the firepower behind it as well. So no doubt that they can get this over the line. You can't count Team Secret out yet, but again, with the nice sign, we've got the nice signs. We've got lads actually saying nice on stage. We haven't heard that in a while here at Pacific.
Yeah.
Those of you who may be tuning in for the first time and haven't been watching a ton of Pacific, we haven't heard a lot of nices out of lads.
It's giving me some nostalgic feelings, you know? And it's kind of warm. It's kind of fuzzy.
Yeah, man. I'm feeling good today.
Still, though, maybe economy not so great in this round, but that timeout, perhaps it's a bit of a read from Coach Junior. The rest of Team Secret right now, so far, when they go in for some of those coordinated hits, it works out a treat. But this time, taking it slow off of the timeout.
Man, the economy's a little funky here for Zeta, but because they've got the overdrive, you're able to pop that for depth. You're able to kind of give still Laz and Crow the rifles. 10 there has the stinger. Maybe can blast pack into some success. But Zeta here fully hoping that on a weaker buy, they might be able to trick Team Secret into making a B hit or something like that. But actually, right now, Team Secret fully taking advantage of this space.
With that space, of course, they get the spike planted, but with the positioning that Zeta has, it's almost as if they're anticipating some of these op plays and jump spotting around stairs too.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Jesse's got the op.
Trying to get a read on this. Earlier on it was Dubby, but then he swapped it over because of the positioning. But right now, Dubstep just pushing further in. Overdrive has been popped, but unfortunately, just not quite having that speed. Dubstep shuts it down. Now Laz from behind, but he's only one guy. What can you do? A man in a tin can, and he's throwing everything that he's got at them. Nothing left to lose, but Jesse Fast claims it anyway.
Yeah, this is really good stuff here from the side of Team Secret, and it's slow and methodical at the beginning, checking all their corners, but not giving away any information. It's slow. It's not giving over those sound cues. Really on A, keeps Zeta planted, and then Jesse, with his utility, able to get some great spots on the back of this combo with the Rolling Thunder, and that allows Dubstep to just push up and start mowing people down. Phenomenal reactions there from the side of Team Secret. Those on-the-fly calls that they're able to make, especially when Jesse's setting them up, is so, so good. So the initiators there, worth their weight in gold for Team Secret. Now a Hunter's Fury as well for Jesse. Crow's still on those Seekers, though, so has some ability to kind of counteract, potentially, some of the space that Team Secret may want to take. But right now, they're being very, very cautious. I think they're hoping for a Seekers to maybe be popped a little bit early, and then they don't give away too much.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think it's also a little bit of anticipating perhaps Zeta going for some forward plays. The rest of them looking for that early bit of information from Zeta. But Zeta right now not really giving up all too much, and because Team Secret are all rounded up towards the A site, they don't have anything around B or C. Now the op's been sounded off. 10 makes a call, and Zeta makes a move.
10's got to be real careful. He can't play hero on this site. He has got to get out of dodge. This is very, very scary right now.
Yeah, there we go. Last pack, back into safety. Hunter's Fury is going to get popped, and unfortunately, it does tag up 10. Orcum finishes it off. Team Secret gets the site.
But you got the Hunter's Fury burn. Laz one away from a tour de force. Don't expect him to pop it this round if he gets a kill, but you never know. He's quite comfortable with it.
Oh!
Hello!
Up from the top of the vantage point. Now makes his way in. Seekers not quite yet popped. They're just trying to do what they can, but now dropping down. Borkum had to spin so much, couldn't find the shot. The rest of them making their way through, and that operator is slowly diminishing away. Envy now, the last one left around the site, tries to stop the spike defuse, actually able to take out Crow. Jesse Vesh swaps over to the Vandal, and with Deb just holding it patiently, he takes down Envy. Manages to stick it to halfway. Jesse with the shock dart swaps over to the shorty. Oh, and he still lands the shot!
Just barely. Depp, if he had had the confidence to stick that at half, I should say, if he had kept sticking it when Envy's first utility hit him, he would have been able to get that round. But he didn't. He pulled up. He was afraid. He didn't trust his teammates there. And I think I got to give, as great as Zeta has been on this map, I gotta point out, I think if he had just stuck that, trusted his teammates, I know they both ended up dying, but he could have gotten that to half and potentially still gotten the result with the win instead of him dying there at the end.
Sometimes it's that voice of anxiety and pressure nipping away at your heel, and it hits the best of us. So it's tough right now. It is that last chance qualifier, and of course Zeta wanting to take this map away from Team Secret. They're trying everything they've got. The second timeout being called right now.
And once again, if Team Secret can find the empty space, they seem to do a really good job with it. And isolating and identifying 10 there, getting the Hunter's Fury to connect onto him, just completely knocking him out. Again, 10 also has to have a little bit better kind of understanding of his situation. I think I get what he's thinking because it's just the op shot. He's not fully convinced that it's a hit, right? Like he's like, well, they might just be trying to, see if they can find a pick. Yeah. Maybe just kind of playing kind of a single person on one end with an operator like they like to do. But this is kind of a death ball situation here for the side of Team Secret, and he's not able to fully read the situation and get out before he is dealt with, and that gives Team Secret that extra man advantage that helps in the long run win them the round.
At times too, I mean, it's a bit of heroics from Zeta that brings them over, but right now not working out too well. Off the timeout, it's slightly broken economy. Team Secret making use of that space again, trying to push in through. Laz, he's done it once before, and now Team Secret are very aware. So, Recon Bolt out, Rendezvous away, and Team Secret pushes into the C site. Sugar Zero, despite trying to hold some close angles, gets taken out. Crow trying to get a little bit cheeky, pushing through the dog cover, gets traded by Jesse Vash. 10 in depth, they're trying to create some havoc, but here he comes! High gear, and he swings with the stinger.
How? How does Dip get that kill? Please show me that from his perspective on the replay.
Oh! He turned around! One shot, one kill! Zeta takes it 13-9.
Everything you wanted here from Zeta. The fist pumps from Laz, the chamber from Laz, Depp on the Neon, 10 on the Raze, Crow. Let's just, look, we've been, looking at this guy, wanting him to step up. Phenomenal performance on this guy here today, Quack. This was one of the best showings we've seen from Crow all year. His utility was beautiful. His reactions with the Seekers in particular, absolutely crucial with those timings on that. Almost won them around a couple rounds ago, some other rounds before. Hit some great counter timings with those Seekers, dude. Thrilled with what we saw here from Zeta. Team Secret, a great response, a great punch back after a rough first half, but Zeta, I think, caught them a little off guard with this comp here today.
I don't even care about my predictions at this point because this Zeta story is making me feel things. First of all, Laz, like you're talking about, he's got 26 kills, 330 ACS, topping the scoreboard, 4 first bloods off of some of those shots from the Tour de Force or the operator. And the rest of it too, like you're talking about Crow, sometimes, yes, he's a little bit quiet, but today, in that last round that we saw actually, a couple rounds ago, in that retake, getting those first 2 shots really made it possible for Zeta to close in the distance. The rest of them too, though, I mean, you're talking about Depp and that stinger kill. I need to see how that happened too.
Oh my God, he actually stopped and scoped into for that. That's nasty. They just showed it. Look, folks, this is why we have been begging for Laz on Chamber. This is why in 2022, when you talked about some of the best players in the world, Laz was creeping into that conversation because of his Chamber play. When you talked about the best Chamber in the world outside of Ye, he was one of the guys in the conversation, folks. This is why.
This is 100% the Laz that we need to see. And that's the thing. This was Team Secret's map pick. Zeta stole that away because of this ancient composition, because of the way that the map started. I mean, if you're Team Secret right now, you got to be quaking in your boots a little bit because the next map is going to be Zeta's map pick.
And Fracture, I'm not going to be shocked if you see a very similar agent comp from the side of Zeta. You might see
wouldn't mind
Crow
a
on
Neon.
a different. Yeah, I'm fine with most of the same things. Maybe you switch Sugar Zero over to the Brimstone and then Crow on a different initiator potentially, maybe a Breach or something like that. But you know, this is scary because what you've seen here on these two maps that you haven't gotten to see yesterday from the side of Zeta is very, very different, and they look much better.
So much better. I mean, this team now a little bit more confident. Yes, there were some moments where they got pressured, and Team Secret really almost came back in that second half, starting to make use of that tiny bits of space, but perhaps Junior also, Coach Junior, saw a little bit of gap in how Team Secret sets up their post-plant defenses, and that's why we saw after the spike went down, I mean, Zeta came in full force. I'm thinking about Fracture, though, and to me, it's also a little bit of that redemption story, because remember, Fracture was the map where they actually got knocked out of playoffs from T1, so I gotta see how Zeta improves off of it. Right now, though, we're gonna go to a quick commercial break, and then our desk is gonna come back to break it down, so don't go away. They will come back with all the analysis. Around the spike has options. Oh, but Jesse Bass gets a read on it. Just turns back around the last.
A lot of damage done here, and Death finds Borkum on the entry. The fault line missed.
But unfortunately, that's too far apart. Crow is in it. Jeremy will not survive. Team Secret are definitely struggling. There is quite a bit of resistance. Team Secret now just punker. 2 kills going their way. 3 they gives himself a Team Secret taking this slowly, bit by bit. Now trying to do what he can with a judge rounds. And now you're running out of time. Trying to break into dubstep and how he plays around this. Switches target.
Excuse me, no doubt about it. And have this angle on complete lockdown, and there's none coming through.
The front's a little bit open, so it invites me around this. Team Secret gonna earlier on it was Gubby, but then he swapped it over. This guy has been caught, but unfortunately having that speed, guy, what can you do?
Show me that from his perspective on the replay. Wow.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
running, yeah. Oh, what you think is funny? Funny, yeah. Oh, flash in the candle. I'ma go Rambo. I'ma get lit, no candle. Bedroom looking like a scandal. Drop it low, make that go down to the floor. Let me see you shake some more.
Welcome back to VCT LCQ Pacific. We just finished Lotus, the first time seeing these two teams face up against each other on this particular map, and Chamber coming out for the very first time. This was Team Secret's map pick, but I think the Chamber just threw everyone in for a loop.
I think it's not even just the Chamber. I mean, Zeta looks like OG Zeta, the Zeta that really took us by surprise, especially internationally. I keep saying it because I'm not usually, you know, being able to have the honor of sitting with you guys watching their games all the time. I'm watching them internationally, and that's been a long, long time. So for me now, I'm like, yes, I'm getting OG Zeta back. The teamwork is impeccable.
I really like what you said there, Jess. I mean, the truth is, this has been so far a pretty rough year for them. And we were talking about the fact that if they're going to come here and deliver, they're going to have a little bit more inventiveness, a little bit more creativity. And again, this is a team and a region that is historically a little bit more conservative, a little bit less quick to change. And so to see how they played here today and with a lot of new ideas, that's really exciting.
Yeah, they definitely showed up today, and you could see the smiles on Laz's face every time he was like demolishing someone.
He was having villain laughs. He was going, ah.
I mean, wouldn't you if you were the MVP? Like, very dominantly the MVP of that map. I mean, he put up numbers. And surprisingly, I turned to Victoria halfway through the first half when they were on attack, and I was like, it is weird how much power he's having on attack as Chamber. I was like, you should not be getting away with a 2KD with Chamber and moving around the map the way you are. Like, Team Secret should be punishing you. And then, of course, he was able to do just as well on defense. So I really think, yeah, Chamber's really a comfort pick for him. But is this something we're just going to see from them from now on?
Yeah, I think Paper Thin's been saying it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And he is absolutely right. Laz just is meant to be on that Chamber. And I think this whole team, we're going to go into this in a bit, but this whole team really set him up for success there. Team Secret, on the other hand, they didn't seem to know how to react to that. Dubstep was getting his kills, but they just weren't the impact that they needed. In fact, let's go into that. The first half, you were mentioning just how tightly knit they seemed.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised by the teamwork because when someone picks a comfort pick like Laz going onto the Chamber, sometimes they can do what I call is like hero plays. Yeah. They're on something that's very comfortable for them, so they start to step out of bounds away from the team. They do solo plays, they make hero plays. For Laz specifically, he was able to play alongside his teammates to ensure that not only was he powerful, but he was fortified. Yes. If he was going to die, he was going to be traded no matter what. If they were going to take an engagement, it wasn't just him, it was multiple people at all costs.
In fact, let's pull up round 8.
Yes.
I think this was a good round.
This was a really good round. I mean, this is where Laz sort of just begins out, and this is where the defensive aggression comes out from Team Secret. They were expecting it, and rightfully so. I mean, you can see the duo there of both 10 and Laz. And, this is intentionally made so that the swing comes out from 10. If he dies, he can at least be traded from Laz. But no matter which angle they take it, there is an engagement to be had. And then Jeremy, of course, he wants to trade. I mean, he wants to be the impact player. 3 players, they don't care that he has an inferior weapon to them. 3 players made sure not just utility, but peaks and trades were to be had. That is incredible teamwork, and I think no one would disagree with me for me saying this is some of the highest quality gameplay we've had in LCQ thus far. I would say absolutely.
I absolutely agree, yeah.
In fact, we're going to keep talking about Laz. I know it seems like a bit much, but guys, you got to admit it was so impressive. Let's go into the round following directly after this, all the team play, but then Laz had his solo moments.
Yeah, this was round 9, and this was a moment where we saw Laz get that last pick, and it's a moment where you go, okay, this is possible. By the way, Team Secret, we thought, okay, if they don't get this, they're never going to get it. They still managed to have a close fight no matter what. But Laz gets that second pick. And there's a moment where the Killjoy's guarding B, goes back up into A, comes back down. That actually allowed for that setup over onto the B site, getting that utility there. We see Laz come around the corner during the defuse, get the kill, and really delivering. And again, it's very exciting to see this reinvented Zeta here that is looking so strong.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like, I mean, you were mentioning this in the green room earlier, maybe all of that that last overtime kind of just gave them that confidence.
I was
like,
hoping.
yeah.
It was such a
Yeah.
risk. I said, Victoria, I took such a risk going for Zeta, considering how strong Team Secret
Yeah.
looked and how shaky,
Yeah.
Zeta have looked. But I really felt like mentality plays such a big role in Valorant and in FPS as a whole. So I was like, this is when they can really ride that wave. We're making waves here in Pacific. Well, they're riding it here today.
Absolutely. Like you said, like evil villain laughter. Let's well, now round 17 was interesting. We saw after the, going into the second half here that Secret was looking like maybe they could keep up, catch up here. But then Laz comes here, gets the flank, gets a second one, and you can see Secret right now still isn't doing anything about it. He just creeped in there, pushes. He's such an aggressive chamber here, taking them one by one. Then they're going to C Hall, panicking now. This is a semi-eco round, by the way, for Zeta. They are just caught in their traps there. They don't know what to do with this coordinated team play that we were talking about earlier. They're just looking so good. Laz is amazing there. He is almost like a duelist chamber right now, just pushing into all of this. But I think this is what we're talking about. We don't want to see just Depp or just Laz. We want to see the team come together.
And it's interesting you said that because we showed some team play in my clip, so it's not just, Laz and friends. I'm glad it is a team effort here, but Depp had such a huge performance last night. He really had to dig deep to get them into this match. I'm glad Laz was like, you know what, buddy? Sit back for this map. I've got it, no problems. Have a little bit of rest. I can understand the stamina after breaking the kill record yesterday on LAN environment. So Laz was like, I'll step up, no worries, bro. And I want to be interested to see how that flows into the next map as well.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? Japan has one of the biggest Valorant audiences. I have to say, in this region, they must be going wild right now.
Oh, they've got to be so happy. And by the way, talk about a lot of pressure when you have that many people watching. I mean, the viewership is disproportionately the biggest that we've got here over in Asia Pacific. But one thing that made me really excited about Zeta is that they did not seem to be as conservative. We have a lot of times where they go all the way up to A and they go, now we're going back over to B. And they go, how much time's on the clock? We're going back over to A. And they're not waffling. They're not seesawing. And you can see that it's really paying off.
Yeah, I mean, that's so true. In fact, you're absolutely right. In fact, the pacing of how Zeta has been playing this entire map is so un-Zeta-like.
Yeah,
And we saw it in map 3 yesterday. Like, they've been trying to overcome this, but into map 3 yesterday, they started doing that old Zeta, like, kind of panic, like, delay. But that is not the case today. You're right. I think if they carry this on into Fracture, this is a really good tempo. And Fracture is another very dynamic map where you actually need to do that. You cannot be slow. You can't hesitate because you can easily be pinched in. Now, do we think this is going to be a 2-0? You were like, don't say that.
Victoria, I want the audience to understand right now is Victoria has turned around at least 4 times in the past 15 minutes.
You fair weather fan.
Yes, and she goes, oh yeah, this might be a 2-0 if they keep playing. This might be a 2-0. And I said, if you keep cursing it that way, we're certainly not getting a 2-0. I hope for Zeta fans out there, Victoria hasn't just cursed your team. So if something goes wrong, to blame. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely always the Dust's fault.
Cast the curse.
But all right, let's talk about Fracture here. This is Zeta's pick going into it. What are some of our expectations?
I mean, a lot of what I said at the start of this, I feel like has turned out to not be true. At least my concerns with Zeta. They really did come in here reinvented. I think Zeta's going to be a real threat. I think Team Secret, they did manage to pull together in the later half of map 1. It was kind of funny because it looked like, as it started, that was going to be maybe one of our shortest games here in VCT. And then Team Secret did step it up, so they have proved they can be adaptive. But I think Zeta's probably got some big plans and some big ideas here to deliver.
I am still worried about the one little bit of kryptonite that you keep bringing up about Zeta is its speed. Okay, let's say they have worked on Lotus, and I think if you did look at the map draft, you would have been very, very confident that Lotus would have been one of the picks, given what these teams have banned against each other previously. So Zeta may have prepped that map and may have felt confident. Coming into Fracture, it is their pick. Do they move as fast on that map? You can get punished very, very severely on it, and the way they were double, triple peeking on Lotus, especially towards spawn, you could do that on the map. But can you really do that safely on Fracture the same way? I think you get punished a lot more, and it's not so forgivable when you extend out. So I'm worried for Zeta in that if they have this new playstyle that's very un-Zeta-like, do they still hold confidence when things go wrong, and do they have redundancy plans when it does?
No, that is definitely a really good question. So they need to carry that momentum here. And you can see Paper Thin said this as well. We were expecting to see a very similar comp, and it's pretty much, pretty much very similar. We got Crow on Breach, and I think they're set up for success here. They did choose this map, and with a run like that on the first map, they must be feeling so confident right now. But Secret, they know this is it. If they get pushed down to that lower bracket, it's going to be a really tough fight. With that, we are going to go to map 2. Maybe Jess was right. I cursed everything, and it's not going to be a 2-0. But at the way both of these teams are playing right now, I would love to see all 3 games played out, both by Zeta and Team Secret. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Paper Thin.
And excellent job on the desk, but this is a little bit of a curveball from Team Secret. Although, excuse me, this is Zeta's map pick, the agent composition from Team Secret's side is something to be wondered about.
Yeah, I was kind of curious if we were going to see the EG, essentially, style of Fracture here from the side of Team Secret coming into this, but actually, no. It's Jesse Bash on the Killjoy, which is super fascinating. I think it's the first time all year he hasn't played an Initiator.
Not even all year, his whole career.
It's his whole career?
Seen it before, yes.
Oh my gosh.
This is his first ever Killjoy. Meanwhile, I guess it does free up Jeremy to go for that raise, and then of course Dubstep back in on the Jet, so maybe we're gonna be able to see some op antics, but how effective is it gonna be?
Well, again, I think Zeta is showing, maybe held their hand a little bit yesterday, held the cards close to their vest with what their true what their true form is, right? Like
is their final form?
Yeah, exactly, man. They're really Dragon Ball Z-ing us here. Like they're just taking their time to show us, that level 3 Super Saiyan that apparently that they're digging into. So, I mean, but this is, like the desk is saying, it can on Fracture punish you a little bit with some of that aggressive play, but at the same time, if your team is fired up, if everybody's kind of on the same page, you can also smother your opponents. Now, Laz is going to be under a ton of pressure here early. A little bit shown from Borkum over towards A, but everybody else is swinging into B, and Laz wisely gets the heck out of dodge.
He was trying to go for a bit of a pick, but unfortunately he's going to have to back off. The rest of them, though, you're talking about an aggression, and they're pushing out of A. They're trying to set up a fifth flank, but they don't know that Borkum's really in the corner, so Depp, unfortunately, is going to lose his body. The rest of the team now trying to come on through. The Frenzies will not really connect, and Envy gets the shots instead. Now the rest of Zeta trying to push out of Canteen. It feels like Team Secret has a read on this, though, and Envy just swings back around, rears his ugly hand, and now he's going to nail down Zeta.
Oh, this is just an absolutely stellar round from Team Secret to start. So many good things here that they do. They send Borkum out enough to A to get the info that there's pressure from Zeta. And then they swing into B. Laz has no choice but to get out. Then they set up the turret and they set a trap around the turret. There's a crossfire here from Sewers and from Borkum on the other side of the box, as well as coming in with Envy from the stairs. So this is just, it's hard to draw it up much better than this for Team Secret. This is an absolutely well thought out pistol round that completely put Zeta into a position where they just fall right into the traps of Team Secret. So good read here to start from Team Secret. Now again, though, these Thrifties are much more dangerous with a chamber in play. With Depp grabbing a Sheriff, a couple Frenzies as well.
And they heard that alt orb too, so Team Secret recognizing that danger, they're going to back up. In fact, if they actually push into B, it's completely open, and Zeta has to go in for a quick retake. They're trying to make some plays happen off of the Sheriff that Depp has, but it's going to be tough. Again, Team Secret, Borkum, everyone's getting a read on this. They see it all too clearly on the map. And at the same time, you've got Jesse Vash inside of Tunnel, and he's going to be able to peek out with the Vandal, but Temp goes in close. Could be, he's going to pick up the Vandal. Tosses it over onto Depp instead, although there is a kill coming out from Jeremy. So Team Secret now a little bit more aware of this.
That's a little bit of a misstep. Dubstep trying to cut off these reinforcements.
Depp just trying to go in for it, though. Trying to create a bit of that chaos. The rest of them swinging out from the sides because of it. They're trying to get as many kills as possible, but yes, you're right. Because of time, unfortunately, they're all going to have to back off, and Sugar Zero dying to the spike.
Well, all things considered here for Zeta, that's not a terrible round. And again, I think Team Secret has a pretty decent idea of what Zeta is trying to accomplish on this retake. It seemed like they were pretty well aware of this rotate over towards the tree side, but Zeta still, again, able to kind of stack up together, work together, you know, play for these trades that Jess was talking about at the desk. And they're able to take Jesse down, grab his gun eventually, even though there is the cover, to make sure that, you know, potentially that if that Vandal is dropped, it's dealt with, but it's able to get just enough around the corner. They're able to pick it up and still do some damage with those frenzies. So Depp on a judge, as now the arcade pressure that had been shown so much from Team Secret here early is where Zeta is putting a little bit more of their attention, but it's actually the dish push. A couple pistols, one rifle with the Vandal, Bulldog as well for Dubstep, so.
Yeah, right, trying to reposition around this, but drop is kind of left open, and that was one of the issues. However, as long as they can land the shots, it will still be good. With that A-main control, Crow swings back around, but gets traded off by Jeremy. 10 comes in through the door now, and it's these little choke points that kind of block off the entrance. However, still sharp shooting coming out from Team Secret. Borkham gets one of his own. It is all up to Depp and Laz. Although they are in position, they don't quite have line of sight.
Just another bit of a kind of misread here from Zeta on what Team Secret's adaptations are going to be. The relay bolt is going to completely miss Jeremy. Oh, Laz.
Well, relay bolts, but also relaying off of one another. They actually go in to take control of A-main, and then Laz wraps back around, which is a pretty good play. Envy now having to be made aware of this. He repositions up on top, which gives him the angle onto Depp. A bit of a flash coming out as well, and Laz not quite able to recenter his sights. Team Secret gets the bonus.
Yeah, this is so good for Team Secret. Again, forcing tendencies, you know, out of Zeta, or I should say kind of just keeping Zeta thinking that, okay, it's going to be another arcade push, maybe they're just going to try to B. You almost have to have that map where they went B every time, right, in the back of your head, as something Team Secret could do to you, where they just bully a site over and over and over. But this time around, they use that against Zeta here, and they crunch into A-main. And even though it's a decent reaction from 10 and Crow, it's still not enough overall, and 10's out here. Oh, okay.
Well, still the trade's coming through, though. I mean, a fantastic start from Team Secret, right? And then inspires confidence for them to go in a little bit harder onto this A site. It's a full 5-finger death punch onto the site, and Zeta has to kind of react around this. Unfortunately, they're not quite able to block. They're not quite able to jab back until the stingers ring true. Envy tries to strike back, but Crow comes down hard on him.
Yeah, and this is a really nice reaction from Crow in this round. He hears the alarm bot being placed outside of the door, doesn't opt to go for that kind of, you know, surprise door open with the stinger to try to get the kills. Instead, assumes that that's going to be an angle that's not going to be pushed or pressured. He takes a bit of a gamble, but it pays off. He swings over to the box here at the front and able to set up this beautiful crossfire right at the choke point of the site. So again, Crow looking really, really good here today for Zeta.
Yeah, I'm going to call it a little bit of hubris from Team Secret too. I mean, there was a sky smoke. Crow with that well-timed flashpoint as well completely stopped Team Secret. Off to the next round, however. Again, because Fracture is such a chaotic map, 4 points that you have to look out for, it's tough for teams to get a read. But this is what we're seeing from Team Secret's composition. This is why we're seeing Jesse Vash on that Killjoy. Dubstep gets to pull out the operator, and off of it, he's looking for a pick.
Yeah, and he's quite good with this operator. Him versus Laz on those ops going to be a point of interest for sure on this map, but right now...
Laz is on the other side.
Exactly. Hey, Laz is completely on the other side. You read my brain there. Like, Laz isn't anywhere near this. But look at the way that Zeta's setting up for this. They've read this pressure here from the side of Team Secret with that fault line as well. So catching Jeremy here, kind of nullifying this showstopper. Zeta with a really smart potential retake coming up.
Yeah, so far Zeta's been pretty good on reading how some of these ultimates will be played, and that's why they play so far back. Depp trying to stop them from getting the site as well. Throws out the fast lane, throws out the relay bolt, and then kicks things into overdrive. He's looking to push off Team Secret, but with 30 seconds left, Team Secret has no choice but to commit. They already have tower. Laz is watching down some of these angles, though. The operator trained in. Oh, but here comes Dubstep as well. Jesse Vash out from tree, but not quite able to peek out. Depp just trying to hold them off for as long as possible, sending out a couple of beams. Jesse Bash makes use of the smoke to actually push up front, but Dep's already back on the Vandal. And now it's only 5 seconds remaining. Can't plant this spike. Hit by the Aftershock and the paint shells. It's gonna be Dubstep trying to hold on to this operator. He gets stunned, he gets concussed, and he's trying to crouch to stay alive, but Zeta chokes him out.
Just so smart here from Zeta. A great start for Team Secret, a good punch back from Zeta. Playing so patiently here, able to dodge the showstopper, not playing anybody on site. Depp finds a great little timing there to sneak in, get a kill, and then leaves with his overdrive intact, you know, just in case. And then they utilize their utility, the Rolling Thunder, into the Aftershock, into the paint shells to delay. And there's no hope for Team Secret to ever even get that plant down, and they take the op away, and it's an eco for Team Secret. Sugar Zero sitting on an orbital strike. Kind of curious if he's going to wait for that lockdown or not. We've seen on this map it's a little bit more difficult to kind of hold on to your, or not, I should say, let loose with your ults instead of holding on to them against the lockdown, because it's harder to find that angle into the sewers, because you have to commit, you know, people, you have to commit bodies often to really get down in there to clear it without an orbital strike. So my eyes are firmly on Sugar Zero this round to see how he wants to utilize this super powerful ult.
Well, he's just gonna play it safe for now. Team Secret anticipating peaks or pushes, trying to bait them out if at anything. They want some more firepower, right? Again, with the pistols, it's just difficult. And I don't know if Dubstep has his blades popped. Even if he does, it's difficult to pull it off. We've only got 50 seconds left now.
Grenade around the corner, 10-1.
Wow.
10-2.
10-3, nope, not quite. The rest of them backing off, and Zeta, they're just gonna hold things down. There is the third.
3 in a row and a flawless, man. Just Sugar Zero doesn't even need to get involved in that round. It's just completely smothered by 10 and Depp.
The duelists. I mean, this is looking fantastic as a response from Zeta. Although they lost the bonus, now coming back 3 rounds right back at Team Secret. It's a lot of patience and reads coming out from them. Knowing that it's an eco, they might, you know, be up close. They might be trying to make some plays around the spot. Laz calls out the B is clear. The rest of them just holding out around Hall and drop.
I think we're going to see some kind of fake here from Team Secret. So Team Secret so far has been pretty standard with their hits. It's been pretty obvious where they're going to be going. And so I like, again, after those first 3 rounds, the changes, one of the bigger changes Zeta has made here is they're spreading the map and they're playing for retake. They're not, or playing to or hit a choke point, like collapse onto it. And that's what's getting them a lot of these rounds, getting them these successes here. So I think as Team Secret now, you need to start spreading the map a little bit more yourself. You need to maybe set up a fake. What I would like to see from Zeta in response is like a fast hit, like a fast crunch. I would love to see that. Maybe even use the orbital strike to set up something crazy. I mean, it would be so unexpected. I don't expect Zeta to do it. If any team's going to do it, it's like not them.
That's the thing.
But I think it'd be really fun to see.
I think it would work out really well as well, because that's something you got to do the unexpected, right? And if Team Secret, they're calling this timeout, that's the thing about Warbirds. He's never too hesitant to step in and intervene if something needs to be changed, if there's some execute that he sees could open up a site. But if Zeta goes on the counteractive as well, it might throw them off. At least for now, it is happening. They're pushing out from bridge side of the spawn, and Depp manages to catch Dubstep in the back.
Beautiful.
First rifle gone now. Jeremy comes in for the trade, and they're trying to hold down some of these sight lines, but Envy's down low. Crow takes him out and ends out to Barkham. He's coming out from sewer, but unfortunately not quite able to make it happen. Jesse, 1 HP. The shorty's gonna end his streams, and Zeta puts themselves up on top 4-3.
This is a beautiful timeout from Junior. He did exactly what I wanted to see here. I wanted to see them get aggressive. I wanted to see them set up some kind of crunch onto Team Secret, and that's exactly what they do. With Depp leading the way with that Neon, he is able to buy you so much space, get that opening pick, and then they've got Team Secret completely trapped. And I was a little bit worried about Crow there for a second, left on his own. Didn't matter. Didn't even get to the point where Team Secret got to the point where they made contact with him.
Oh, yes. Fantastic. Truly reformed Zeta, now going on the offensive at times. It begs the question for Team Secret. They might start to leave people around spawn area just to watch in case there are flanks now. And off of that, again, back to another eco. Yes, Jesse Vash on the Guardian, Borkham on the Stinger. they're trying to find whatever they can get. Dubstep pulls out the knives, and here he comes. Out from on top, he takes down 10. Orbital strike just to hold off the rest of the squad though, and Dubstep's kind of alone.
Just a beautiful stun from Envy to set him up for that. See if Zeta can get something going here, but that's a great execute for Team Secret.
Here he comes, he's hopping around. He managed to get the site.
Good board.
Question is, yeah, he's still around the back, and Zeta are surely paranoid about this. Dubstep, oh, he's going for it again. Down to 1 blade, however. The incendiary flushes him out of position. Now he's just dancing back and forth between covers. Unfortunately, wins the blade, and Jeremy now has to watch his brother's back. The rest of the Zeta squad trying to go up front, but again, time is ticking. It's running out. The angles just do not quite favor them. Depp tries to go in for a bit of heroics, but Envy strikes him down from behind. The last one left, and with such a valuable weapon, he backs off and keeps it in his pocket.
Yeah, this is a great response here from Team Secret. A pacey hit on the back of this Blade Storm. Envy having so much impact with his utility. The stun to set up Dubstep for the first one. The Rolling Thunder to almost give him a second onto Crow, but still to buy them the time and the space that they need to get into these proper crossfires, make things almost impossible. I mean, Depp with a nice little transfer there, but Team Secret just with a very smart, well-calculated round. Now you got to start thinking as Zeta, do you put Laz into radar? Yes, I like this a lot from Zeta. I think it's a really good pivot point for this chamber.
Oh my god, he actually lands the shots! Outside from Dish, he finds one. Team Secret continues to push out from main though, but they get completely thrown in for a loop. A wrench in their plans, and Crow ends it off with a double kill.
A nice attempt here from Team Secret. It's what worked for them in the previous round, try it again. Use that Envy utility to set up your duelists, to set up Jeremy for the showstopper. Sure, he gets one. But again, it's Zeta playing for each other, playing off of their duelists. Always somebody there to back up either Depp or 10. And it's a counter, you know, again, it's the counter here from Sugar Zero. Laz there, again, I wanted to see him up on that dish to cover it. He's able to take down Jesse Bash with the op, and that immediately basically gives you the info that that's probably a solo player. I can hightail it back over to help out my teammates.
Which is incredible. Right now, it's being sounded off again. Jesse Bash calls for this. The rest of the squad trying to press in on A main once more. But it's all too clear for Zeta. The paint shells will kind of discourage Laz from re-peeking though. And off of that, there's a little bit of space that they can work off of. Jesse Bash still has the lockdown, but although they're flooding into the site, oh my goodness, Zeta, they're not quite able to land their shots. Crow comes back in for the trades, and unfortunately, Jeremy answers right back. And with a thrifty win, Team Secret ties up the score.
Back and forth we go. Team Secret here not letting up off of the gas. They are just pushing Zeta and trying to force them into situations where Zeta has to scramble, where Zeta can't really take a moment to think about how they want to play these retakes. Never even given the opportunity. That one-way there set up for Envy, catches Laz in the corner. And that paint shells early to displace Laz really helps Team Secret out in this round. That operator never gets to sing.
Such a little thing, and it causes so much mayhem. Laz now once more, unfortunately not quite able to make it sing, but now he does. And the rest of Team Secret continues to push through anyway, kicking up the pace.
I like the pump of the brakes here. The Rolling Thunder gonna set this push up, but oh my god, Jeremy gets to the back lines!
And now Crow gets to go in even further. Depp going along with it as well. 10 now creating that chaos on the other side. Team Secret not able to push in.
Well, if you had told me that this is what we were going to see today with Team Secret versus Zeta Division is some W keying, I would have told you no. You're an idiot.
Yeah. But this is awesome. I mean,
it is a lot of fun.
Coming out from the regular season of Pacific, not at all what we expected from Zeta, but a very welcome sight. Team Secret, on the other hand, trying to fight fire with fire. They managed to pull themselves back in for just a moment, but now here we are. Last round of the first half, and it's 6-5. Dubstep, op for op, and he's peeking out. Oh, spots the foot, gets the wall bang. Now Depp comes out from the other side, but not expecting Envy in the corner. 2 shots back to back, so sharp. Oh, ooh, it's a one tap.
That was
Where are you going, son?
That is nasty. All right, and Dub here. Oh, I thought he was going to be good for that, but just a little bit off the mark. And Crow with a 1v5 and a Rolling Thunder and an Orbital Strike? I don't think so.
Oh, hit that! Oh! Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, a Phantom Burst. Jesus Christ, everything thrown at Crow.
I'm running out of breath, man. That was an exercise. That was a workout, dude. That was quite a fast-paced half towards the end there. I mean, Dubstep, or not Dubstep, excuse me, Envy there, just hiding in the corner, not really accounted for in the mental calculus for Zeta. We see that kind of crop up with them every once in a while, but Team Secret, well aware here after they take out Laz on the other side of the map. Good work by Dubstep to kind of recognize that angle and get the op of his own, kind of cut some funds from some of the other players, and it pays off brilliantly for Team Secret.
This is something I'm thinking about because, yeah, you got the two duelists, both raises actually popping off and doing so much of the entry work, whether it's on the retake or Jeremy actually pushing in off of the blast packs at times. But it's also the operator coming up from Dubstep as well as Laz, right? You live by the op, but you also die from it.
Yeah, and I mean, that was going to be a big point of interest for me here when I saw that early attacking side op for Dubstep, was how much of that part of the game plan for Team Secret was going to pay off, especially going against such a talented operator player like Laz, and it did pay off in the end. The first round didn't go their way the first time, but in the long run, Dubstep, they're able to better Laz. And now you go over to the attacker side with 6-6, though. I tell you what, I don't know if that's good enough for Team Secret. With this comp, again, this is an attacker-sided comp. Anytime you have a Neon on Fracture, it basically is an attacker-sided comp. So, yes, thank you, Laban Pinas. Yes, I'm aware. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the pineapples. I will admit it fully. But anyway, what I'm saying is this is going to be a tough defender-sided half for the side of Team Secret.
That's right. Composition.
And what we saw on Lotus, right? This isn't that different than a lot of the ideas of what you're trying to do.
That's why, again, I feel like sometimes it comes down to a little bit of that coordinated play if they want to go for it. What I like is the idea of Laz being that individual player to lock down certain angles with his operator or his sort of force. Meanwhile, Dubstep can do the same thing on the defensive side. You also have this Killjoy, though, and that is something that can be used to delay Zeta on their pushes. So it's not impossible. It's very, very doable. And it comes down to how well coordinated Zeta can be on their attack.
And that puts a lot of pressure on the 10 with those paint shells, potentially to be clearing those nano swarms and the alarm bots and that kind of thing. But I like what you're saying about Laz, and I think the thing I like about Chamber versus, hold on, this might get spicy. I might have to hold my thought. I think Team Secret's gonna let this plant happen and be just doing a little poke checking here.
Well, the Sky Smokes are down. Spike will get planted too. Team Secret just positioning themselves for this, but they have to watch their backs because Laz is coming, he's coming, and now 10 fires off on the classic. Right clicks, left clicks, he's nailing them all. And now Envy tries to fire back on his own too. Unfortunately, not quite able to do enough damage. It leaves Jesse Vash on the long rotate. Coming down from drop, it's a little bit too obvious, and Laz is coming in to check.
Saw the elbow.
Ooh.
Gets the headshot.
Watch his body fall.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough round there for Team Secret. Zeta just really good to get out of the way of some of that utility without taking too much damage. Envy pretty on point with it, but again, oh, what a shot from the 10. That's just great. Great reactions from him. Hits another headshot even. Of course, with the classic, you're not going to get that kill, but yeah, Laz is ready for it after seeing the elbow. Look, one of the big differences I want to talk about here is the Chamber versus the Killjoy, right, on this attacker side. The Killjoy is more of an information gatherer, more of a flank protector. Laz is also in that flank protecting role, but it's more dangerous because if you run into him, it's a lot more likely that you're going to die to him than it is if you're going up against a Killjoy because of the natural Chamber utility, right?
That's one thing that I really like from Laz right now, because first of all, the rendezvous, and also with how he goes for lurks sometimes, where here come the right clicks. Jesse, Vash, Borkum, they get some of their own, and then the automatic weapons fire off. Envy tries to pull out some heroics with the Sheriff again, but not this time, brother. Laz comes down all the way onto tree, and Jeremy, only a classic in hand.
Yeah, this is rather difficult. No gun to be able to pick it up unless he can take out Crow here. Crow's not ready. Okay, now he is. Okay.
Not the cleanest, but still a really decisive round for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the tough part of some of these rounds is, especially on Fracture, there's a lot of places you can hide some of that short-range weaponry, especially on the B side, whether it be in tower or behind those boxes or near Gen or near Canteen or something. There's so many of those little angles, and it can be really difficult to clear them all, but still Zeta does good enough. I mean, that's fine. Again, with Laz there on that chamber, you're able to basically get a Sheriff with a slightly less investment. And curious to see what they want to do. Dep's already on the rope coming back. It's kind of a different look here. They're going to let Laz lead the way. I think this is Zeta trying to sell kind of a fake, if that makes sense.
Yeah, around bridge, right? I wonder if that's why Team Secret peek back, but Laz! Oh, the eagle eye! 2 hits popped off! And now Team Secret has to recover. They're positioned around the door, sure, but the site, it's already been taken. Borkum as well as Envy kind of close, but Jesse Vash, I think he's calling for the save, not moving away from B site. Now just looking for some exits. And all it took was 2 headhunter rounds.
I mean, I thought this was going to be more of like a trying to maybe sell some false information, but Laz is just too good, man. He should never play anything but Chamber ever again. I mean, just forget it. It's just, he's such a treat to watch.
You heard it first here, folks. Paper thin 2023.
Nothing but Chamber.
Nothing. Oh my God!
Goodness gracious.
Another flick. Well, Borkum answers back, but it's just to hold on to these rifles. Zeta again, they're going hunting!
I mean, the confidence here, Quack, from Zeta is through the roof. Wow. This is not the Zeta that I'm used to seeing.
See this in regular season of Pacific?
No, we did not. And that's what we've been begging for, right? Like, as everybody, fans, analysts, talent, everybody across the world.
Oh my God!
I just threw my pen in disgust. That was nasty.
Paper thin prophecy foretold. Junior execute. Never again. All right. Last on Chamber.
Well, and now, I mean, the scary thing is for other teams, regardless of how today turns out, you don't want to play. You don't want to play Zeta on these maps. No, Jeremy going for the what I call the Jing box. Yeah. Jing loves that box.
Double satchel up, but he bypasses it with the fast lane. Slides underneath him too. Jeremy managing to get Laz though, so that's a little bit of impact gone. However, still got to watch out for Sewer. Borkum coming back up around the top. 10 just watches it down. Jesse Vash trying to pull off some hijinks, but Depp has got it covered.
And only Depp on 5 health there. If Jesse just pulls the trigger.
Man, not too big of a problem now. Jeremy trying to find some of these angles. Slowly traversing across, isolating it. But look at the angles being held. Depp, 5 HP, not able to survive, but Crow already trained it.
4 in a row for Zeta. 3 away from ending this and going straight to the grand finals.
Unbelievable.
I'm just tickled. I mean, I'm just so pleased after what looked like a unbelievably concerning start to this LCQ for Zeta yesterday. And a very back and forth, a very long, exhausting match against RRQ. To come in here today looking like this.
First of all, yes, yesterday was a little bit weird. But this Fracture, I mean, maybe they saved this up, but look at how they actually went in for that. First of all, Jeremy with the Jing box, sure. But the way that Depp fought that with his own aggression, it's something that's so confident coming out from Zeta. We don't always see this like we're talking about. And with the 4 rounds in a row now, Team Secret are feeling the heat, that pressure. They lose this, it's bad economy, it's 11-6.
And 1 away from a bunch of big ults, Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, Tour de Force, even the Overdrive for Depp, all important. You do have already Showstopper and Orbital Strike, and I think that's why Zeta's pumping the brakes here a little bit. You know, Depp trying to take some contact if possible. Gonna sell this fake here, or at least try to.
No way.
But he's just stopped by utility. He can't push forward.
Which is okay. I mean, he's pulling these 3 players still on the site. Dubstep tries to go in for the shot, but unfortunately, it's only a leg. Flashes come out, and he is going to have to back off. Jeremy tries to go in for the showstopper, but Laz punches him out of the air. Dubstep trying to fire back, but unfortunately smoked off. Can't see anything. You can't shoot what you can't see, and Zeta just gets the spike plant off of that.
Unbelievable. Now Rolling Thunder available here for Crow. He's already dialing it up, aiming it towards the generator.
Out of charges.
And there's a long flank being attempted here by Jesse, but he's got to get on his horse.
Oh my god. It's down to that sniper duel again.
Off your feet!
Right off the utility, and Laz. So
oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
You try to go through the valley of death, but Laz just blocks you outright. And now, Jesse Vash, the last one left alive, despite the rest of Team Secret trying to go through. He's gonna get caught on the ropes! He's gonna get caught on the ropes, Paper Thin! Oh!
It's caught on the ropes, and Team Secret is on the ropes in this match. Zeta 2 away. And Team Secret gonna have to pop another timeout. Dire now, and Zeta sitting on huge ults to boot. Quack, this is, I look at this, the showstopper, and Laz with the quick flick shuts that right down. And it's nothing but just art from Zeta today. It is art. Someone call the Louvre, because we're gonna put this matchup in there.
I mean, Laz on the operator, that's his brush. This map, or at least this series today so far, this is his canvas. It's unbelievable what we're watching right now. With 5 rounds won in a row from Zeta. Remember, the third one was won off of 2 Headhunter rounds. That's crazy. Team Secret, you mentioned, you know, backs are against the ropes. What do you do when you're in such a position? You can't continue to block. You have to come out swinging.
I agree. I like what you're saying. I think that's kind of like what we saw on Zeta in the previous timeout that Team Secret took, right? They came out swinging, and it won them around. I think you're absolutely right. I think as Team Secret here, you've got to try to just shut this down. You've got to put some pressure on Zeta to try to confuse them. Now, that being said, even when that's happened, Zeta at times has reacted to it pretty well here recently. We've seen where, like, Jeremy gets like past like a couple players of Zeta and they're still able to deal with it. So Zeta is just so locked in right now. It's going to be difficult. And you can see already though, Zeta's looking for what you're talking about. The danger ping coming out of A main there, Quack, leads me to believe that they're suspecting exactly what you're talking about. But for right now, Team Secret content with these shotguns to try to play more of a up close and personal style.
Which I don't mind.
I don't either. This is also a very good response to this, because this is something that does sometimes, saw it previously on the other half, trick Zeta, where they're not ready for some of these angles where you're holding with close-range weaponry.
That's the thing. I mean, they're going to anticipate the swings coming out from Team Secret. That's with the pings that we saw earlier on. But if the time passes and Zeta doesn't see all that much, they're left with no choice but to make a move. And as soon as they go into the side, if these angles, these corners aren't checked, they're going to be in for a rude awakening.
And with the information that Jesse has with this Killjoy, they know that this is almost certainly a tree hit here. And so, like, so much pressure on Jeremy to get this first kill, maybe 2.
Oh, he's got to be good for it, though. Yep. Relay bolt. Oh, okay, first shot onto 10. However, here comes Dubstep. The Sheriff will not sound through. Paint shells, and Jeremy hops off this ivory tower. Invi comes in with the Sheriff. Oh, a triple kill of his own. Invigorating Envy shuts down Zeta.
Yeah, and this is so great here. The setup for Team Secret is so nice with Jesse over on the A side with the turret in A main with the alarm bot nano combo outside a drop. He's ready for any kind of A hit. And in the meantime, they can lean in this direction towards B. And Envy just absolutely gorgeous with that Sheriff.
First 2 shots.
That's a much needed round for Team Secret.
Just a micro adjustment because he anticipates the next peak too. Oh, but here comes the up! Les! The Japanese sniper strikes back!
I mean, I was just about to say the tour de force is ready. Dub's got his op. Can he win that battle again? This time around, it's going to go to Laz. It's unreal. Look at the ults available here for Zeta. Such a scary round. I mean, a couple big ones as well for Team Secret, so this could get very messy very fast.
Could be a big round, but it also could be Zeta just trying to force Team Secret to burn out some of these ultimates. So the Rolling Thunder from Envy now, but it doesn't do all that much. 10 still lands the shot with the showstopper, and he brings down the party. Everyone has arrived. We've got all the snacks, all the drinks. And Team Secret, do you want to join us? I don't think so.
They can't. The money's just not there. Well, the money is there. I take it back. I actually think they need to go for this.
Oh, God.
I'm a bit surprised. They have enough money to buy one more.
It's 2-on-5, I guess.
But with the way the score is, right? Because this is going to be the 12th round for Zeta, I almost feel like you should probably go for this.
Oh, my God, Depp!
Well, Depp is in just full on. Just go for it.
Movement and then 10 to come in for the peak! A 4th kill in this round for the guy. And it's match point for Zeta Division.
I love the way Zeta, once they hit the go button, Depp just starts pushing space. He's aware of the ults available. I mean, this is the biggest. Right there, that pick there, and 10 ready with his ult to counter that Rolling Thunder. It doesn't matter if you're stunned up. It doesn't really change much with that showstopper. But also, Depp is pushing space. He's clearing out any of those angles and getting away from where that Rolling Thunder is likely to be coming from. So he's able to kind of help bail his team out if that Rolling Thunder hits, you know, at an inopportune time. But still, all of the protocols so good for Zeta in that round.
His talent is unmatched now. I mean, along with the hard work, you can tell he's been spending some time in the lab on this Neon. Dubstep trying to go proactive with the blades. But it's going to be tough. Match point. Again, so much pressure. Goes in for the swing. It's not meant to be. Crow and Sugar Zero, you've been melted. Team Secret, how else do you anchor down the sights now? Again, all for the upper bracket final, and Zeta are right at the very edge, right at the precipice. They want to take it home. Laz, watching down the sky smokes. Jesse Vash heading a little bit curious.
Yeah, this is great awareness here from Zeta, sensing that something's amiss with that smoke. And they don't want to mess with it. You know, Laz willing to invest a couple headhunters. Envy has to go nuclear here if this is going to go anywhere for Team Secret.
Just got a Vandal, a couple of flash points, but he doesn't know that they're there. Can't really peek out either. Oh, and it's the wallbang. Take a dirt nap, Envy. It's time to go to sleep. Zeta has the sight. Borkum's right around the corner, but he doesn't have all that much else. Maybe the incendiary to deny the spike plant, but that's about it. Jesse Vash has to go in from the other side to pick up a weapon. But now Depp pulls out the overdrive. They sense this. It's scary. Laz watching the flank. He knows that Jesse Vash wants to pick up the weapon. Relay ball comes through, and here comes Depp. One more player remaining. Jesse Vash gets tagged up. A good crouch takes off Laz's head. But then the aftershock. At this point, you're running out of time. How do you push through? So many players on the other side. Oh, God.
It's not possible.
He's still persistent, though, but Zeta Division are aiming with pride today.
Huge win here for Zeta. And everything you've wanted from this team for Zeta came together. This is just absolutely brilliant stuff across the board. The whole team, the coaching staff, the players deserve a ton of credit. And Laz on that chamber, no doubt he is the truth. He is unbelievable with those ops. He is unbelievable with the chamber utility. An absolute talent. 10 on that raise has been fairly consistent. He's done a good job. And Depp on the Neon. He does a lot of the dirty work here for Zeta. His stats might not be out of this world, but the space he gains and the lack of fear that he has is so invaluable for them.
The lack of fear, or whatever else thereof. I mean,
and Crow today, dude.
Yes.
Crow was nuts today.
He actually has the most kills on his team for this map. Although 10, Laz, and Depp, yeah, they're getting a lot of these impactful frags. Sugar Zero with 12 assists. Crow actually tops the scoreboard with 10 higher up on the ACS, of course, but still. The man, the myth, the legend, Laz back on this chamber. Never put him on something else.
That's what I'm saying, man. It was such a treat to get to see this here today. We haven't got to see Laz's chamber in quite some time. I've been so just hopeful that it would come through, and you guys could see why. I mean, there was no doubt that this guy is one of the best in the business on that agent. and he provides so much value in so many different ways. But it's a team thing. It's not just Laz on the chamber. It's so many of the other aspects here for Zeta, and the comfort and the confidence that flows when everybody's in their natural role.
And I'm just about to say too, I mean, this is, first of all, the warm, fuzzy, nostalgic feelings, but very reminiscent of that Cinderella run that Zeta had, you know, just a couple of years ago, when everyone's flowing together, everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, exactly. And there's so many things behind this. I mean, Laz, first of all, so good for those first kills. I think he had 9 between the 2 maps, topping that stat for Zeta Division. He's so reliable to give you those odd man situations. I'd be super curious to know what the first kill, conversion is here for Zeta, because I imagine it's pretty good.
Seems like it should be.
Yeah, it should be pretty good, but it's a team effort here, and it's what I've been begging for from Zeta. When I was just losing my mind yesterday on the desk, just wanting to see so bad.
Right? Watching this, I mean, you have to think, maybe, I'm getting a little bit over-eager here. I'm an eager beaver, but Zeta looking like this, if they're the ones who gets that ticket to Champions LA, I believe they can make a pretty good run.
Oh, today made me a believer for sure.
Country. Yeah.
Taking down a very good Team Secret team as well. Yesterday, after that Gen.G match, I was like, because I had predicted Zeta to win the LCQ, and most of it was on the back of this Laz Hopium with him on Chamber again. And now that happened, great. But yesterday, with Team Secret looking so strong, I was really starting to doubt that pick. I was like, man, Team Secret was so clean yesterday. They were smothering with their map control, but Laz single-handedly is able to start breaking that apart with this chamber because he's so consistent.
Yeah, just think about it again. I mean, it was round 15. The Headhunter, 1 shot, 2. That was all it took. It's incredible, but that said, I mean, moving forward from this, first of all, it is a Zeta division that moves forward into the upper bracket final. They get a little bit of breathing room before the grand finals of this LCQ. While on the other hand, Team Secret, they weren't slouches, right? Jeremy and Envy had some impactful performances of their own. Some of those shots with the Sheriff, they were pretty good, but they will be going down to the lower bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, here on this map in particular, Jeremy and Envy were really, really impactful. A lot of that breach utility was super good from Envy today. He was really making some of those hits difficult. He was setting up dubstep quite nicely in a couple of those moments, some really good flashes to set himself up on that pistol round as well. So things like that were good for Team Secret. But I think, again, maybe, just maybe not fully prepared, especially on that Lotus. I don't think they fully expected what we saw in this agent comp from Zeta potentially. I don't know, maybe they did, but even still, it's hard. Even if you know it's coming, sometimes it's hard to shut this down.
Again, because it was such a long time ago that we saw that chamber, and then we didn't really see on Lotus because Lotus wasn't in the map pool yet. Now we see it. Of course, maybe Team Secret's a little bit unprepared for it, but they're gonna have to go in for that lower bracket run anyway. It's gonna be a true test. Meanwhile, right now we're gonna invite Laz for an interview with Kyungmin because he has gotta say so much. So Kyungmin, take it away.
Yes, I'm here with Laz of Zeta. I mean, we all saw Laz back on Chamber, super excited. And today was Zeta's second win on LCQ. And you definitely showed up today, dominated today's match. So how was today different from yesterday's match?
LCQ 2勝目おめでとうございます。昨日も勝利されましたが、今日の勝利と何か違うところはありますか？
そうですね、僕個人としてはもちろん、チェンバーが久しぶりに出たマップで、昨日のマップの、で使われたキャラとも全然違くて、で僕がチェンバー一番得意なのはもう本当にその通りだなと思ってるので、得意なキャラをここ一番でなんて言うんだろう、ちゃんとパフォーマンスが出せたっていうのはすごい嬉しいなと思ってます。
Individually speaking for myself, the agent I used today, Chamber, was a lot different to what I used yesterday in the game.
Yes, it was.
And then Chamber is my favorite and my best agent, so it feels very good to play him.
Our favorite too. You playing Chamber, like everyone was screaming. Okay, and today, compared to yesterday was the longest OT we had, and today 5 players popped up so well. Everyone doing their great performance. So, how did you all get back in form today? What was the difference?
昨日は、最長のオーバータイムなどがありましたが、今日は、比べてみるともうみんながみんな大活躍でパフォーマンスも最高の状態であったとも皆さん言っていますが、どのようにやってそういうパフォーマンスを出せたんでしょうか？
まあ昨日が結構久しぶりの試合だったのもあって、まあなんていうかな、まあウォーミングアップは言い方おかしいですけど、まあ1試合目のヘブンボコボコにされてからの、まあ、その後ちゃんと勝ちきれて、でちゃんと2ヶ月ぶりぐらいの勝利の後に、まあ今日につながって、でもちろん今日結果がどうなるかっていうのは分からなかったんですけど、本当にみんな強くて、でこれ強いゼータを帰ってきたんじゃないかなとは思ってます。
Well, yesterday's game was the first game in a long time for us.
Oh, yeah, it was.
And then Haven, we got kind of smashed, but then we got the first win in the 2 months. So that was great. And then today, everybody showed up, great performance, and got the win.
Yeah, I think Laz did a big role for this win today. And also, everyone was still talking about you and Chambers. So I gotta ask this question again. So how can you rate your individual performance today?
皆さんチェンバーのことを話していると思いますけれども、今日の個人的なパフォーマンスで点数つけるなら何点でしょうか？
そうですね、まあ、今年で一番良かったかなとは思ってます。ただ、まあペイ外しちゃったりミスもいっぱいあったんで、まだまだ良くなるということで、まあ、10分の7か8ぐらいだと、はい、2の伸びしろが残ってると信じてます。
It was the best performance from me so far this year.
Yeah.
But then I missed my op shots, and then there were little mistakes there and there. So I'd give myself 8 out of 10, and I believe that the 2 points is for the potential I have left to improve.
Oh, okay. For me, it was definitely 10 out of 10. And all the fans here rooting for you, they will be so proud of today's fast and speedy match. So can you send a message to them?
ファンに一言メッセージお願いします。
皆さん応援まずありがとうございました。アッパーファイナルで勝つことができて、次決勝戦、まあ、LCQ は1枠なんで、絶対に勝たなきゃならない試合が明日か明後日に続きます。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you all for your support. I'm very glad that I've won the upper finals, and what's left for us is grand finals. And this is the LCQ. We only have 1 slot left, so we definitely have to win. So please keep cheering for us.
Yes, I really hope to see you again. And thank you for the interview, Laz. Yes, we had Laz for the interview. And next coming up, we have Zeta's fan meeting. So don't miss it, fans. And I'll toss it back to you, Victoria. Bye.
Thank you, Kyungmin. And Laz is looking like he's feeling on top of the world right now. This is Zeta's redemption right now. And honestly, through Fracture, it was a 6-6 at the half, but Zeta was still looking very strong. In a lot of those rounds, they were just slamming them with straight up gunplay.
I gotta say, I am so pleased with how Zeta's performed here.
Oh, yeah.
They have really reinvented themselves. And look, they get to go to the next level, and they get a little bit of that cushion because of the nature of the bracket. So I couldn't be more happy.
Yeah, I think for me, looking at those first kill differences there, I mean, that's just a huge nail in the coffin. I mean, if you're getting first frag after first frag, I think the stat came out for FPS as recently that said if you're getting the first frag, you're likely to win the round 70% more than you would have if you didn't grab that first frag. So it's a very big win condition for a lot of these teams. For Zeta, I mean, clearly it's just one of those things that they were able to run with and get away. But I still think TS played really well considering the circumstances. We have old Zeta back. We have Zeta that deserves to go international if they keep playing in this performance. And I think if you're TS right now, I wouldn't be upset I lost to this Zeta. I'd be upset if I lost to the old Zeta, the last week Zeta. I would be upset that I lost to that team. So I would still hold my head high if I'm TS today.
Absolutely agree with you there. Jeremy and Envy, like Paper Thin pointed out, were doing well. You know, they got their shots in, but there's just something about Zeta's play today. It's just those really fast contact rounds. They just wiped out Secret so quickly in some of them.
Yeah, I think they were very, very activated. I mean, the Zeta that we've seen in the past has been a very conservative Zeta, one where it's like, we're not going to commit to anything until we know. We're going to, and this isn't always bad, but, you know, we're going to economize as much of the time given to us in the round. But it did lead to a little bit of predictability. And really, you know, obviously there's all sorts of tactics you can set up. There's all sorts of strategies you can employ, but it's important to have a bit of randomness, a bit of unpredictability when you're coming into that. And I think we saw that a little bit more here with Zeta. So it's really good to see them kind of redefine how we really look at this team.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one thing what we did not want to see was Zeta going a bit too slow. Like timing that, pacing a bit too slowly. That definitely wasn't the case on Fracture for the most part, except for one round. In fact, in that slow movement, maybe that was on round 18 why they lost. Or Secret was just reading them really well and being prepared.
Yeah, and I think this is a great round to kind of remind everybody of what a threat Team Secret is. They were super broke in this round, but with, excuse me, a really good setup, really good smokes, and kind of infiltrating this position, they managed to deliver here. And, you know, we see the very tail end of this round, but the lead up to it was like a full minute of silence, right? Where, you know, they let the clock run and kind of spring that attack. But a really good round there from Team Secret. Obviously, they're not out of the tournament yet, so we got to keep our eyes on them for sure.
Yeah, that's right. They are just moving into the lower bracket tomorrow. Now, we're talking about Laz all of you know, the last Death segment because he was great and he was fantastic again here, but Crow really stepped up as a breach.
Yeah, I was really happy to see because, I mean, we'd spoken about Depp yesterday, but for today, then we got to speak about Laz, and I thought, okay, is it going to be the Depp show again? Is it going to be the Laz show again? No, we get more of a supporty player on your screen, which I really enjoy. We can speak about duelists, you know, till the sun, you know, the cows come home, the sun drops, but now for Crow to come into a map where a breach player is very, very important, and that's mostly because of utility. But if you look at the attacking half of Crow, you can see 231 ACS. This all looks very pretty. The KD looks the most pretty, of course. That's very fantastic. But the attacking half, he died once, and that was it. No one could touch him on their attacking half. And on a map like Fracture, where those execs, outside of the one we just displayed, are really crucial to getting a lot of the rounds, getting plants there, or at least attempting plants, are what are win conditions for most teams on Fracture. So he said, I'm in, I get us down, and at least we can attempt the plant. He was a huge factor in this win here on Fracture, and I think without his impact, we would have seen a very different second half.
Yeah, so I think what we were talking about in that first map, it really pulled through here in the second map. Every single one of Zeta's players pulled together as a team, and their head was just in the right space. Full confidence going on, changing that pacing to a lot faster, not hesitating on that. I mean, I think you were absolutely right, guys. If they're the team to make it to Los Angeles, I think they have a really good shot over in Champions.
Certainly, and I mean, this whole tournament, this LCQ is really a feat of itself if you can actually come out and survive. I mean, just to have the stamina to get through it, and the fact that you're going to have to be reinventing yourself and coming up with new styles of play since all that information's out there for the other teams, it's going to be very cool if they can pull it off.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's a really exciting week. And again, Zeta is moving into the upper bracket. We are going to go on a commercial break, and when we come back, we are going to go into the next matchup with RRQ and Gen.G, and we're going to figure out who's going to be facing off against Zeta tomorrow. So don't go away, guys. We'll be right back.
Trying to go in for it though. This repositions up on top, which gives him the angle onto Depth. A bit of around this. Unfortunately, they're not quite able to block. They're not quite. Stinger brings through. Infi tries to strike.
Corner 10-1.
Wow.
10-2.
No, not quite. The rest of them backing off. And Zeta, they're just gonna. Oh my God! He actually lands the shots outside first one. Team Secret continues to push out from main though, but they can complete. Now Depth comes out from the other side, but not expecting it. I don't think. Oh! Hit that! Max, Laz is coming. He's the coming. And now 10 fires. I wonder if that's why he's another machine. Nothing. Oh my God! That box almost up, but he bypasses it with fast lane. Slides under, fighting the rest of Team Secret, trying to go through. He's gonna get caught. Oh boy! Again, so much pressure. Goes in for the swing. It's not meant to be. He's still persistent though. But
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings.
unstoppable. You coming unstoppable. And you cannot be one of us. You are no wonderfuls. You are no wonderfuls. Coming unstoppable. You are no wonderfuls.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
Zeta Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Taiwan Esports,
EFM가 저희 젠지는 for the power of friendship 諦めないで勝ち上がります。
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
Hey guys, and welcome back to VCT Last Chance Qualifier Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we got Jescoat and Tasteless. We just finished our first series of today, and Zeta going into the upper bracket looking stronger than ever. Now we're going to find out who will be facing off against Zeta next. We got RRQ and Gen.G. Now this is going to be an interesting matchup very early on in the Pacific season. RRQ actually lost to Gen.G. This is when Gen.G, remember when Gen.G looked amazing? So RRQ actually lost that. This could be their redemption arc.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ was another team kind of like Team Secret that we mentioned earlier, where we had some pretty low expectations. It's just, you know, they're from a region we don't hear a lot about, you know, historically tactical shooters being big there, so we didn't know what to expect. And look, they had a rocky start, but as time has passed, they seem to have really gelled with the live environment, with the competition. You can see that their strats are really panning out and finally paying off. And I think they've got a real shot to go the whole way here. So
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what they're going to be delivering for us here today.
I have to echo that statement. RRQ was one of the easier ones for me to predict throughout today and throughout possibly the entire tournament. I was worried for my Talon boys, oh, if they go up against RRQ, things are going to be troublesome for them because they're a team that we spoke about rigidity with Zeta and them being able to overcome it. I think RRQ encompasses fluidity. And I think that that's the kind of thing in this kind of meta where some teams are trying to be a little bit more structured, that a team like RRQ can come in and be like, hey, well, we can read what's happening in the round and we can play to our strengths to get a win condition on our favor. So I like them. For someone like me that loves strats, it's very hard to watch a team like this because you're like, what's their set strat? What's their set comp? What's their set this? What's their map pool? I don't know, but these guys, I hope know, because Gen.G has got to pick the right maps today for them to even have a fighting chance.
You know, Gen.G is a team that I look at and it's like, they're so good sometimes, but the problem is they don't seem to be very adaptive. It seems almost like they're a puzzle that can be solved, and once they're solved, they don't seem to be very quick to try to reconfigure or come up with a new identity as far as playstyle goes. So we got to see how they're going to do here. Obviously, this has been a marathon of a tournament. I imagine all of our teams are somewhat exhausted, the ones that have survived so far. But I actually think this is going to be a tough one for Gen.G.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. There is something going on with Gen.G right now. Like you said, they have so much potential, and in the early part of the season, they looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
They were one of the best teams in
Yeah.
Pacific. We didn't think T1 was going to go to Champions. We thought it was going to be Gen.G, and then something happened. You can see it in their mental. It's like they're trying so hard to stick to their playbook, but almost a little too rigidly, and it's not paying off. And the moment you see them start to flow, that's when they start to get those wins. Yesterday with the Gecko, that was a really interesting, 2 days ago with Talon. Sorry, Jess.
No, that's okay. Just open the wound, pour salt into it, no problems.
But yeah, they had some really good ideas, and Talon had obviously a lot of trouble facing up against that.
Yeah.
So if they can bring back that energy and being a bit more adaptable, this could help them a lot with RRQ.
Just looking at these stats, probably the one that you want to look at here, and something that we sort of gestured towards in our first series of the day, is Pistol. Again, I thought it would be a closer match between Team Secret and Zeta. It wasn't, so Pistol wasn't necessarily that influential in the match. In this one, if Gen.G want to have a fighting chance here, that rigidity and those set plays that RRQ doesn't necessarily use as part of their ammunition and their arsenal, I think Gen.G needs. So they need to have money in their pockets, they need to have the utility to play around, they need to have the weapons, and they need Meteor to be popping off as the tip of the spear for them as well. So all of those things are win conditions for them, but you spoke about puzzle. It requires every single piece to be in its perfect place, and I worry that that rigidity will be what forces, you know, a loss out of them here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It does seem like if the first couple rounds go as planned for Gen.G, they do seem to really hit their stride and kind of map it out. RRQ is a very chaotic team. They're very interesting to follow here. I think that they're also one of the best teams when it comes to like stopping halfway through a map in a timeout and actually really figuring out what's wrong, like tightening those bolts, so to speak. It should be a good match. I think it's either going to be really close and a real back and forth, or I think it could be an RRQ stop.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Their coach, Ewok, really takes advantage of those timeouts, really reads the other team really well, and you see that payoff almost immediately after their timeouts. So here we got the map win percentage of these two teams.
I'm a little worried because I feel like RRQ tries to be the team that has a really deep map pool, and they pretend they do, but they actually don't. And so that worries me a little bit, because if they come in with this faint idea that they have an open map pool and they can ban what they want, they can play what they want, I don't necessarily agree. I think it's going to be easy against a team like Gen.G. You can ban the best map, you can get rid of the Haven, the same thing Zeta should have done and did do today, and they learned their lesson and they got rewarded as a result. I'd like to see RRQ come in and go, even if it's a good map for us, Gen.G's really strict in how they understand their maps. Let's get rid of their best, even if it maybe hurts us, because we like to think we have a deep map pool compared to Gen.G.
Looks like our players getting ready to come out a second here. You know, RRQ, I did that little content piece with them early on this year and got to know the players pretty well. I got to say, it's a really fun team to root for. I mean, they're really burning with this charisma. I love when they come out, they're always kind of lighthearted and funny. It's going to be interesting.
They got the Riz?
They got the Riz.
They got the Riz? Okay. To be honest, I was sitting out when, watching Talon, and I was the only Talon fan, and I was surrounded by Gen.G fans. I was outnumbered.
You're
and
in
it was
enemy
just me
territory.
clapping, and then every time Gen.G went around, it was just the roar around me. And I was on the Talon side, which felt a little unfair, guys, to be honest. Maybe you should have gone on the Gen.G side. So the fans are in abundance. They've all flown here, and traveled here to be able to cheer on Gen.G. I hope we got some RRQ fans. It's a bit of a way if you're an RRQ fan and you're a bit of a local. I would say, yeah, that's going to be less of a crowd. You're going to be a Talon Jess in the crowd if you're an RRQ fan.
I mean, that's that home field advantage, right?
Yeah.
You get a Korean team like that. But we did before have some RRQ fans here in the audience, and they were pretty damn vocal. So, yeah, I think it might be
I think the Indonesian fans are very passionate about it. Now, we got to talk about our key players that we're going to have a look at. And it's going to be Elimi, Moore, and King. These are our sentinel players on these respective teams. And I really think these could be the make or break team members that really carry the winning team forward.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Meteor before, and you can speak about the duelists and the tip of the spears, but the same way we spoke about Crow in the last series, really I think the glue of the team is what's a necessity for both of these rosters today. I think they will frag it out. I think it will get scrappy and messy, and it's going to be up the mid to late round where these guys step in and make the difference and make the calls. That is going to be the difference. I don't think ACS is going to be relevant. I don't think KDA is going to be relevant. I really think it's going to be how they use utility and communicate with their team.
Yeah, looking at King, I mean, this guy is kind of, for me, the peak of the the one that's going to have any sight locked down, especially with Killjoy. I mean, he's always good at randomizing that Killjoy utility. He's also just good in these moments where it's like, well, it's really all going to be up to you. Can you hold this position?
Yeah. Yeah, we did see, I mean, we saw that ace earlier from Ellie Moore coming on this map, Split. Just really smart usage of utility. This clip, in fact, where, you know, getting that map control is going to be really critical for RRQ and not just crazy frenzy gunplay, which I know you had mentioned that you want to see a lot more strategy come into this.
I do, and I think for RRQ, especially when you're looking at someone like King, he's used to people pushing him in a really stringent format. I mean, okay, APAC's known for their crazy, witty, whimsical, I think is the word that's used in the international stage for APAC. So
that's a nice way to put it.
Whimsical.
Whimsical.
Whimsy, they play with whimsy. I think this is something that is said about the APAC region. You guys don't know this?
I prefer controlled chaos.
Okay.
We know
I
what
like
we're
that.
doing,
Okay.
and they're just gonna go in. I say we because like there's just pride coming in here.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
The
Yeah.
whimsy is a nice
I
way
would
to
say
put
the
it.
casters cast with whimsy, though. I think there's a little bit of that.
Yeah, exactly. So look, we're going to be throwing the whimsy back out into the universe to everyone else. But I think with that, Gen.G likes structure and they like going up against structure. RRQ is not going to give them that, and they really have to rely on King to adapt in the moment and move a lot of his utility as well. I'm seeing teams not doing this.
Yeah.
They just keep placing all of their utility in the same spot, and I think to myself, you've got to adapt in the moment, guys, and King is going to be one of those key utility players to do that exact thing.
With that, let's talk about our predictions.
It's raining yellow.
So if you don't do that, King, this is why. I see you have a lot of faith in King right now. It is pure RRQ right now. How strongly are you feeling it? Is this going to be a 2-0 kind of like prediction or a 2-1 kind of game?
So I'm pretty confident with RRQ here. I mean, they've really won me over. I was one of the doubters early on that was honestly a little bit more dismissive of the potential of this team. But honestly, with every passing map I see them play, they look better and better. And I can tell you, just from talking to the team personally, they really want this.
All right, we're going to talk more about this, including your input on this, Jess. But we're going to go to the stage. We're going to check out RRQ and Gen.G. This is Last Chance Qualifier Pacific. We are going to the second series of today. RRQ is coming out, and today could be the day where they redeem themselves. We've seen so much evolution since the beginning of the Pacific League 4 months ago. And then, RRQ had lost to Gen.G, and Gen.G was looking in their peak form. Are we going to see a complete turnaround today?
It's going to be a really exciting match. Again, these guys were so hungry to make it. And in such a brutal tournament like this where there really, well, literally is just one surviving team, so much is on the line. I think this is doable for them, but it's not going to be easy because Gen.G is hungry as well.
Oh, look at them walk out. I wonder how much prep time they've had for this match particularly. You know, we spoke about it in the last match. Neither Zeta nor Team Secret really had an opportunity to put in a lot of the groundwork that was necessary to counter. So that comes down to trusting yourself, trusting your own game plan, and hoping that it works out in the moment. Gen.G's a team that has a lot of set plays. They're good to go. Unfortunately, stylistically, they're going up against their kryptonite, and that is going to be RRQ here.
Yeah, RRQ is going to be coming into this, trying to be disruptive, trying to play the mind games. You know, foundationally, Gen.G has always been so strong. The question is, you know, are they going to get solved, or are they going to get, you know, decoded, so to speak? And if so, RRQ could be very vicious and very difficult to manage.
Fun fact, by the way, is that there's only one player on RRQ that is older than 23.
Really?
Who?
Flip.
Wait. Oh, Flip, of course. That
Flip
makes
is
sense.
younger. Everyone else is a young, fresh blood and gunner. And conversely, on Gen.G, we got some of the, you know, the older pack.
That's right.
Yeah, we got some of the experienced ones. So.
I got a not fun fact.
Oh,
You want
okay.
one of
Yeah,
those?
count me.
One of these
I love
teams
no
is
fun.
going home. how not fun is that?
Yeah, that was
win.
not nice. Well
Yeah.
done.
You
Thank you.
win the not fun fact.
This is a
of
fight
today.
for survival.
Okay, yeah.
And one of these teams is going to die.
One of these teams can take the train home. The other must take the plane.
That's
Oh!
Rap God, yes.
That's what I'm here for, baby.
Oh my goodness.
Never put Tasteless and I on a desk again.
Get a hold of yourself, analyst.
Oh, goodness.
This is so exciting. We got the group hug here. Everything they prepped, it's all going to come down to this. Again, we had an insanely long day yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy overtime. I mean, these players, they go home, they go, I assume, right to bed, or maybe do a little bit of reviewing and then right to bed. We're talking about prepping and conversations literally in the van on the way down here. I mean, it's a real marathon, all, 6 days of LCQ.
That's right. Now we're going to go into our map picks. RRQ banning that split straight away.
I'm wondering if this Haven, this elusive Haven, gets brought in. Not a surprise to see Bind taken out. Bind is very unpopular in this region for a lot of the teams. And okay, there we go. They've decided. And again, RRQ is the type of team that is happy to go to it because it's their favorite map by far. Lotus coming in as well. And not a good one for RRQ. So actually, this could go to 3 maps because map 1 is very much favoring RRQ. Map number 2, RRQ's played it twice and they've lost it twice. So they have not a single win on that particular map, whereas Gen.G goes, yeah, we know you don't, and we also love to play it, you know, a mixed bag of results on it, but we really like to play it.
And if we are fortunate enough to get that map 3 that you were mentioning we might be getting, it's going to be on a map that has been very tried and tested. I'm not familiar with the stats on that one specifically, but I think that should be a pretty close one if we get down to that.
50-50 exactly
Oh, wow.
between both teams. Okay, it's played a bunch more by Gen.G, so if we're looking at sample size, maybe Gen.G has a leg up over RRQ, but both teams 50% win rate on it. So really, that one is just, let's see who's got the most stamina to play with.
I mean, Haven being that first map, though, I think our predictions are probably going to hold true. Given the history here, RRQ is the one who won 13-2 with Zeta on Haven yesterday.
Very impressive.
We got ourselves, is this a full-on mirror matchup? I think it is. No, almost, excuse me. No, it's not quite. We got an Omen over here for some.
I mean, and the Astra, you know, APAC has always given me the best Astra vibes in the world. I think some of the best Astra players in the world come from APAC. I will always stand by that. So every time I see Astra being brought into the mix, I think it's difficult to play well, but when you've got a good player, it really does, you know, capitalize on the strengths of those particular teams.
Yep, and then we do have GE staying in for this roster. Emin, I don't think will be stepping in today, so this is it. No swapping around players.
Yeah, not the usual rotation they normally go with. And of course, going into this, I'm going to be watching EJ on that Jet. He seems to be so consistent, so on top of it.
That's a scary Jet player. When we talk about cracked Jets, yeah, I want to add him to the top 10 list in the world at the moment because the way he's performing is really, really top notch.
Well, the question is, are they going to have a repeat performance, RRQ, on Haven? Or, because I'm pretty sure Gen.G does not want a repeat performance of their Haven yesterday against Team Secret. With that, we are going to go into map 1. We got RRQ versus Gen.G. We're going to join our casters, Paper Thin and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Jesgoat, and Tasteless. Yes, it really is a not-so-fun fact for today because really, I mean, now we've used up that extra life. There's nothing else left to lose. I mean, they've already lost quite a bit, Gen.G especially, I think, and some of these players are really taking it seriously. Their heads are bowed down. I think Zephyr's praying.
Yeah, exactly. There's no more credits in the arcade machine. There's no more redos. This is it. You don't have any more quarters left. You know, mom and dad only gave you a couple bucks to use in the arcade, man, and it comes down to this. Can you pull yourself over the line here? RRQ and Gen.G, and look, even though I think a lot of us are favoring RRQ here in this match versus what we saw with them versus Zeta and what we saw with Gen.G versus Team Secret, especially given those results now, you definitely got to lean here, RRQ. But Gen.G, if they can just kind of all be on the same page, keep their spirits high, keep their communication good, then absolutely they can get this done. So to me, I'm going to be really focused on how they're reacting to things, how they're moving around the map here versus the pressure that RRQ likes to do. Like what the desk is talking about here with these mid-rounds that RRQ likes to do. It's kind of hard to predict, so you got to be really prepared for this.
Kind of like what Victoria was talking about, right? For Gen.G, I mean, we've been saying this since the start, well, halfway through the Pacific regular season, something's up with Gen.G. These guys now, I mean, the mental game has to be there right here today, because if not, you are going home empty-handed. RRQ, yesterday we saw that their early game plan against Zeta was great, but of course you can always count on Meteor for some sharp shots. He's going in for a second one as well, but okay, after a couple of whiffs, he manages to recenter and gets into this mess center, massive LB more. Goddead comes in through to assist his teammate as well, so this puts up a roadblock for RRQ.
This is just all on Meteor this round. The way he's able to react here, the spot as well from TS gives him another easy one. 2GE finds one, but Goddead in response, able to shut him down. This is a really interesting round here from Gen.G. It looked like to me they were setting up for an A main crunch there. The recon dart out early from TS into A lobby with Goddead and Meteor trying to set each other up for a potential pickup there. Nobody pushes out here, but at that moment, Meteor does stick around. He decides to just kind of wait this out and see if there's a rotate, even though there was a huge presence from Gen.G on the other side of the map. Meteor is able to pick up right where he left off yesterday on Haven, putting up some big frags.
Yeah, I mean, he had like 6 first bloods yesterday, I think. Close to 20 overkills. However, that's another thing that I want to think about, that is that it comes down to those Sentinels like we mentioned. King is supposed to be great on this map, and right now, he's putting up a bit of damage around the C site. However, during that chaos, Zephyro manages to sneak in. Meteor, up close and personal, doesn't matter. Point blank range with the Marshall, he hits a headshot. 2 players left from RRQ, and Elmi Moore is another one of those Sentinels that we need to watch pop off. And wow, crouch peeking into it, he takes down Meteor.
That's huge. The damage already done to Meteor, but getting that extra kill there, really, really nice. Meteor there, lucky to get away with that first one versus that classic. A lot of those bullets hit head, but a few went high. Didn't take him out in the initial exchange, so Elmi Moore able to find something, but I think King
barrel
almost got 2 out of that.
Fault line into peak, but King, not bad. Didn't move a single muscle and still landed the shot. 3 kills on the board. And Gen.G, 2 rounds coming through.
Yeah, really, really good stuff here from Gen.G to start, and Meteor's gonna swap right into a Vandal on this bonus. Sylvan, a very talented side anchor previously. This year it's been a little up and down when he switched over to the controller role so far, but maybe with a few extra days here, a little bit extra practice under his belt, you start seeing the Sylvan of old. And in the Gen.G cafeteria is the Gen.G watch party there at the Gen.G HQ. Fast hit, a pacey one, but Meteor shutting it right down.
Oh my god, RRQ just walking straight into the blender, bringing back a bit of stability is Elmi Moore, but Goddead just up from behind. King as well. It puts them dead down, and Gen.G picks up the bonus.
No fear here from Gen.G. This is exciting to see. This is kind of a follow-up of something they tried on the pistol round, and this time it is just a go button towards this A main area. And Meteor able to sneak underneath the noses. We saw this with Jeremy on the raise, get into this corner, put up one of the most disgusting aces I've ever seen. And with all this information, Elmi Moore is able to find a couple. It's a good job by Xpharaoh, but King, W King the whole way through window there, sneaks right behind enemy lines. Takes a couple down. So the aggression here paying off early for Gen.G on this defender sap.
Ooh. Despite that, though, RRQ are not phased. They continue to push on. And with a flashpoint, they've managed to create a bit of space around A long. They're looking to just rush in, but Gen.G surely has rotated and surely has fortified the site around this.
And it's still full rifles here for RRQ, and Meteor's going to cut funds for that Blade Storm since he invested in the Vandal in the previous round. So really smart econ management here early from the Gen.G Superstar Duelist. And again, Haven was his playground, even though the map did not go the way of Gen.G yesterday. Immediately checking their corners. Gen.G so diligent.
My goodness, King! Climbing up on top. He's going to find 3 kills, looking for the 4th with the Phantom. He will spray it down. A flawless win for Gen.G and a broken economy for RRQ.
Wow. I am loving this Gen.G. This is not the Gen.G I'm used to seeing, and it's awesome. This is clearly a complete change of idea, a complete change of pace, a complete change of methodology here. I mean, King is on one. He is hungry. And one of the most competitive people I know is King. And he wants to get Gen.G over the line. He does not want to go home. And he is leading by example. A flawless even. And RRQ invested in that. So it's Stingers, a couple Sheriffs, and a Frenzy now. No Blade Storm to back this up. A lockdown for King if things get really desperate. Gen.G here, just everything coming up their way. Oh, Sylvan.
Oh my god. Now just walking through it. I mean, Gen.G, yeah, they got so much going on for them. RRQ kind of walking into their sight lines at times. King is going to get double and even more. Almost the quad, but Flips denies it for the time being. Meteor cleans up at the end and yet to see a round for RRQ.
Look at King's money. He's already maxed out. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
My God.
The numbers, he's got 12 kills in 5 rounds. And yeah, pump the brakes.
You can buy an Opera Meteor if I owned it somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, get noted, man. That works. We've seen it from this team right here. RRQ. They'll grab those Odins on this map. Put them to good use, so why not? I like it. I'm a fan. But yeah, the Opera Meteor certainly coming in the next round. 100%.
Or, well, I mean, yeah, they got so much. They actually could just use it as a backup. But the other thing is, I mean, a very uncharacteristic RRQ right now with the way that they're playing. I mean, it's a little bit too aggressive. It needs to be tempered down, hence the timeout being called by Coach Ewok. It's been a while since these two played. Again, like Victoria mentioned, this came out, this head-to-head played in the very first week of the Pacific regular season. In fact, this was the matchup that caused RRQ to be knocked out of playoffs because Gen.G had won their previous match before. It's a little bit poetic if RRQ can come back from it, but at the same time, because of that long distance, that long gap between the time, it's almost as if RRQ isn't quite prepared for this, at least so far on this first map pick. And mind you, this is RRQ's map pick.
Yeah, this is a map they've been pretty good on overall. You know, yesterday they were good on it.
13-2?
Yeah, yeah, it was kind of good. But again, it's Gen.G coming out here with a completely different methodology from what we're used to from them. Aggressive, pushing the flanks. And I like what you're saying because RRQ needs to pump the brakes. They need to be watching for these aggressive pushes, these aggressive angles. And yeah, they're watching for the A push out, but they don't catch Sylvan sneaking into this cubby. So it's going to be a bit of a fake it B here from Flips.
And tossing a bit of utility. The rest of the squad just pinching into that C split, but Sylvan's ready for it. The Paranoia gets sent down. Despite the tailwind, Ichi cannot land a shot. 4 HP still alive. 2G ends it. But here comes Meteor. He's already prepped up. Off shot gonna whiff, but he tailwinds into safety. Got that TS immediately coming in to receive, and Meteor swaps over to a Vandal. LB is gonna bring his team back to stability, and it's down to a 1v1. King, he's got a lockdown of his own.
Is he gonna counter with his own lockdown here to try to get himself some space? Still the spike not planted though for Elmimore. He's completely befuddled as to where King could be right now. You usually expect the Killjoy to be lurking around that window, that garage area.
Now he could be anywhere. He peeks out because he was trying to catch the timing in case Elmimore decided to double back to Z-Long. The turret gonna sound out each other, so maybe a bit of an idea for Elmimore now, but King still has quite a bit of utility left. just hiding behind the boxes. Surely one of the spots that King kind of anticipates. But now he's thinking he might have gone back around Garage. So Barrow spotted. Elmymore doubles back, and he picks up the 4th kill in the round and the first win for RRQ.
Elmymore reads that timing so well there at the end. He hears that alarm bot come down, and he's a Killjoy player too, so he knows what a really likely response is from King is to set his turret up on top of that box, and he finds that timing to kind of catch King off guard. He starts pushing as soon as that alarm bot comes down. Really nicely handled there by Elmymore, kind of that Killjoy v Killjoy battle. Yeah, the op again for Meteor. The pocket's deep for Gen.G. Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown from King now, though. Dueling Rolling Thunders, potentially from our breaches, are in the cards. And getting aggressive is TS. He's going to sneak right underneath this with this information from Meteor that nobody's been pushing through.
Could drone. He's going to spot him out. The op shot protecting TS's position. Again, it comes down to RRQ. The last time Gen.G played this against Team Secret, they were shut down. They were starting things out on the attacking side and then shut down by a lot of early round aggression from Team Secret on their defense. But right now, it's RRQ on the attack, and they're losing quite a bit of map control.
And just clean from Meteor.
Okay.
Got him. It went through the box.
Just enough damage. It's 5 HP. Lockdown now coming through. EJ not quite able to secure the flank. RRQ looking out of sorts and now running straight into TS as well as Goddeath. The recon puts a stop to their movement. Zafara still swings. And this could be a little moment, but it's not going to be easy because look at the utility, look at the players on the other side. Rolling Thunder hits, however, King left undetected, able to sneak up on top of Heaven. As soon as that Nebula drops, as soon as this Rolling Thunder hits, it's going to be RRQ eating the dirt. King comes in with a double kill.
Yeah, this is just so well thought out right now by Gen.G. It's Meteor showing presence in sewers early, setting up for a potential crunch from TS and Goddead from long A, and instead he wraps over to B after not much pressure there, relying on his teammates to lock that down. They have a Rolling Thunder of their own on this retake to counter, and there's just nothing that RRQ can do about it. Just, I mean, this Gen.G is playing loose, they're playing aggressive, and it's working a treat.
And that's my key word there. I mean, loose and aggressive. The way that they're coming up with some of these movements, some of these quick adaptations, it's not as rigid as what we've seen before. And King is one of those guys who's moving around the map so much right now, randomizing his utility. In fact, setting up and then rotating over onto the A side because he heard that updraft. He's waiting to receive RRQ.
Yeah, look at that turret placement onto B, and Meteor there taking out the lurking Elmymore. Sylvan as well, stepping through into spawn, dodging that alarm bot.
Crazy, they're pushing out everywhere. Using the Nebula though, trying to sneak in. The timing a little bit better for Meteor. And RRQ just gonna be pitched down in this one spot outside of Garage. It comes down to EJ and some heroics, managing to pick up a Vandal, but he has to land the shot. Shorty in the hands of Meteor, and he's looking to strike down upon EJ.
This is out of control. This is not the Gen.G that I have ever seen. I'm telling you guys right now, I've watched a lot of these players from Gen.G, you know, a lot of these players used to be on Slayers last year and things like that. This is a different breed. They are fired up today. This game plan is brilliant so far. And they are playing with confidence. Everybody's doing their job. It's good rotations like you're talking about. King's all over the map right now. You know, leaving that turret into B kind of allows them to continue to just keep pressing on the flanks of the map. And RRQ's got to play some defense here on this early aggression. They've got to be a little bit more aware. Or just go for a fast hit to try to get around it.
I guess that's what they're going to do on the C side. You got EJ already tailwinding into position. TS just hiding right behind. Sylvan with the sight dart cover, and it's doing so much. It blocks it off. Sylvan goes in for some blind shots, able to cut down flips. Now we're down to 2 players left remaining. Despite all of those efforts to push onto site, they can't quite break through. And the spike so far away, 2GE, just sneaking into position around A-Link.
And now Meteor just W-keying his way towards spawn. Yeah, 2GE is going to get into Link here, but he might be met with some resistance. TS isn't quite ready.
Not a bad start. Because he sneaked through so far. I mean, it's a lot of question marks for Gen.G. Now they know potentially around a link, but that could mean heaven, that could mean even further back into defender spawn. And Zafiro now just coming down onto the site to defend, and he gets the spray transfer. A quad kill for the guy, and a second round win for RRQ. They need to keep this up.
The fact that 2GE is able to sneak through in towards A link there and get that kill on a TS changes the dynamic of this round big time. Little bit of a miss here from Meteor, not quite ready for X-Pharaoh's push out. But this initial hold from Gen.G is gorgeous. Even though X-Pharaoh finds King with the Hunter's Fury, that is completely thwarted by Gen.G. Gives him a great opportunity to win the round, but some very, very smart stuff there from 2GE sets them up for that round. And all it takes, because I think TS was somewhat prepared.
Sure.
2GE wins the battle.
I mean, Gen.G are trying to get a good read on some of these moves. This style of RRQ rotating multiple times across the map is something that afforded them that one map win over DRX back in the regular season. It's a little bit tricky, but again, if Gen.G just goes in deep enough, earlier in the round enough, it's just going to throw RRQ in for a loop. And right now, with some of these 4 positions, again, they're trying to clear out a lot of areas, trying to suss out where RRQ are just about to head to.
Yeah, and now you can see that Gen.G is willing to play a little bit more of a patience game. Look at this lurk from EJ over towards A. He's getting so much information, but Meteor undetected. Oh, what a check from Flips.
Not too bad. I mean, they are always watching out for Meteor now, especially since he's on his operator. EJ will be able to come back around to catch him. Surely watching towards Link now and potentially Heaven. They need to smoke this off. They need to get the spike planted. But at the same time, TS with the Hunter's Fury just blocks them off. Buys time for his team to rotate.
Sylvan could ult here. Maybe try to get a flank set up off the back of this.
Flushing out Aftershock. Trying to go in for that DRX retake, but not quite in position, not quite coordinated. RRQ are going to be able to take them down one by one. And then, a third win for RRQ.
Yeah, this is good stuff now from RRQ. EJ able to get so much value here, just sliding underneath Meteor's nose at Sewer. Ping coming out from Sewer now for RRQ. Curious if they're going to try to put some pressure, try to break that space open. Meteor at bay, but huge stuff now. The ship is stabilizing. Maybe Cosmic Divide as well, an op in hand for EJ. Setting up for a kind of duel to try to get rid of Meteor here, but Meteor's shifted over to Long.
Oh my god. Well, he's gonna get fault lined, so forced to hold back for a second. Flips, what are you thinking? He's just walking in, trying to check it. Meteor whiffs the no-scope, but still, with the classic, it's enough to take down Flips. The rest of the team trying to go quickly over onto the C site. They thought it would have been enough for a fake, but not quite, because King is here to play. They try to push past through with an op of all things. It does not work. Sylvan puts up a roadblock, and unfortunately for RRQ, Gen.G takes this win as a flawless.
Just brilliant stuff here from King and Sylvan. I mean, they've been pushing that space, taking that cubby control early and underneath the noses of RRQ. And it pays huge dividends. Sylvan with a great bailout, great timing on his smoke. Make sure King is able to stay alive and then just starts spraying into it. And it's just two of the best side anchors that we had in VCT Korea back in the day. Coming through big. I mean, it's something that we wanted to see for a while, is seeing those two in coordination. And
that's crazy.
Oof, they're good.
Meteor and King now stepping up. Oh, outside of Garage, instantly cutting down Flips. Last round of the first half, and this is not the way you want to start. Cosmic Divide might be up, and they might be able to use a little bit of space to get the spike planted. But Sylvan's right around the corner. Sylvan's in position, and they're going in for little bits of peeks. But with RRQ responding in kind, holding out from the other side of the Cosmic Divide, setting up crossfires, they managed to hold.
Yeah, now lockdown in play. Not much that they can really do about this. TS does get a shock dart kill. King trying to get ahead of it, but yeah, not gonna happen.
EJ's got blades too. TS, only a recon afforded to him. He's been pinged out. So now knowing that he has to cautious in case they push out against him. It's very likely an 8-4, not unless TS can take down some of these 1v1s, but look at those angles being held against him.
Yeah, it's such a difficult task for TS, of course, but RRQ there with that Cosmic Divide. A fast hit on the back of it, and Gen.G not really able to draw up a response quickly enough. And that has been sometimes what our previous criticisms of Gen.G has been, is when things get chaotic, when things get messy, is when they start to kind of struggle a little bit. But here today, their game plan was to kind of cause that chaos themselves, to come in here and be the ones to create that disruption. And they are always having a good time. That's a guarantee.
It's always a good sign as well. I mean, despite the pressure of elimination today, they're trying to keep things light. It is the first map after all, and with a 4-8 score, it's not impossible to come back from, especially when they're starting out on defense. Perhaps trying to buy time away from Gen.G's attack. But like you mentioned, Paper Thin, I mean, Gen.G trying to create some of that chaos themselves today. This could be inspiring.
Yeah, no, I agree. And look at the stat line for King. I mean, just so disruptive in the beginning of this in particular. 12-1 through the first 5 rounds, I remember. 16 kills overall. Sure, he quieted down a bit, but he was the one setting that tempo, pushing that space, just lurking all over the map and never letting go. And a lot of their players were too, Sylvan, even Meteor at times. So that was the game plan here. And RRQ never really fully adapted to it until kind of the end, when they just decided to just sort of do the same thing. But they were just like, well, let's just do some fast hits ourselves and see if we can get him to go. So the back of that Cosmic Divide, one of those, the only agent difference between these two comps is the Omen and the Astra. And so that's one of those kind of things that the Astra does bring you. The Omen, the Paranoias are brilliant, you know, especially on the attacker side. You got to look to Sylvan to be one of those guys along with the Breach setting up these hits, but that Cosmic Divide is such a good ult, man. That's so difficult to deal with.
And it's something that RRQ banks on some of these times, but right now, some of the calls, some of the reads aren't entirely going their way. Not unless they're, you know, actually getting able to put themselves in good positions because of the Cosmic Divide and whatnot. Meanwhile, I mean, right now, the Gen.G Tiger Nation looking very much happier and better. You're talking about King, and he was one of those guys who maxed out credits at about like round 3 or round 4, and that's crazy. Of course, now switching over onto the attack, they're just gonna dash in. Putting up the Nebula though, 2G not expecting Meteor to be up on top. It's gonna be Frenzy for Frenzy as Flips eats out Meteor right back. A bit of a recon coming through as well, and they're trying to set up themselves in positions for retakes, but TS out around window, gonna get cut down by EJ. King just trying to hold out around the side, but EJ continues to press forward, a flashpoint play, and EJ just dashes in off of it. Down to low HP though, and it's a one-on-one, but despite the crouch, got dead. With the classic at close range, able to pick up the pistol win. 2 pistol wins now for Gen.G.
Yeah, both pistols going to Gen.G here, just barely this time. This one was very, very close. A good flash to set up EJ. Good recognition of TS's position. TS had an opportunity, got a couple shots off this spot, this stun. Sets up Meteor nicely. Elmimore tries to cut him off, but Meteor catches him a bit off guard with his positioning. Then EJ comes in, needs a little bit more impact here. EJ 9 and 11, not bad, but definitely want to see him start picking it up.
Oh my God.
It's just King just God dead running him over.
But also just RRQ peeking out mid like that. It's a little bit risky and it doesn't work out. Gen.G having that firepower. All they need to do is to set up that firing squad. Now the spike getting planted, it baits, flips out into peeking. And unfortunately for the last 2 players alive, there's not much else that they can do.
Yeah, you want to die to spike here, but is Gen.G going to let him? With the way TS is aggressively pushing with this Bulldog, you suspect that he wants to cut off at least one. Might be a little bit trickier to get to 2GE out there, but actually TS is going to back off. Gen.G here going to play it safe. Don't want to fork over any guns if possible and say, well, fine, if you guys want to die to spike, that's fine with us. Oh, 2GE though. Okay, nobody's going to push him. Yep. There you go.
You're going to have to...
No ult orbs for you, Gen.G. Well, okay, not 2 extra at least.
Yeah, they did pick up 3. It's a 10-4 scoreline. Pistol and the following round won by Gen.G. And very potentially, I mean, if they can convert this into a bonus as well, does not bode well at all for RRQ.
No, man. No, that would be really dire. I mean, then you just gotta wonder if it's even possible. I mean, RRQ here kind of getting done to them what they did to Zeta Division yesterday on this map. Just having a really tough time. It's not quite as bad, but look at King, man. He is just fired up here today. Meteor as well, having another strong performance. The Gravity Well here to prevent the A main push, but a lot of the Killjoy utility is going to be sitting on the site. Yeah, a little bit of damage taken to Meteor.
Okay, Elmimore. Oh my god, but Meteor again just continues to push in through A-Link, and Flips does not expect it at all. Off of that, despite the Killjoy utility, Spike will be planted.
And the Breach being down here really is not good for RRQ. That's such powerful utility on the B site to clear it.
Oh no. And now it's just coming down to some firefights. 2GE clearing out backside. They know surely Gen.G's on the other side of mid, protecting this Spike. Aftershock utilities being spent justify even further time. The rest of them trying to body block, trying to get Spike to halfway, but it's not gonna happen. Elmimore fires back, but at this point, low HP. It's gonna be a wall bang from King. Seeing all.
King is on his throne, no doubt. He is. You come at him, you best bring your best. But no one so far today has really been able to shut him down. I mean, 20-6 is absolutely just bananas. I mean, King is on one today. I'm just thrilled with the way he's playing. But those deep, B site post plants, those classic. Korea Haven post plants, where they just stagger that utility. Even though Goddead gets cut down around the corner, he's still buying time with his stuff. The paranoia from Sylvan buys more time. It's like if they could just get into that post plant, if you don't have flankers, if you don't have players who are cutting off that window area or that spawn area against, in particular, teams like Gen.G, DRX that love this style on Haven on these B hits, it's really tough to stop it. Even though you might get a favorable exchange early with the kills, it doesn't matter because there's just so much utility in the back. There's the shock darts, the nano swarms, the paranoia, the aftershock. All these things are coming at you, and there's nothing you could do about it unless you're killing those agents that are sending that utility.
And you can't really do that because you don't have line of sight unless perhaps you're going for a bit of flank. But it's so difficult to pull that off that really the solution is just not to let Gen.G get those spike plants that early on. But I mean, that's why it's such a good game plan from Gen.G. First of all, RRQ getting affected mentally. Flips is not having a good day. With Meteor pushing that deep into A-Link, not expecting it, it really hurts RRQ. And Gen.G's just doing a great job with some of these entries right now. Trying to slow things down off of the timeout. They're holding outside of A-Long.
A judge for xFaro around the corner. Let's see if Gen.G's going to be able to do this. A lot of times, Goddead's fault line is just going to go straight to where xFaro is standing, basically. More aim, of course, for the box and behind it. The recon here, they know he's right there. Are they going to hit him with utility? Well, Elmimore is just going to hit him, but yeah, I mean, Meteor responds.
Inside. Oh, he heard the sound, fires off some blind shots, able to catch Meteor, but now low HP, trying to stay alive. Flips comes in to bail him out. But still this Nebula on the side. Sylvan peeks out of it, goes for a couple more shots, able to take them down through body shots. And it's down to a one-on-one. What, one-on-two? 2G still coming from behind. Yeah, TS not quite able to retrieve it either.
Spike's in Narnia, man.
I think he knows that Flips is under hell, and oh, just watching the sight lines, he's able to catch the headshot. Do you now know where 2GE is coming from?
30 seconds left.
Because he's right behind you and plucked out. It's gonna be TS down on the ground. RRQ finds a 5th win, but it's gonna be a lot more before they can tie things up.
Yeah, so RRQ here finding a nice little hole in Gen.G's attack. And they are able to, with Elmimore stepping up here and getting that first kill, it kind of sends Gen.G off balance, and they're not hitting that utility. I think that, normally that fault line might catch xFaro's position. Not that it matters with the judge, of course, but as much. So that's actually, now that I think about it, it's really smart from xFaro. That position's really annoying. And with that smoke there
Especially
as well.
with the smoke, yeah.
Exactly. A timely smoke from 2G.
Well, again, though, you're going to need to convert these to even more round wins. With the way that Gen.G are playing right now, just trying to find some of these entries. They're blocking it off with further deeper smokes down A long, preventing them from pushing through. But as soon as they dissipate, down the timer, 120, Gen.G starting to move around.
But look at this. One smoke was all it took to get Gen.G off of C here. There's nobody on C for RRQ. And they knew that if they just sent a little bit of utility, all it took was one smoke, and Gen.G just walks over to the other side. Right towards this, Killjoy utility, either A or B. Turret and a nano right at the front of A to try to back up xFaroh on his own here on the A site.
Okay, that's info.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
xFaroh tosses a recon to check.
Oh, that's so much info. Nobody cleared that.
Yeah, despite that though, I mean, it's just info for RRQ. They are not in position to hold or do anything against it. The rest of them just setting up for retakes at this point. Gen.G gets to walk in for free.
And GodDead's got his Rolling Thunder behind this in long A, so Gen.G's going to set up deep for this post plant, let Meteor try to cut him down, and he gets the first.
Now he's in position 2, gets a second one, swaps over to the Classic for the third. Rolling Thunder gets sent from GodDead, Sylvan picks up the next kill, and it's all down to Flips. Staring them down from heaven,
What
he
is
swings
that?
back and forth, finds a couple of flick shots, but is it going to be enough though? He's running out of time. Meteor hunts him down. It's going to be the quad kill to put Gen.G at match point.
Nasty stuff here from Meteor. This is the Meteor you need to see. Now besting King in the kill count.
No way.
Unbelievable stuff here. I really thought RRQ had a good read on this round, but they don't react fast enough to the pressure from Gen.G. Even after that triple recon dart, that's when Gen.G presses the go button. When they get revealed, it's a good reaction from them, and there isn't the defenses in place to back up xFaroh quick enough. And once Meteor takes space, once they're able to clear the site and that Rolling Thunder sits behind all of it, even if Meteor doesn't get a bunch of kills there, it's tough.
He doesn't mind at all.
They
Flips,
know.
okay. Saw it. I think he saw it.
He saw it.
Should be able to come back around. Meteor able to dash straight in. Okay, Sylvan's gone, so no more smokes for Gen.G. It comes down to the retake from RRQ. Can they pull it off? Because if not, we're going to map 2 right away. Meteor again in such a deep position. He pulls out the knives. He cuts him in half. It's going to be Flips again from heaven. He finds a couple more shots, but then shut down by Meteor. 2GE out from the roots. He comes out of Link, trying to take them down, and he manages to do it. With a bit of a crouch spray, he puts RRQ at the halfway mark.
I mean, this is good recognition here from RRQ. Seeing some of the things that Sylvan was doing yesterday on this Haven map with Gen.G. He likes the TP into Heaven there on A site, and he's able to kind of catch him off guard. So really good recognition from him. Gets another couple big kills from Heaven. Again, he has been disgusting up there. Well, his crosshair placement, just chef's kiss. Meteor, also chef's kiss. A lot of things to be happy about here if you're cooking for either team.
I mean, mamma mia, this guy. Meteor, first of all, he's incredibly aggressive. His aim is sharp, but he has that fluidity to put himself in such a deep position, especially around A-Link. We've seen that several times now, sometimes even swapping over the Classic if his Vandal runs to the bullets. Now onto the C side because that previous mental conditioning onto A, and they've managed to go all the way in. Again, a free site for Gen.G. Hunter's Fury comes out though. It's not going to catch all too much. Get out of the way. Okay. I mean, they bought some time to deny the spike plant, but that's about it.
Cosmic Divide as well for this retake. So let's see what Gen.G can dial up.
Here again, looking to cut them off in some rotations. Elmore catches him instead, and then the trades come through. GodDead pushing up, but getting traded out by Flips. Right King, though, and he's a guy that we want to look out for. Second kill leader right now. Swaps over, Phantom, C-Long. It's been blocked off by the Cosmic Divide. But again, comes down to some of these tiny peaks. He does not hear the tap, and that's why he pushes out front. Kind of seeing the barrel too, and now just trained down onto 2GE. EJ comes back out, but not expecting Sylvan up close and personal. It's gonna be Gen.G roaring themselves in their map 2.
Yeah, just absolutely brilliant stuff, top to bottom here for Gen.G. A complete flip of the script from the score line yesterday. when they lost to Team Secret, dude, this is a different Gen.G. This is one of the better versions of them I have seen in a long, long time. And I am very happy about it. It was a lot of the things that you wanted to see, a lot of the things that we've been concerned with on the analyst desk, here on the casting desk as well, that sometimes they're too rigid, they're too structured. Today it was a lot more fluid, it was a lot more chaos, and sure, at times that didn't always work in their favor. There were a few rounds that were a little off kilter, but overall it was quite good. I mean, here with this Cosmic Divide, the way that King reacts to it, he knows it's coming. He throws his lockdown down just enough to cover the front of that site there, and then that allows him to push a little bit of space, and then TS sets him up with that recon dart, gives him the info that somebody's behind Black, and 2GE is the one who clears it. He's able to just hold that crosshair, hold that angle down, and EJ tries his best, but hey, look at Bile, man. He is happy.
Just like a proud father. But still, I mean, thinking about this, apart from Gen.G doing such a great job, especially in some of these early rounds, they carry forth that momentum, right? But it makes you think this is, while a very different Gen.G, also a very different RRQ. This is not the same RRQ that had the 13-2 against Zeta yesterday on the same map.
No, I mean, it's the game plan here. I mean, especially on the defender side, reading that RRQ really likes to lean towards A main. They maybe don't have the protocols in place to deal with that aggression that Gen.G was setting up in that area. So, yeah, this guy, these fans, they want champions here for Gen.G. Certainly, this team, let's go Gen.G is basically what that sign says. And basically the going team is Gen.G to champions, is essentially what that sign says. Yeah, it's... How do I put this, Quack? This is like so refreshing today to see both Zeta and Gen.G on such short rest, on such short notice, make substantial changes that are so good and so impactful.
Yeah, I mean, again, with the way that Gen.G was flowing across the map, it looks fantastic. But can they continue forth with this momentum? They did it so far with the first map, but we still have a couple more maps to go, right? And can RRQ bounce back as well? Because, again, like what Nick mentioned, like what Tasteless mentioned, not so fun fact, this is elimination right now. So we're going to go for a quick break, and then after this, our desk is going to break down just exactly what happened, what's going on, and then after that, map 2.
Second one as well, but here's the spot as well with TS. Find something, but I think King almost got 2 out of that. Fast hit, a pacey one, but Meteor more, but Godsend just up from behind King as well. Gen.G yesterday, immediately checking their corners. Gen.G so diligent. My good God, so much going on for them. RRQ walking into their sight lines this time. King is going to get doubled, and even more. Hands of Meteor, and he's looking to strike down. Now just coming down on the site to the not quite in position, not quite coordinated. RRQ really want to see him start. Oh my God! Further time. The rest of them trying to body block, trying to get more fires back. But at this point, he heard the sound. Still this Nebula on the side. Still it peeks out of it. No Meteor trying to cut him down. Now he's in position 2. Gets the second one. Staring them down from heaven. Going to map 2 right away. Meteor again inside the knife. He cuts him in half. It's gonna be more. 2GE out from the roots.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Bull gives you wings.
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray. When they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights.
Welcome back to VCT LCQ Pacific, and we just finished the first map. Honestly, flipping the script completely for all of us here in Pacific, for all the talents, and you too, Twitter, because we thought, you know, this was going to be RRQ's map, and it absolutely wasn't. Gen.G proved us all wrong.
It was kind of a weird experience watching that happen. Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of confidence in RRQ and a lot of very short rounds. It was a very fraggy fight there where, I mean, you know, Gen.G just mowing down RRQ round after round after round. It did seem like RRQ caught, I guess you could say, their second wind a little bit later on in this. But, man, I mean, Gen.G has brought the best iteration of this team, the best version of themselves they could here today.
I mean, you can look at these stats and you can pull apart probably all of it in so many different ways, from the early round of the first kills to the mid round and whatnot. Thrifties were unnecessary because, you know, they weren't running out of money at any point. Gen.G, they had cash for days. I think the casters brought up that they were already, one of the players was already max eco by the time they were round 4. So I think that goes to tell us a bit of a story about what these players were up to throughout it. And I mean, Meteor might be the MVP, but there were so many players on the side of Gen.G that did their role and did it really well. And I think role specialization is something we don't get to talk about in APAC a lot because it's quite a fraggy sort of region that we're in. But today, that role specialization was clear. We could have followed anyone's POV, and I would have been like, that's how you play Duelist, that's how you play Controller, that's how you play your Sentinel Sword, and so forth.
Absolutely. You know, I was having a chat with the Korean casters, and because I had to go to the toilet for the first 5 rounds, came back, it was like a 0-5 or 0-4 at that point in Gen.G's favor. And I asked him, you know, with the English barrier, he just said, Gen.G push, boom, boom. Gen.G push, boom, boom. Gen.G push, boom. And that was practically, you know, that confidence. Something happened. We were so worried about their mental, and something clicked. And they just came together, like you guys said, and, you know, boom, boom.
Boom, boom.
That's Dongjin over from the Korea side we're saying. Now, let's talk a bit about these guys. Now, RRQ did have some good ideas on Haven. Round 10, we start to see like RRQ come together a bit, read them really well. You see EJ waiting there at A site while the rest of the team rotate very quickly onto C. But what that means is it pulls Gen.G off of A. And at this point, EJ realizes what's going on, calls his team back. He's like, guys, I got it over here. They have no idea that I'm here. They leave Meteor there in the sewer just to keep check. But he still has no idea. You can see him coming up here behind that flag, misses a really critical op shot here, and this is when EJ takes him down. The rest of the team comes in the site with excellent, like quite easily, taking over the rest of the site. And at this point, with the spike going to come down, Gen.G just walks straight into really great utility usage by RRQ here. You see like half the team get flashed. There was a smoke that gives Elmi Moore basically a free kill as well. So it's we need to see more of that happening. We saw some timeouts happening in the second half by Ewok, with them struggling to basically get that strategy into play to try to push back Gen.G, but Gen.G just had a really good momentum there. Now, let's talk about round 17. Meteor was definitely popping off. Like you said, the whole team was coming together here, but we got to talk about Meteor.
Yeah, I mean, he had his moments like we saw back here. I mean, this was him just making every shot connect. And, you know, without Meteor being able to deliver it, we talked about this before the round even started. If he can be consistent, he's going to do it. He was totally on top of his play, but really, I think the entire team kind of firing on all cylinders back there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I love it. I love it for Meteor because we've spoken about him also in LAN environments as well. We've spoken about him playing with other players and how he was always kind of like the star player. And as a duelist, it's very easy to get yourself noticed, but he is very flashy. And I kind of like a flashy duelist because they're like, you know, I love the strategy, but if you can see a flashy player every now and then, it's very exciting.
It's just impressive, right? It's like one of those superhuman like moments. Like, wow, how do you do that? I feel like a lot of it needs to be like really instinctive talent.
Oh, it is. It's game sense.
So,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now we're talking about King. You were talking about King. We were looking at the Sentinels earlier on. How did King? Did King step up? Yes.
You know how we have like caster curse and whatnot?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna figure out what the term's going to be, but we've given him like powers by bringing him up. The analyst buff is what we're going with. Because when we brought him up on the pre-desk, we were talking about, okay, we don't want him to be too rigid. We don't want him to be, you know, really stuck in his ways. And some of those set plays that Gen.G has sometimes boxes them in, and they need to play outside the box. Well, King said, okay, what if I do this and drop 16 kills in one half? You know how many players would dream to just drop that in a map, let alone in one half of a map? And the man stood up and goes, yeah, put the crown squarely on top of my head because King is my name and I'm going to live and breathe it. And I am absolutely living for this version of King. He's one of the best players in the world when he's on his game. And today was really one of those. You can look at the aces, you can look at the KDA and you go, wow, that's very impressive. But he did his role whilst also being a fragger. And to balance that, oh, I'm jealous. I'm very jealous. It's hard to do.
This is one of the best maps I've seen from King, to be totally honest.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very used to, you know, because I've been out in Korea for a while, casting Korean teams mostly before we got more global over here. But yeah, I'm so used to seeing King in any spike site, and it's like, okay, well, he's there, this probably isn't going to go well, and I would just see that pan out. But he was really on fire today.
Oh yeah, this is the Gen.G that we saw at the beginning of Pacific season. So it's so good to see them wake up today and just shake off those nerves. Whatever that block was, that like mental constipation, it's looking clear now. And they can keep it up.
The 6-match loss streak. Are you talking about? Is that the mental constipation?
Yeah, that was only a little bit of a block.
Okay, just
you know what? They just needed, like you said, the analyst buff.
Yeah.
Here. I like that caster curse analyst buff.
Yes, we're going with the analyst buff. We need more success stories.
We need more powers over here. Is
we
what
do need more powers. Yes.
Did you see that locker room talk, by the way? On
no, I missed it. What happened?
With Ewok talking to the rest of our RRQ. It was really interesting. All the other players, their heads were down. They're kind of absorbing whatever information Ewok's giving them. But I do hope we see a better delivery and better execution, because that was kind of a disappointing loss. I mean, the RRQ really did not have very many moments where they were really shining.
It's almost like the Haven they had yesterday was too short of a map, and they were just coming into this one feeling a little bit too easy on it. But
maybe
you know,
they felt confident.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're so good at this, we don't even need to prep it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Humbled.
Not to take away from Gen.G's excellent gunplay there. I mean, that was just
incredible. Very
good shooting coming from Gen.G. Now we're gonna go into Lotus for the next map. Gen.G doesn't have a great track record on this. Might have been the start of their downfall, actually, in the season, the mental constipation.
We have got to find a new term for you.
Sorry, we're going to move on from that word. Yeah, it was against T1. It was a 7-13. What are we expecting here for Gen.G and RRQ?
Well, look, one thing that was mentioned before about Gen.G, and I think it's really rung true here, is if they're able to make the games go the way that they're like supposed to go, the way that they planned it out, they look very good and they play very well. And that's exactly what happened in the previous map. So I think if we see a good, strong start from them, I don't see why we wouldn't see a strong closer. If RRQ could start to trip them up a little bit, and get that kind of chaotic, explosive play that has brought them so much success and popularity, I think it could be a different story.
I think they will deliver that, and you know why I think that is because they've had very minimal, in fact, no success on this map. So for RRQ, whatever they've scrimmed and practiced on this map has to be pretty damn good for there to be a large improvement based off of their previous performance on this map. Whereas Gen.G, they've played it quite a few times. They're not afraid to go to this map. A mixed bag of results, so do with that what you will. But I think for RRQ, if there's a map where they're just going to be the most unpredictable, it's probably going to be one where everything else they've tried thus far has not worked. So why not just throw, what is it, the sink at the wall or sink at, what's the saying?
Throw everything, including the kitchen sink.
Thank you. That's the one I'm looking for. That is what RRQ
many
needs.
kitchen sinks this time.
Throwing.
Not throwing, no. That's not what we want.
Hey, but we are seeing a Gecko here.
Excellent.
On Lotus. So Gen.G is definitely, I mean, they picked this map for a reason. It looks like they prepared something. I really like that. Speaking of kitchen sinks, they've been cooking something for Lotus.
And they got to clean one of those dishes in that kitchen sink. Am I right? Are we doing it or what?
We're committing to this analogy.
It's all coming together.
You know what? I'm glad there's a freezer in my fridge because it's ice cold in the veins for these
That's
players.
right.
It's horrible. Everyone wants us to stop. I can feel it.
Yeah. Oh man, well, fingers crossed here, seriously, for RRQ. You know, even if you're going to go down, you want to go down with a bang. That was a bit of a kind of a miserable loss there on map 1. But look, you know, it's why we have a best of 3. You are allowed to try to reinvent yourself and come back even stronger.
Yeah, speaking of bang, the big bang and Meteor on the side of Gen.G. Yeah, maybe he'll bringeth that big bang that you're looking, and not in positives for RRQ, in positive for Gen.G fan because home crowd here, and I think they're wanting this to be finished right now.
Oh yeah, I definitely like what I'm seeing from Gen.G, but can RRQ step it up, give us the same performance that they gave us yesterday? That remains to be seen. We have double duelists over on the side of RRQ, but we're gonna go over to our casters. They're gonna walk us through this next game. We got Quack and Paper Thin.
Well, thank you very much, Victoria, Jesco. Tasteless, I mean, is it going to be Gen.G throwing everything and the kitchen sink, or is it going to be close but no cigar, and then we're going to go to a map 3? I mean, talking about this map, right, it's been a while since we've seen it.
Yeah, it has been a long time. I'm really glad you said that. Like the desk is talking about, we haven't seen this map from either of these teams in some time, and it's been since May 19th for Gen.G when they lost to T1 7-13 on this map, and it hasn't been since April 1st. April Fool's Day was the last time that RRQ played this when they lost to Zeta 5-13. So I'm really quite curious about this Gecko comp, very similar to the Pearl comp, right, that we saw from Gen.G previously in this event. So it struggled on the defender side. And that's kind of a key point of interest for me here. Are they going to try some of these trap plays? Are they going to try to do what they did on Haven and be oppressive on their defender side? Because I think once you go to the attacker side here for Gen.G, I think this comp will be pretty strong. It'll be pretty challenging to deal with. You know, and have they been watching CGRS maybe a little bit, playing it on this map? This is pretty paper-rexy with this comp. It's not quite the same, but it's close.
That's the thing, and it's TS playing this while King is on the Cypher, so I can feel a little bit of that semblance, maybe going in for some lurks on the attack, but for now, they are defending. But because of the way this map is laid out, they have some potentials to push out. Meanwhile, for RRQ, it's a completely different composition. You got the double controller. You've got Zafiro on a fade. How does this work out? EJ as the Rays, I mean, they really need to work together to bring this to a map 3 because, again, single elimination now. If you're done, you are done.
Well, you got the paranoia out of Sylvan there off of that trapwire contact, trying to set up King for a pick here through the door, but wisely RRQ backing off of that. Comes that toxic screen, and Sylvan gonna get shut down by Blitz.
And instantly, they're falling back, but quick rotation from RRQ. They're going towards the B site. Just trying to transition over, trying to get the spike planted from lower. But Gen.G just setting up for a bit of a retake. Look at Meteor's position on the minimap.
2G has that door covered, so this is gonna be a little tricky for Meteor.
Okay, has it open. Now rotating back around, 2G has got those bases covered. Goddead trying to break through now, but with all of those pistols still online, RRQ picks up their first win.
And their first pistol. That is
of the day.
Of the day, absolutely. Yeah, not ever. I mean, can you imagine? That would be pretty tragic. So, yeah, but I mean, again here, just really good diligence from the side of RRQ. Not falling for the trap at the door on the A side, and 2GE covering the other door. That turret there to keep Meteor in check, to not allow him to get that free lurk through the middle of B there. What more do you want? That's a really solid pistol round. And Gen.G, again, this is my concern here for Gen.G with this comp, is this defender side, just like we saw in Pearl, kind of had some struggles to kind of coordinate things, to get that Gecko rolling, to kind of set that up.
Ooh.
That doesn't help.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, this is one of the things that we're kind of thinking about, right? I mean, with RRQ intentionally leaving this map pick open, they've prepared some things, and whether or not they're effective, we're starting to see it, because they're a little bit less fast-paced with the way that they're traversing across the map compared to what we saw in Haven. Now taking things a little bit more slow, they take some opening picks and then they rotate back around off of it. They're not fully committing. In fact, this buys some rotations away from Gen.G. This is just round 2, but you can see some of the strategies coming forth.
Yeah, my concern here for Gen.G on this defender side is the layers of smokes and utility that that RRQ has is really difficult to deal with. And the thing about the Gecko is, like, you're running this almost a triple initiator comp, right? With the Omen, with the Paranoia, it's like a pseudo initiator in some respects. So you're kind of like, I don't think able to take advantage of the Gecko utility as much as I'd like to see with this comp, but still, the attacker side was quite good for them on Pearl. So, but I mean, with the Vipers utility and the Astra, Sylvan catching Elmore sleeping a little bit.
All right, at least he wakes up back at the wheel. It's gonna be that's DJ. Okay, back towards top of heaven. They managed to get the spike down.
It's not good to fall asleep in cars, Quack.
No. We don't do that.
Yeah, no.
King coming back through the door now, though.
I love that, Quack. That was really. It's so funny because it's so visceral. It's
it's a saying.
I know it is. No. You're absolutely right. No.
Oh my God. All right, King's definitely awake, but still, I mean, TG is going to put him down. RQ just trying to make it as clean as possible. We're going on in the 3rd round.
Yeah, and again, with this Viper in particular, you have so much map control. The Astra as well gives you a lot of flexibility with your smokes and your utility. Your post plan as well is going to be tricky here. So for Gen.G, like, on this defender side, what my concern is that so much of this is going to be predicated on picks. It's going to be predicated on some of these set plays to play off the initiator utility, off of GodDead and TS, and then the Paranoias from Sylvan. So certainly that can happen, but I need to see. I think I need to see a little bit more aggression here out of Gen.G. Sure, you can use the Dizzy to get a little bit of info here, but again, the counter from RRQ is simple. It's to throw some. Oh my God, Flips! That is so brilliant.
Up on top. I mean, off the
snuck right around it.
Wasn't detected by Wingman, but still TS was there to trade. Coming back into it though, the spike is actually being delivered over onto C. You've got King as well as Sylvan. Paranoia already deployed. Now it comes down to the Cyber Cage and how well you can land your shot. Sylvan gonna show us that he's capable. Then the trades come true, and it's still gonna be Sylvan closing down the door in front of RRQ.
Yeah, just good repositioning here from Sylvan, just kind of really keeping track of RRQ on that C site. So a good little defensive getaway from King, but this is so smart from Flips. Again, he can use this controller utility so well to dodge this initiator utility potentially if it's set up properly. That it's going to rely on Gen.G catching RRQ off guard, and instead it's the opposite in this case. It's Flips catching Gen.G off guard, so they lose a player to that, but Sylvan, a phenomenal side anchor, able to get in there and get the job done.
And that's something that we've been talking about as well. I mean, for Gen.G, Sylvan back on the controller, slowly coming awake as well. The thing about the rest of the Gen.G squad that I'm worried about, though, is how well can you recover? Meteor hasn't had the greatest start. Round 3, picking up that win was good. Now let's see if they can carry that forward. Meanwhile, RRQ still going forth with this pace, and it kind of works out well. I mean, being a little bit more controlled, looking for that opening pick, but now being pushed back by TS along with GodDead. They're all trying to play around Rubble, but having to back off. They're losing a bit of time On the other side, though, they actually just push in the C, so Meteor backs off.
Yeah, and this was another attempted sort of trap play set up by Gen.G that just didn't pan out. EJ taking space, taking Meteor out.
Just playing around the corner of the wall, too. Now looking to Waterfall. Another pillar gone. Down to the last 3.
And RRQ, just the patience is what is winning them some of these rounds, because they're not falling for these traps. They're backing off. We saw it in the pistol round. We see it here again. You know, even though the wingman apparently he's got some moves, so does Flips. I was watching that wingman on the map, and he was booking it, man. He was trying to catch Flips, but he's not quite as fast.
Little homie, his legs are a little bit shorter, so Flips now coming back around towards spawn. Gonna be able to catch 2, but not quite God Dead. Teammates are aware of God Dead's position, but we're gonna let him walk away with that one. And it still is gonna be an RRQ win off of the patience that you talked about.
Yeah, no, they're reading this comp well. And I think kind of that Pearl reveal from Gen.G hurting them a little bit. Sort of giving the information over to RRQ, right? That they kind of have an idea of what to expect with this Gecko.
Yeah, I'm on City.
I definitely think so.
Plus Pearl is floated, right? So that has to be something you're thinking about as RRQ coming into this match.
I mean, they banned it after Lotus was picked, so not too bad. But the other thing that I'm thinking about is just this patience compared to how, I mean, maybe a little bit jittery that we saw RRQ on Haven earlier. It's a very welcome sight. Again, begs the question, how does Gen.G recover? Because for now, I mean, they're getting a little bit antsy. They're trying to go for some of these forward plays. Paranoia out of C. They're trying to get control over Mount. And off of it, RRQ's just like, okay, we'll go to A.
Yeah, nah. And I mean, this is the thing. When you're wherever the trap is, RRQ just baits out the utility and then rotates away from it. Now, the quick rotation here from Gen.G is what I was just about to say I'd really like to see. And with this Cypher Cam in a really annoying spot, it's probably going to get, well, with that, now with that pit there, it might not get too much value.
We had it in the player rooms, now it's on the site. But the Viper's pit, though, is going to block off quite a bit. And then 2GE to come back around. RRQ has an opportunity to maybe go through the broken door. But, you know, why do that when you've got the Viper's pit? So Spike's going to get planted in. King's trying to make some moves off of that. GodDead going for a pick upstairs, but gets traded out by 2GE instead. Flips now just playing around the pit, just trying to stay hidden, trying to stay alive. Gets a shot down onto King, and that leaves Meteor in a 1-on-3 retake. Knows that there are players behind, and he also wants to hold on to the Vandal, so probably going for a save.
It has to at this point. X-Barrel probably considering trying to shut him down, just not quite there in time, but I think he might have saw him. Might have saw a foot.
Pinged it.
Yeah. Might have saw the foot of the running Meteor. And
now,
now
2GE.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say 2GE's like, yeah, bro. Let's
How
get
are you
it.
doing, Meteor?
How's your aim right now, man? You look good on Haven.
That's something about Meteor. Because when he pops off, he really pops off, right? Yeah. Getting first kills before and all that. But now, you know, when he has a quiet game, it's a little bit tough for him to come back. 1-5 right now, and he cannot be feeling too great.
Yeah, and this is where I would like to see a timeout here soon from Gen.G and a change of pace and a change of ideas. Like, these trap plays are being completely avoided, completely dodged by RRQ. So now it's, let's try something a little bit different. Let's just try like a flash and go or something like that. Something basic, something simple to get the players heated up a little bit, get Meteor involved. And Meteor's taking space, and you've got the Gecko to back him up, and then GodDead sitting in spawn to let loose with a fault line or something. But yeah, maybe not this round, right, because it is an eco, but going forward, Gen.G I think needs to be a little bit more proactive here, put a little bit more pressure like we saw in Haven.
Whoa. Well, Jess said that she likes flashy duelists. Can Meteor pull that off again? Gets the first pick and dashes back. Not too bad, not too shabby. And the rest of RRQ just trying to recover off of it. They find a shot onto stairs. Elmi Moore, the long-range duel. Cosmic Divide now up. And it blocks off so much sound. I think Sylvan hears it and he calls for the hit on towards B. Pushing off a Thresher, but they left Elmi Moore unchecked. On the lurk, he catches 2 more. Zafiro on the site itself as well, picks up 1 more, add another one to that. RRQ 5 rounds won.
Yeah, they look super ready for what Gen.G was bringing. Yeah, absolutely. Time for a timeout. Meteor has a Blade Storm. King sitting on an Earl Theft. But it has been rough sledding for King and Meteor after such a strong performance on Haven. Whack here on this map. It is all RRQ all the time.
Definitely don't want to have a lackluster Gen.G, not a lackluster Meteor. So hopefully this timeout solves some of that. And like you were talking about before, I mean, it's some of these trap plays. What else can we do? How do we go for something a little bit different? And Bile's going to discuss some of that right now.
So I'd say there's two options for me for Gen.G. One is go for aggressive pushes, kind of, again, flash and dash, or, you know, use the Gecko utility to kind of stagger a push, maybe with Sylvan leading the way with some smokes. But then the other option is to play for retake. Like, don't set up these traps. Don't waste your initiator utility on trying to catch RRQ out. You know, play a little bit safe, play a little bit defensively, and then try to use the, you know, basically set up a trap in the counter in the retake. You know, go for that kind of thing.
Maybe that's what they're setting up for towards the A site. Now, again, it's this toxic screen that Flips consistently puts out that kind of causes a bit of confusion. It is a Korean team, though, so, I mean, we kind of want to see what we saw in Haven with how they were a little bit more fluid rather than rigid with their structure, going more aggressive with some of these plays. But, oh my god, it's the Odin! Achilles is just crying somewhere in Korea right now. On the other side, though, it's going to be the dark cover that kind of allows for Meteor to peek through. He wants to claim revenge for his fallen brethren. But on the other side, RRQ, they're rotating through. They're got Mound, and they're trying to push into C. Elmimore again on the lurk, still so sharp. A double kill, make that a third. EJ catches one on the site. And then 6 wins for RRQ. This is off of Bile's time out, and they weren't expecting that wall-banging Odin.
No, neither was I. That's a really cool little angle that Flips found with that Odin. And that is absolutely ridiculous.
Come on, that's all he did?
Singing it out. That's not fair, man.
One more.
Like, can you push that? Yeah, and I mean, at this point, they know that, again, like I talked about, Gen.G probably wants to get aggressive off the back of this timeout, try to recreate what was working on Haven. And RRQ Ewok doing a good job, really good job preparing his team for it.
My goodness. Can't feel too good, and off of that, now you're thinking, do we want to go for early round aggression? They're trying to do it off of Wingman, and this time it works. Odin's no longer in the game. Now we only got to worry about C site. Showstopper come through, unfortunately whiffs and hits the pillar, but Meteor is down to 5 HP, still alive, still online, lands a shot onto EJ. Lockdown in place, and they are forced to respect it.
But now you have the Rolling Thunder to set up for this retake. You can get a Neural Theft if you can get deep enough into the site as well. On the back of this, Goddead, flash and go. Xvero, is he gonna be ready? No.
Oh. It's just gonna be the Guardian, the Dizzy. I mean, he was forced to still watch down the sites, but unfortunately it's not quite gonna go his way. 2GE though, look at this. Just spraying through the Nebula. 2 kills, make that a third. Elmimore gets traded, but 2GE still sharp as ever. Backs up on towards Mound, and look at the star placement. All he needs is to just play this calculated. Sylvan going out for the peek, but oh! It's a wide swing, a Ferrari peek if ever, and 2G caught unexpected.
Yeah, so well thought out there by Sylvan, knowing that time was not on his side. Taps and immediately starts pushing space, knowing the gravity well was coming. Well thought out, able to recover the op, so even though that retake did not go the way that Gen.G probably drew it up, still Meteor finding impact. And here off the back of that Dizzy as well, the Neural Theft comes in, but still 2GE, man, able to just start spraying through this narrow angle. All of the Gen.G members already weakened up from some earlier exchanges. Able to take full advantage of it.
Still Sylvan with that one-on-one though. I mean, the confidence to go for such a swing.
This is why we're big on that guy. He was clutch as heck. WGS.
Okay. Okay. Odin sounding out. Nobody's going to be caught by it this time.
We learned our lesson. Fool me once.
Oh, shame. Gen.G still just kind of playing around back. Meteor goes in for the peek, but Flips answers back just as quick.
I think Flips might have heard that drop down and just went for it there. X-Pharaoh going to use his utility to break the trap wires. Nightfall as well to lead the way, and King is not wanting any of it. The tether is going to connect to him, but still going to be sat safely back. Dude, the Odin is so oppressive.
And off of some of these sounds, though, I mean, just trying to buy the attention away while the spike gets planted on C site. This is a bit of timing that RQ gets to use to set up their post-plant positions. I mean, look at Flips now watching the flank. You got 2G on Mound. The rest of Gen.G trying to push through spawn as well as Waterfall. But are you ready for an EJ who's trained down, zeroed in? Sylvan able to find the trade again with another quick peek, but without the numbers, I suppose, without the timing on their side, and an operator that they're wanting to hold on to, they're going to fall back.
Yeah, they need to play for the extra 2 rounds here. The economy is just too bad for Gen.G, so these guns have to be saved to try to turn this into potentially a 7-5, but you know, I think 8-4 is a little more likely in terms of if they're able to turn this half around. They've already invested a timeout, so Gen.G's kind of left up to TS, who's at times been a phenomenal IGL, at times kind of can struggle to keep this Gen.G team in check, and instead Bile's just going to say, we need to fix this now. He's going to trust that this attacker side is going to be like what we saw in Pearl, that it'll be good, that it'll be strong, that they're ready for it, and instead he wants to try to squeeze out as much as he can out of this defender side, knowing that it's the weaker side for them with this comp.
Gotta make it count, though. You only got like about 60 seconds to discuss this through. Dad comes in, are you winning, son? You're definitely not. But, I mean, like,
that's
you're
my job to
about
ask
it, right?
people that, all right? I'm the old man here. I ask people if they're winning, son.
Well, 7-2.
I don't have to ask you that, Quack. I know you're winning.
No, thank you.
That's the nicest thing I've said to anyone ever. just ask Kilios. I don't say nice things very often.
I think you're pretty nice.
Not on air. I'm a completely different person on air than I am behind the scenes.
Look, right now, what's nice is, I mean, yes, some timeouts, some trying to intervene and fix certain things for Gen.G. But on RRQ's side, again, that Odin being so oppressive. Meteor still has an operator. How do you work your way around it? Are we going to go in for some quick peeks outside of A? And then for King, conversely, on the other side, I mean, he's been doing a pretty good job at anchoring for a couple of moments, but on the C site, it's a little bit more difficult.
No doubt. And 2GE here, one away from another Cosmic Divide. TS, one away from the Thresh. So
just a quick prowler along with satchels into the B side instead. Wingman, unfortunately, little homie's not going to find all too much. And, oh, is that a judge I see? Oh, he's jumping in. He's looking to lock them off.
Oh, man.
Spike's already been planted. Oh, but the crouch does the trick. EJ still blinded, fires back and catches Sylvan. Naomi Moore trying to find some shots of his own, pushes back from the lurk position. Flips with the Odin, just locks out the top upper, and, well, round 10, Meteor, you're running out of chances to make use of this operator, so rotating back, it's gonna be, oh, 2GE that pulls it out of his hands.
That's not good. That's not good after that timeout. To lose that round, to lose the op, to lose the economic advantage, or not advantage, but economic stability that you had. And it's a good paranoia there from Sylvan, but EJ just holding an angle, able to just spray that door, kind of expecting him, and right away 2GE says, let's go. Yeah, we know we don't want that op, and we know exactly where it is, so we can shut it down if we get ahead of it. And oh, please not again. Please not again. It can't.
Nah, TS surely.
Surely not, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. The question is, though,
but look how much space you get off this.
Exactly. It's a lot of noise. You got the toxic screen. The rest of the team gets to push up front. But what's the rest of Gen.G going to do? And 2G is like kind of just watching the flank.
Yeah, this has been such a good difference from what we saw in Haven. With this turret here, 2GE should maybe get a kill, maybe not.
He's going to get pinched. Out from front of Pillar and the back. He's going to have to be careful. Able to get one and then got dead. Snipes him down with a Marshal from behind. The rest of RRQ making quick work of this site. They get to push further, deeper into spawn. 2G calling that actually Gen.G are pushing into attacker spawn.
Well, and Gen.G certainly going to make a go of this. Only a couple rounds left in the half. If they could somehow turn this round around and find a win and get through here, but still the Boombot able to kind of bail EJ out if this doesn't go well. It doesn't matter.
They're just watching every possible angle because they know this is potentially where they're coming from. And having that double setup as well, one in front, the other watching from the back, EJ gets to do a lot of the work, and he picks up those wins for RRQ. We're at a 9-2 right now. We were talking 8-4. This could go 10-2, actually.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Gen.G just can't find answers no matter what they try. I mean, they've definitely tried to vary it. They've definitely given different looks to RRQ, but RRQ is always a step ahead. And again, it's a compositional difference here that really I want to highlight for the fans at home that is making a big difference here in this situation.
No.
Of course, the triple operator. This is just RRQ things, man.
Okay.
They love this stuff.
APAC things. Pacific things.
But then they've got the guns to back it up, so they can find these picks and then switch back over to their rifles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We kind of saw a little bit of it at Ascension Pacific. We're seeing it here. And, I mean, if you got the money, just, you know, make it rain.
Certainly. Although, maybe they didn't. I'm seeing a little extra cash sitting behind flips, so they didn't quite fully dig into the piggy bank, but they're just chilling. I mean, they don't need to push out. They can wait Gen.G out, try to force out some utility. Meteor with the Blade Storm. He can get anything done, but he's got to get up in the air.
Oh, ooh, he's been hit.
Yep.
But he gets the shot off the EJ anyway. Okay, Meteor starting to wake up a little bit, but down to 26 HP, and Flips is just making sure that he's going to be pushed into a position that's a little bit uncomfortable. Sylvan here to help him out, though, and then the Paranoia getting sent through. Gen.G for a second, we're like, how many operators do you guys have? Now Meteor just floating upwards for a couple more seconds. 30 seconds left on RRQ.
Yeah, they're the rifles
30
now,
seconds.
Yes. They were bought behind it. I figured they were, but wasn't 100% sure. And yeah, now they're sliding in towards the B site.
Yes. He's got the Thrash.
Oh, Meteor. Oh, Meteor.
Here comes.
Spike down.
10 seconds remaining, and Meteor's looking to make a splash. 2GE, though, making waves of his own. Now coming in through Xphero, shutting out the other entrance, and then the front. God did. No, sir. This is our home, 10-2.
And Xphero just popped off on stage. I can see him out of the corner of my eye. he let loose a roar there, and well-deserved here. I mean, just a complete, what a tale of two maps. You know, from Haven now over here to Lotus, the changes, the mental reset as well. You know, it's really interesting. I heard a couple of very fascinating things when I went to use the restroom during the break. One was the comms were really good for Gen.G, was what I was hearing. They're really well coordinated. The energy was good. There wasn't a lot of sort of complaining and some of the things that frankly plagued them in the past. And Ewok on the other end, I bumped into him, and I just kind of, you know, shrugged my shoulders. I'm like, oh man, you know, that map didn't go your way. He's like, yeah, it's fine, reset. Like, there was no hesitation. Like, he was not down about it at all. He wasn't beating himself up. He just said, we're going to reset. We're fine.
100%.
And, yeah, it's a great attitude to have.
We heard about that before from champions like Buzz, that you really just got to start the new map on a clean slate, and 2GE is one of those guys that's definitely done so. I mean, the presence that he has with this Astra, yes, it's a lot of backline support, placing down some stars, but when you watch how Lotus in this first half was played out, I mean, first of all, a bit of that secondary squad, and sometimes just being the clutch player to anchor down the sites in post-plant positions. He's also on flank watch sometimes.
Exactly, dude. Yeah. You're reading my mind again. I mean, it's those two things that have been so impactful here for 2GE, and he's been so good on these controllers when he's swapped in for Evan, and today in particular, just absolutely brilliant on this Astra. So impactful. Some of the timing with his utility has been brilliant, but what's even more brilliant is just his awareness, his map awareness that you're talking about.
Topping the scoreboard, but I gotta say, I mean, Flips and EJ, along with some of these impactful frags, that Odin, will we see it again in the second half? I mean,
if we get there.
If we get there,
if anybody ever gets enough money.
First of all, 10-2. If RRQ picks up this pistol, that's it.
Oh yeah, then it's GG go next, go to Ascent, and then I'm telling you what though, Quack, if we go to Ascent, I think we're in for another banger. I think we're in for another OT banger, my friend. Oh, God. Like the desk was talking about, it's like 50-50 for both of these teams on that map. And, you know, I don't think it'll be a 40-round affair like we saw with Zeta. But
oh, wow. Izzy and dash into sight.
well, again, this should be the better side of the map for Gen.G.
Boy. Ooh. Well, Elmi Moore able to get his one. That's about it. Meteor coming through alive on this first pistol take. Feeling the pressure, Gen.G turns the dial up to 11. Flips now coming through. Coming out from behind though, and I think that's something that maybe RRQ aren't expecting. TS with a wingman. Oh my god, and then the paint shells! TS flicks upwards. We're down to the one-on-one. Paint shells refreshed though, and it's EJ! Spots him out of the nebula. Instant flick.
That paint shells just ended Gen.G's hopes of winning this round. Or winning this map, I mean. The round and the map, both.
I mean, they gotta force this.
Yes. 100% they're forcing here. I already see a Bulldog in. It's a good start. Meteor, great awareness for that corner. But that paint shells, I think there's maybe a gravity well or something in there, a Nova Pulse. I couldn't quite catch it. But something to weaken them up.
Looks like it, yes.
And that's the combo, right, with the Rays. The Astra and the Fade.
Right? An RRQ that had a 0% Lotus win rate. Now coming back in this fashion, just to extend their lives in this lower bracket of LCQ. It's not something that we don't mind at all. Gen.G, on the other hand, with their force, it's TS and Meteor on the Bulldog, looking for any kind of opening.
Toxin screen down.
We're going to make another go here, at least initially. No pressure on any other side of the map, so once contact is made, RRQ can kind of reinforce it, and yeah, the Poison Cloud just sends Gen.G packing. They do not want to be walking through any of that Viper utility if they can help it, you know, with the the damage that's going to be coming out of those other guns, out of the Bulldogs and those Vandals.
It's going to come down to EJ on the A side. He should have paint shells that could potentially use to block them off for a second. Meteor updrafting up though, and it's going to bypass so much. Zephyro comes in with a Bulldog of his own, and he just sprays and bursts them down. 3 already deleted, and then Goddead comes in for the trade. Everyone's arrived on the scene, however, and with the Spectre, he's going to ding them up, pepper them full of holes. King down to 10 HP, not expecting the angle upwards, flips, puts the team at match point.
Okie dokie, well, I think we can confidently say that we know where this map is heading, unless we have the most epic comeback in VCT Pacific history in front of us. Which, I mean, I'm about it if it happens, but it's not the most likely thing. So yeah, there's that Odin. We got to it.
Okay.
Because the money's been so good. The rounds have been good enough here for RRQ.
Those 2 kills. Flip's getting the last 2. But I mean, just thinking about it, this is what we kind of talked about. When Gen.G has a great start, they are amazing. However, with such a rocky performance now, they're struggling to come back, and 12-2. You got nothing left in the bank, nothing left. Your pockets are emptied. You got TS on a Bulldog, maybe Goddead on a Guardian. And once more, just RRQ not giving them any openings. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh. Ooh. Oh, wallbang. Oh, Poison Cloud. And they are decayed. They're gonna burn alive. Meteor still not finding back though. And he comes in with the blades. He's not backing down. Zephyro just comes in through from Waterfall though. And now this is the last guy left alive. Look at how they're stacked up onto each other. Oh, around the door.
Defenders
and you will revolve around the planet because RRQ just put you in for a spin. They closed this map, was it 13-2?
Yes, sir.
Again!
It's just phenomenal stuff here from RRQ, and playing this comp to perfection against Gen.G's comp, reading it from the get-go of how the get-go was going to be played. And it's just, again, not only do you have the smokes and the other things to kind of help protect you from this high initiator, these flashes and these other things that are coming out of Gen.G's comp, but also you have stall here on the defender side with the Fade utility, with the Astra utility. So you can, you know, if there is the push from the initiators, if that Dizzy comes out, if those flashes or the fault line come out from Goddead, you can respond with the Gravity Well, you can respond with the Seed. All these things in place to then delay, to buy yourself time, and again, to just essentially nullify Gen.G's most crucial utility.
You're right, there's just so much synergy with EJ and his paint shells along with these two controllers, and Zafiro as the initiator as well. It works amazingly. LVMore on the lurk as well is another thing that was a thorn in the sides of Gen.G. So although, looking at the score chart right now, Meteor was topping the kills at 14 and 267 ACS for First Blood. But the rest of his team, that Gecko, it was so silent.
Yeah, it just wasn't impactful, and we never even really got to the attacker side where, again, we saw it be impactful for them on Pearl, but here on Lotus, just the defender side was too weak. But that's okay, the Gen.G fan's still confident.
He's a chamber, dude.
Dude, yeah, that guy is, he had a good day today. I mean, if he was watching the first match, and RRQ fans absolutely a lot to cheer about. I'm seeing RRQ flags out in the audience here today, a lot of signs. So the support is crazy. I love it when the RRQ fans come because they're so loud, they're so passionate. Every time they're here, it's just a treat.
Yes. I mean, you have to be, right? In an arena full of Gen.G fans, like kind of what Jess was talking about, this is what they do, and it really inspires, it really hypes up the spirit of the RRQ players. The thing is, though, this was map 2. Yes, it is a 13-2, but RRQ also lost their following maps against Zeta Division yesterday. They're going to need a lot more energy going into map 3.
Yeah, and hopefully there's some things that RRQ was able to learn from yesterday, some micro mistakes, like communication things potentially that they're able to very quickly identify and address, and maybe get themselves over the line this time around on Ascent. But I mean, my gut tells me here that this is going to be a long one.
I kind of feel it too. I mean, just, yeah, I feel it. I feel it. Because Ascent, I mean, with the way that these teams play this map, I mean, first of all, the composition's kind of been optimized for the longest time now, just perhaps with 2GE going with maybe slightly different controllers or slightly different styles.
Think about the stakes.
Exactly.
You lose this map and you're done for the year.
That's why they're going to come at this full force. So we're going to give the team some time to prep up, and some time for us too, while the desk comes back in after this break with their analysis. Don't go away. We will be back after this.
Get the spike down. It's not good to capable. Then the trades come through, and it's still going to be Silk.
Jess said that she likes Flash and Duelist, and Meteor as well picks up one more aggressive with some of these plays. But oh my, they're gotten found, and they're trying to push into C. LVMore again on the lurk, still so sharp. A double kill, make that a little watch down the sights, but unfortunately it's not quite going to go his way. It's just spraying third. LVMore gets traded, and Emma back. He's going to have to be careful. Down the marshal behind. The rest of the playing, they know this is potentially where they look at. Now watching the flank, as well as Waterfall. But are you ready for an EJ straight G? Boy. Well, Elmi man. Oh my god, and then the one-on-one. He feels refreshed though, and you're updrafting up though. And it's gonna bypass so much. Zafiro comes in with a bulldog of his own, and he's just full of holes. King, but Meteor still not fighting back though. And how they're stacked up onto each other. Oh, around the...
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, it is VCT, last chance qualifier, and both of these teams are just not letting us be right about any of our analysis. Gen.G did not win that map that they picked, which is Lotus. RRQ ended up completely flipping that around, stomping their gecko into the ground.
Damn.
Whoa.
That was a real brutal
like
way of putting it.
Poet, and you weren't even aware of it. Wow.
Oh, I just, woo, words.
I mean, look, it's kind of funny, right? Because you would expect the first map to kind of look like what the next map would look like, right? Like, and instead we have complete and total polar opposite results here. We have Gen.G dominating in game one, and we go, oh, wow, I guess, you know, we were all kind of wrong about where they were at. And then RRQ suddenly completely flips it on its head. This is an insane series. I think it's impossible now to call who's going to win this series. We go into game 3.
It's funny because this screen is actually a mirror image of how Gen.G looked on map 1, and they were on the left side of the screen. So if you're looking at this and you're like, whoa, like the first kills especially, that was a lot of their win condition for Gen.G in map number 1. Now RRQ was like, oh, I like that. How about I make that my win condition because it works so well for you in map number 1. How about we just push you aggressively, take that space, take your, take Meteor off the map. A lot of the time that was the person that was really stopping them from entering in map number 1. This is almost a mirror image of how it was in map number 1. So I'm really interested that RRQ's been able to flip it in their favor.
Yeah, that's right. And 2GE really stepped up. We were remarking about this in the green room. Elmi Moore and 2GE just, really stepping up to that plate there, stopping Gen.G often in their tracks. And you were talking about this too, Jess. You wanted to see more like strategic plays coming out of them and not just like a full-on, S in the FPS. So, yeah, I think I don't know how Ascent's gonna go because Ascent they both lost yesterday.
You're trying to
this time they both lose. We've never seen it before.
Victoria's trying to put sense to the madness.
I know.
And you said to me before, you're like, oh, it's not whimsy, it's controlled chaos. And I'm like, yeah, where's the controlled? Where's the control part of this series?
They need controlled whimsy is what they need.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, you could see all of them talking about it. Obviously, there's some big body language happening there about that map, and I would be
like,
too.
my cousin's this tall. I don't know what he's trying to tell him. What was that?
Pretty sure he's not saying that, but if he is, hey, look, no judgment at all. You need a little bit of happiness and fun before the game, but I'd be pretty serious. If I'm in there, Gen.G, my map pick, and you won map number 1 so convincingly, you come into that, you get absolutely demolished, and by using the same medicine that you were using in map number 1, taste of your own medicine is not good. So for Gen.G, I'd be really upset if I was them.
Yeah. In fact, let's have a closer look at some of these plays in round 2. Tasteless 2GE, continues to pop off, getting that spike down, and we see a lot of good team play come together here.
I mean, it was really an incredible thing to see the fact that they were able to string together the number of victories that they did. We thought, for a little bit, okay, we're gonna have to figure out if we can even get a Gen.G highlight in here. But in the twilight of this round, you could see even in these moments, 2G and X-Sparrow completely clutching it. pulling through with that round win. And again, I'm just stunned that we have such polar opposite scores here.
Yeah.
It's not just that it's like a back and forth, it's like black and white on either side.
You know what's interesting about this is that the way I watch clips like that, a good clip by the way, the way I watch clips like that, I'm like, this weirds me out because Haven is their best map by far, right? And so I'm like, okay, you looked a bit lost there. It looks like you'd been there for the first time ever. You get on this map, a map you've never won. You've lost it every time you've tried and attempted to go there, and you look like you know exactly where every single one of your opponents is coming from. I'm confused. Did you scrim it a lot? Are there secrets unbeknownst to us here? The stats are lying, I guess. We just throw away the papers. We don't do stats here anymore. RRQ says no, so I guess we just do with whatever they put on our screen now.
Yeah, that seems like it's going to be how it goes. But we're going to continue on with this. RRQ had some really great executes.
Oh, yeah.
And that's exactly what you were calling for in this. And yeah, so let's go into round 15 with a great example. In fact, how they ended it.
I mean, I really want to talk about the utility usage because, again, it felt like they understood this map fundamentally. And I think for the side of Gen.G, I think that took them off guard. I think a lot of what was thrown at them is one of those things you're like, okay, is this what we were expecting? We were expecting more, you know, run and gun. And when we didn't get that, I really like their C hits. I like the way that they prep for it. I like the way that they coordinate for it. And I like the way that the utility is primed and ready for it, the way that they come in and whatnot. And on the reverse of it, I think RRQ is able to be able to plan with the KJ really well. I think a lot of that utility, I just wouldn't push him. At the end of the day, I would say, where's the KJ set up? Cool, we don't go there. From now on, we decide not go there. It's a 3-site map. Why don't we just pick one of the other sides? Oh, I think Gen.G really were thrown off by how well RRQ knew this map. How could you have known they knew this map? No analyst in the world could have looked at any of these numbers and thought that they knew the map as well as they played it. So it's a big shout out to RRQ and probably a big shout out to their coaches.
I really want to go back and look at that clip of the pep talk we saw when we had the cameras in the room because, again, RRQ, all the players' heads are down. They're listening very deeply to what Coach Ewok is saying, and man, it worked. They came out and they really killed it. So I don't know what to expect in these next games, this next game, excuse me, but maybe RRQ can keep the streak going.
Yeah. But we have to talk about a key player. It's got to be 2GE, and you know, we're talking about this backstage. We're just really happy to see him like rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're not a fixed player in a roster as well. Like, I don't know what it's like. Like, you know, 6-man rosters, 7-man rosters have only really come into fruition in the last couple of years, properly in FPS. You know, before that it was like, yeah, we'll just keep 5-man and that's how we run things. Now that you sub these players in and out a lot, especially in the APAC region, it must be a lot of pressure because when you do get subbed in, you're like, ooh, I'm subbed in for this map. This is my purpose. This is my role. I have to achieve something here. Well, achieve he did. And on a role where you're not expected to perform as well as you do, both in a fragging and utility capacity, did both.
Yeah, you make a good point. You know, when you have a team that's going to be bigger than 5, right? It's always a little uncomfortable when you do get called in because it's a lot of pressure, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, clearly the team can already function without you, but to see him come in like this and play as well as he did, that's really exciting, and it shows a lot of promise there for RRQ.
Definitely, and we're going to see if he continues on, you know, on the stage going into map 3 Ascent. I believe he will remain in. And Ascent is sort of an interesting one. We saw a really long series yesterday for RRQ and Zeta. This is when we saw that crazy back and forth when both teams went full into overtime, the longest in the Pacific League anyway. You saw this sort of like checkered scoreboard where neither could win defense for the longest time, and then they ended eventually losing that out. I don't know if there's some kind of exhaustion there, but on the other side, Gen.G also had a really not so good loss against Team Secret on that very same map.
It's really, really balanced between them. Like, I threw a couple of sheets away. Luckily, one of them wasn't the one that has all the numbers written. I'm like, oh God, where's the one? No, I kept it here. I didn't throw it. But looking at the numbers, like, I've almost never had an Excel sheet where numbers are this balanced between both teams on a map, even down to the attacking and defensive win rate, completely balanced. And on a map like Ascent where I'm like, oh, that's a defensive map. That's a defensive, like, you know, they lose their attacking half. That's okay. They got defense next. No. We need to be watching both halves of this map because both of these teams have proven that that's how they win on Ascent, which is unusual.
It's a map that's been around forever. We've seen a lot of games for both these teams on this. I think it really could go either way. I hope we don't have like another 13-2.
Yeah, that would be sad.
I would like to have a real back and forth here. Again, it is so odd to have 2 games back-to-back that are completely one-sided, but the other team wins the next time around. So Again, when you have results that have been this chaotic and this weird, I think it's really impossible to predict what's going to happen on Ascent. But fingers crossed we have a longer, more dramatic match.
This is it, guys. This is going to be map 3. We're going to check our team comps now.
Yeah, what do we got? Is this full-on mirrored? It looks like it is.
I was going to say, nothing could be more balanced than a mirror composition, mirrored attack defense win rate, mirrored overall map win rate. I mean, at this point, you could toss a coin and maybe you were right.
It's going to be a matter of who wore it better.
Right? Who's got the better Sova
Yes,
Odin?
That's right. It's going to be a Sova Odin off here. I'm so excited. Again, a lot at stake though here. You lose, you're
so
dead.
much.
You're out of the tournament.
Whoa, stop saying that. They're just
No, the floor
eliminated
opens
from
up, all the players fall into a pit. It's crazy. You guys didn't know about that? They didn't
I
tell
didn't
you?
know. What? Wow. Oh my goodness. All right, well, whether they're eliminated or they're tossed into a shark pit below them, I think for all of these players, they know exactly the pressure that's on their shoulders.
Yeah, the stakes are really high right now, but it's good to see RRQ still has some smiles on their faces. Gen.G must be feeling the pressure as well, but you know what? Everyone's looking good. Yeah. This is it. You know what? Enjoy your moments on the stage. And map 3 of this best of 3, we're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Jesco, and Tasteless. I mean, yes, maybe they're going to fall into a pit, but I mean, it is a game. The main thing is this is now their last live throughout the entire VCT circuit, and that's what they're fighting for.
Yeah, well, it's not like you're Jesse Vass on Fracture, right? You're not going to fall into the pit. So hey, this is just a really close, intense map, I think. I don't know, but that's my suspicion. With these two teams, with their caliber of play, with their age of comps, everything's all square. And with their tournament lives on the line, this is it. It is win or you are done for the year for these two teams. So tons of pressure, and I can tell you both these teams have a lot of experience in these high pressure scenarios where they're in situations where it's a win and done. And whether it be the RRQ guys on the Boom Esports team or Gen.G guys on teams like WGS, on Slayers, etc., you know, TNL. So, look, none of these players are strangers to these kind of situations. I think this should be a very, very great map of Ascent.
And have fun, too. I mean, that's important.
No fun allowed.
Still a game. Frag out. That's what we want to see. I mean, talking about Meteor and how flashy he gets sometimes, but yesterday's performance, it was a really quiet one coming out from GodDead, and that was one of the factors why Team Secret was able to push forward instead of Gen.G. Meanwhile, for RRQ, I mean, that overtime, do they still have it left in the tank? EJ's now watching the off angle, but he's hit by a different set of utilities and flushed out into an open position where King picks him off apart. The rest of the team now just trying to anchor down the site, flips out from defender spawn, hiding inside of this dark cover. They might not expect him. But 2GE now coming out from market, trying to fire off some shots. Ooh, gets legged instead. Flips, pushing out of dark cover, gonna get picked up. Zafiro on his, you know, that little boosted spot, not gonna be able to do all too much, so it's all up to 2GE at 20 HP. Swaps over to a Ghost. And of course, he's thinking about how these players could be positioned. Use the cover for a little bit of an extension, but Sylvan and Omen versus Omen, he knows it all too well.
Yeah, it's just a great crunch play here from Gen.G. It all starts off the back of that paranoia from Sylvan. Catch EJ off balance, take him down. Again, one of the things I'm really liking from Gen.G when they're succeeding here, whether it be on Haven or here on Ascent, is that Meteor's willing to eat some of this utility from his teammates to set them up, to gain space, and then you know he'll take the breach stun, he'll take here in the paranoia to make sure that they get the kill, and he'll get himself in position then to follow up once that you know, stun status or blind status falls off of him. So I really like the way that Gen.G plays selflessly sometimes here, particularly Meteor.
Yeah, throwing themselves at the site, but right now, I mean, look at the rifles that they're buying up, Paper Thin. We don't see this too often. Most times you might want to go for utilities hit, but it's Guardians, it's Bulldogs. They're just waiting for RRQ to push out. Sylvan catching a bit of contact, gonna fall back. The rest of the team pushing into B. Oh, but Severo, he sees it all.
He's not spotted.
Calls it clear now, pushes up just to pick up the Bulldog. King caught unaware. Sylvan coming up from round back, And EJ's going to be one that catches him, but Sylvan fires off the shot instead. Flips comes in for the trade with the Sheriff, and all of a sudden, this is very doable for RRQ.
Just that angle, never checked by Goddead, never really came across to his mind that someone could just be sitting in that cubby.
Enemy tag.
See what they can do. Xfero getting some really good info.
Just firing off some shock darts, trying to catch whatever damage they can get. Given the armor that some of these Gen.G players have, Meteor still on the Phantom, spins around. Goddead finally putting it down with the Ghost. Gen.G manages to stabilize.
What a spin from Meteor there. Goodness, I'd love to see that from his perspective, because he was not looking anywhere near that alley. Meteor, so good today overall. Nice shot from Clips, catching Sylvan, trying to reposition. Yeah, he turns pretty quick. Great reaction from Meteor. Takes Xfero down. Almost potentially disaster there for Gen.G, but they're able to stabilize and avert it. Tough to break into the site once they got control. Now an overflash, trying to set up Meteor here for a push. The dueling 0 points. And a lot of damage, and through the box, 2GE just takes Meteor down.
And this is something that we saw yesterday against Zeta. He always plays around dice, maybe a bit of jump spotting, going for some shots, and then repositions with the Shrouded Step towards the back of Hell. Gen.G needs to be careful with how they want to break across this. I mean, using a fragment is something that they can do, perhaps King with the Nanoswarms, but it's always tough because you're always thinking about who else could be positioned around this A site. Flips with a fragment. He's already thrown it, but now just watching around tree. He's going to get wallbanged by Goddead.
Yeah, well, one way to avoid the Odin going burr is to not go to B. Now, smoke going to come down. 2GE going to be under a ton of pressure here momentarily. Sylvan so accurate today.
Very different. I mean, top fragger from the first map, and now be a little bit more difficult for RRQ. Two players left. The Odin being pulled out. King just a little bit quicker. The Lurk coming in effective. Down to Elmi Moore, and he's just deserted. Dropping down, not quite able to do all too much. It's the bonus win for Gen.G.
On the attacker side. The attacker side bonus. This is devastating for RRQ. I mean, this is a map that
should be defender.
I would have expected that. Yes. This is just shocking. I mean, Sylvan here just so nasty once he gets that Vandal into his hands. Goddead setting him up for this, and you can hear him. Sylvan immediately is like, nice, let's go. Goddead holding the line. That Guardian pick, all it took was that one kill, and that swings the round because Sylvan gets that Vandal.
And that's something that's a little bit weird coming out from RRQ. I mean, you could see, especially from Sylvan's POV in that final moment, each peeking out one by one. It's not quite as controlled or coordinated for RRQ compared to what we saw yesterday, but right now, Gen.G just dipping their toes in the water again, getting a feel for things, and then rotating over to B.
All right, you should be able to check this corner. I'm going to guess that TS is going to use some utility, probably, or they're just going to drive. Okay, there it is. But he's going to be caught.
Okay, 1-for-1, not too bad. Elmi Moore should be able to come in to do a little bit of damage. Still got to be careful. I mean, it's just a Sheriff. We've seen how sharp he can be before, but so far, a little bit more quiet. Pop Flash, 2G with the Paranoia too. Flips tries to make some noise, but Gen.G still able to hold it down. Elmi Moore with the Sheriff, now finding a shot, able to retrieve a Phantom, but oh, Meteor just hops up on top of lane and takes them down 2 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor is that, sometimes he can be that guy. He could be that extinction level event to live up to his name, to just shut rounds down. Just unbelievable flips there. Nice job pushing through some utility to pick up that kill. On point, Meteor here just shutting the door on the B site, not allowing anyone to break through. And now that Gen.G faithful, the Gen.G staff getting fired up.
We need to see more of that still. I mean, Meteor, again, we talked about this from the first map. Whenever he has a good day, he compounds it forward. So it's up to RQ to really stifle this momentum, but it's not been good. Right now, they're just switching up positions, playing so far back towards the site.
And they're giving up mid-control here, trying to lure them either into short or, towards the Killjoy utility to maybe soften them up, let Xfero and Elmi Moore Gonna try to cut him down in a crossfire. But immediately, 2G is gonna get backed off by a flash from Goddead. Up in the hands of EJ. A tree. Yeah.
I don't mind that dark cover.
Boss coming back.
But with EJ on this op, I mean, just trying to watch some of these sight lines. If Gen.G just bypasses it all the way from defender spawn, cutting that noise, RRQ might not be able to expect anything. So it's very crucial that they go in silent, but deadly with the way that they approach the A site.
Yeah, and it's going to be crucial to make sure that EJ's op can't do any damage. That dark cover.
Dead.
30 seconds
coming through.
0 point out. Now the fragment, and it closes in onto 2GE. He swings around to the other side, but look at this movement. They know where he is, and they're just shutting him down. Sylvan now trains his sights on towards heaven, and then they shut in the door. King on that lurk, coming up huge, cutting off the rotations from RRQ.
Oh, man. And that has got the RRQ fans fired up here in the studio at the Sangam Coliseum. King going for yet another kill here. Going to try to dual flips, and he's going to win it before TS can even get there. Unbelievable. A 5-0 start here on the attacker side on Ascent for Gen.G. They are just dismantling RRQ.
And we're talking about it, right? This is a defender-sided map. You cannot have this happen. Coach Ewok has to be a little bit unhappy, so intervening now. Round 6 with the timeout.
It's been such a swingy affair here today between these two teams. I mean, just one absolute blowout on, the first map for one team. The other team comes back, blows them out on the next. And here so far, Gen.G is just absolutely obliterated. I mean, EJ's 0-5 right now. A defending Jet, you've got to find more impact. I mean, you just have to. It's just like a lot of times Jets on this map are doing most of their damage on the defender side. They're putting up those big numbers, and a lot of times it's because they're getting into that op, being that point of attack, that point of retake to shut things down, but just literally nothing going RRQ's way so far, and a lot of Gen.G fans, a lot of signs supporting them, and let's go to America, one of those signs said. Of course, because that's where Champions is. Valorant Champions 2023 in Los Angeles.
RRQ's got similar signs too, but that's something that you really have to think about. EJ, we've seen him on the operator. Yesterday, a little bit more fluid with it. Peeking outside of certain areas like A main, yes, A short, sometimes out from mid-bottom. But today, hasn't been able to find that impact yet, perhaps because of such a rocky start.
Look how far back RRQ is playing. They're worried about the no command because they don't want to have to not be able to pop this utility if there's a fast B hit. Like a lot of times teams when they have that no command, they'll just pop it and slam into B because it's really hard to dodge the radius.
Mentally speaking, right? I mean, you just want to play as safe as possible. But sometimes that just gives up so much more space, so much more room for Gen.G to roam around with. Good thing is that 2G is inside of Wine right now, though. And if he places up another dark cover just deep enough, they'll be forced to check him. One way. And then the peek. Oh, they just bypassed it. Paranoia gets sent up, but unfortunately he's not able to connect any of those shots. Gen.G relatively still healthy, and now the lockdown in place. Got players up top of heaven, though. EJ, this is your time to shine. He finds the first frag, and then the rest of them just held up on the other side. No command coming out from Flips.
They gotta rotate here. I mean, I know there's not a lot of time, but
they're just pressing it anyway.
Yeah, they're just gonna go for it. This is gonna be really difficult.
They're waiting out the utility from Flips, actually. Now the Paranoia gets sent through, and with a Cloud Burst, EJ tries to hold it back, but Gen.G, King and Sylvan, the firing squad just shots through.
Or they're just better. I mean, they're just more accurate. It's everything that they can do to try to stop this is RRQ. They've got the right read. They've got the right pieces in the right places. Like you were saying, just a little bit of patience here from the side of Gen.G. And a little bit of a step out there to gain just enough space, but they double peek out there, and both Sylvan and King are not fooled in the slightest.
All right, it's again, force of numbers. And speaking of numbers, paper thin, 6-0. This is amazing for Gen.G. Meteor wants to push forward with this, and he wants to keep up that momentum. He wants more blood. Picks up the first. Now Tailwind at the ready. Maybe going in for that door push. He spotted Zafiro. Oh, he repositioned. Oh, with the stinger now coming through. It's going to be King, though, around logs, and then flips to answer back with the Sheriff. EJ just in time. Late Storm up and ready. It's all up to Goddead, but with the flash, flips, pulls off the thrifty win for RRQ.
But is it too little too late? I mean, it's great. You're getting a thrifty win. It's a nice reset here for RRQ. And now they've got a lot of big ults available. They've got that lockdown. They've got that Hunter's Fury. And this is just, you know, kind of one by one here. Finding the timings, finding the angles, and still in high spirits as RRQ. You can hear there in the comms that they certainly are very much in this. They know they can come back. This is not done by any stretch of the imagination. And hey, their attacker side was really good in overtime.
Sure.
We know that.
I don't mind this. I mean, at this juncture, you just want to keep spirits alive. And RRQ changing things up. This time we've got Elmi more towards the A site with his utility set up. Surely Gen.G hears this.
And they're considering EJ, if he can win this,
Spotted.
huge.
Saw the jacket, but look at the movement from King. Just a tiny swing out at the last second. Takes down EJ, and then now pushes up front. Xfero wants to trade, and he will be able to get it. So there's that lurk gone. You don't have to worry about it too much any longer. Comes down to how 2GE as well as Elmi more anchor down this A site.
Yeah, and the pings are already coming down. As soon as that trade came through on the King, they know.
Oh yeah, paranoia.
Yeah, if Meteor able to get ahead of it, but...
Oh, Elmi more.
Oh, Elmi more turns
to shoot it. The Meteor. No, the fragment catches onto 2GE as well. Zafiro now the only one around the site. Flips coming in with a bit of a flank, but is it gonna be enough though? At least we're buying time with the Hunter's Fury.
30 seconds left.
Now he sees it. Only good for one headshot. Meteor on a bit of a tear. Zafiro is in for the 1-on-2 situation. It's not gonna be easy, but the pings are not too bad. He heard that tailwind, but now knows, how do I clear hell? He could be a main. How do I clear generator? So much to think about. The Recon Vault has refreshed, so we're going to use that for a little bit of cover. Not quite able to find the wall bang, though. He's running out of time, so just goes in for the hop, but Goddead pulls him down regardless.
I mean, this is just a classic Gen.G execute. Just, you know, the Recon Dart in a perfect spot to keep Elmi more completely off balance. Meteor able to get up on the generator, get ahead of that paranoia, and step down, finish the job. Big win here on the edge for King. Been absolutely nuts today. Yep, the fragment as well from Goddead, perfectly placed. I mean, that's Korean Valor right there, my friend. That's all I gotta say, is that is how you do it. That's how you draw it up. That's how they want those executes to go. And RRQ knew it was coming. I saw the pings. They were aware, and they still can't stop it.
Yeah, the anchor, unfortunately, in that moment, got completely displaced by Gen.G's utility as well as firepower. The paranoia really throws them in for a loop, and Meteor on top of that generator, man. Now it's going to be EJ with the operator, and he's coming back in towards middle. But again, with this pressure, with this scoreline, he's being very careful about it. And in all of this time, Gen.G, they're moving around the map. Look at Sylvan.
And they're
first on A and then back to B.
Yeah, and they're trying to show a different look here, Quack, with King's utility far forward, but the team leaning this direction. They left Sylvan on the A side to watch for lurks this time. But the information should be pretty good here for RRQ, especially with that knife not connecting, and now with this execute. Definitely, you know it's B.
Oh, good arrow. It's going to be Zafiro who actually strikes down onto Meteor. The rest of them now just trying to hold it from whichever position they've got. Market as well as defender spawn. TS wanting to hold down this angle, wanting to break through the site. But with the RRQ patience, man, they're just anchoring towards the back of Boathouse. Comes down to how Gen.G throws through, but they're out of utility. Only Goddead with one flashpoint. He tosses it, doesn't find all that much. Now they got to pinch in. TS manages to catch on to Zephyro, but here comes 2G as well as Elmimor. They've got this angle on lock and down. It's all over the place. Quadra kill for 2GE.
Nasty stuff there from 2GE. And yeah, with Meteor going down here, Gen.G is left to try to scramble and come up with a plan B, and it's just not quite there. You know, TS being stuck at the switch also means that if that lockdown comes through, he's not in a position where he can Hunter's Fury. So they're trying to figure out how they could break this open. Eventually, they just try to run at it, to run at boats, and 2GE was having none of it. And that was a huge round for him, a huge round for RRQ. That's only 2. And at best, they can only make this a 7-5 in this half.
Still, you want to get whatever you can get. Gen.G are trying different things too. I mean, this time, just a full 5 stack towards the A site. RRQ has gotten a lot of information though because Flips has pushed out mid. Oh, but it's the lockdown. Elmimor's got one of his own. Could be useful for a retake. But he's in a deep position. And he walks in at the last second, got detained. Meteor just shoots him down outright.
All right. I get the idea. I think just trying to get a kill before he gets taken out. It's all right. Didn't work out.
Owl Drone 2 now, and it's going to bait out Meteor with the positioning. EJ, Operator, now sounded off. Goddead trying to pull off some hijinks, but not phased. EJ continues up front. Now 2 players left remaining, and it's inside of Hell. EJ on for the quad. King outside of A main. Position now made aware. Able to shut down the ace, but Zephyro comes back in to claim vengeance.
It's good patience, good awareness here from RRQ, able to wait out these big ultimates from Gen.G. Kind of what we saw previously after their timeout where they played back. They kind of were expecting these big hits. Yeah, Elmimor is on site and he's in a little bit of an odd spot, but that's okay. You know, it's still, everybody else is doing their job. They're expecting Meteor to push up into heaven here. And, you know, they're fully aware that those Jets have been having some success getting up into heaven and, you know, ruining some rounds for the defender's side here in the Pacific LCQ. So,
let's go, guys.
Good awareness. And RRQ starting to get a little momentum, starting to get a little bit of steam. You know, now they just shut out a couple big ultimates, so who knows?
Sure.
Maybe they can make this a 7-5.
And if it would be a 7-5, it's not too bad. Again, you talked about their attacking side, Paper Thin, and yesterday that was a sight to behold against Zeta Division in that crazy 40-round overtime. But still, there are a lot of Gen.G fans in this stadium right now, and they're all rooting for that one chance for Gen.G to make it through to the last chance qualifier. But right now, this timeout being called, I mean, clearly there are some things that need to be fixed with this attacking push because RRQ's defense, they're switching around positions so much.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. I mean, it's really been a great half for Gen.G no matter what. No matter how you end up here, frankly. Like this, you'll always take a 7-5 on attacker side for the most part, other than like old school, like Pacific APAC style. But this is not that, especially with these agent combos.
Oh, interesting. We got Flips on the Operator now. Dash. It's going to be the Tiles Crunch. Oh, no, TS just tucked away in the corner. EJ not expecting it. Flips now just trying to watch some of this, and he should be able to hear the Owl Drone. Not quite. But this is big information for Gen.G. Got the numbers, too. Meteor out with the knives. Not quite able to find anything.
Still Elmimor and TS sitting on their ults, kind of waiting each other out to see who's going to blink first with that Lockdown Hunter Fury combo. Flips now going to slide over towards Tree with that op. Meanwhile, Gen.G spreading the map, trying to get info, trying to piece together exactly what this defense looks like before they make their hit. Maybe a little bit of a fake coming towards B.
Well, it's round 11, first thing, and now you can hear that Killjoy utility. Sylvan just left undetected on towards Wine. Flips getting a little bit antsy, gets with the recon as well, though. Now the spike around the mouth of A main. Zephyro shuts them back. There's the lockdown, but King's just all the way on the other side of B, and he's like, this is open.
But the dart just came up, so they're able to clear mid. Xpharaoh in a duel, and TS wins it.
Wow. tiny bit of movement, but 2G fires back. Still, though, they're at a slight disadvantage. The timing is good for Gen.G, and the door being shut as well. Might have one dark cover propped back up, but other than that, Elmimore's got nothing left. So this comes down to just pure gunplay. Meanwhile, Goddess got one flashpoint left. Meteor with the blades too.
It's gonna be how they're holding this. So challenging for RRQ, man.
Can't wallbang. King is in an unorthodox spot. And then Goddess just up around the boxes, watching lane. Ooh! Instant contact! And then King just forcing 2GE to kneel.
This is a great scramble play from Gen.G. Again, some of those things we're looking for in their gameplay that they can improve on. And this round, Sylvan here going to find this pick onto the op, and then him and Goddess are going to try to make a go of the A site to see if they can break that open, but so much utility is still there. They get the spot, they get the kill onto Sylvan, but then immediately, there's no hesitation, they turn tail. Even before the lockdown is coming in, they're already out. They're done with that A site.
And that was the whole game plan. I mean, off of the timeout from Bile, you could tell that they're trying to pull off some of these tendencies from RRQ from the Haven map, where as long as we make a little bit of noise, RRQ might toss in a bit of utility to stall, and through that, they punish them. Flips with that. Fragment was caught up by Sylvan. And right now, EJ, oh, painful.
That is painful. There is no other way to describe that. That is taking a big gamble with that operator to not have any cover.
Not ready
to just hope that you can completely confuse Gen.G there. And it doesn't pay off. Good diligence from Sylvan. Kind of maybe expecting that given that space, they might try something like that.
Just going in for some swings. They're trading information. RRQ wanting to put on the pressure. They're peeking out onto B lobby, and Gen.G are just prepared. Angles being watched from the shadows towards the back of sight. Blitz just trying to play around it, but Meteor instantly here for the trade. 2GE, what do you have left in the tank? It's the last round of the first half, and you've got 4 players to work against. It could have been an ace clutch, but TS out from behind. Gen.G, they play around the map like it's a toy.
Oh, this is just an absolutely stellar attacking side for Gen.G. Nothing else to say about it. Anticipating the pressure on both sides of the map. TS even just lurking through to find the final kill, making sure that 2GE has no chance of any kind of hope of getting that clutch. It's concerning for RRQ, man. I thought this would be close. We'll see. Maybe their attacker side is also just good. Look, that happens sometimes where it's just one of those days. The makeup of these two teams where their attacker side are just both really, really good. So, but Meteor, he is, I mean, on these maps, Haven in a sense has been absolutely so impactful.
I mean, that's the thing. You're talking about the attacker side and the strong start coming out from some of these teams. And for Gen.G, it always happens at the back of Meteor. I mean, when he pops off, when he gets his momentum to go in onto sites and have his way with it, remember how he updrafted and dashed onto the top of Generator on A. He gets to do so much, drops down into position right behind enemy lines, and players like 2GE or Elmimore, sometimes they just don't expect it. Meanwhile, on the other hand, for RRQ, I mean, EJ hasn't really had his time yet. He's been trying to make some things happen with the operator, Elmimore as well, on some anchoring moments, but they keep on getting shut down. They keep getting forced to disperse away, and it just hurts. They're being pulled back and forth all over the map.
I'm not sure I understand the TS being lotion thing. I'm not actually sure if there's a word for that in Korean that I'm not thinking of. Is there a word for soap? No, soap is. I don't know, man. That one is. There must be some reference that I'm just totally unaware of. It's a cute drawing.
But hey, again, the main thing comes back to, yes, this is amazing for Gen.G, but for RRQ, on to the second half, if you cannot win this pistol, your VCT life hangs in the balance.
All right.
Last chance qualifier, it's unforgiving. You're being forced through the gauntlet.
Gen.G is going to know real fast here that this is an A hit, especially with all their control over mid.
Oh, look at those nanostorms.
Got to play for retake here. Do what damage you can with this utility.
Well, EJ's already made his way through with the tailwind. Everyone else following through.
Got the paranoia, you got the flash. Certainly, Gen.G can make something happen here potentially, but there's no lurks, there's no flanks. This is just going to have to be a solid execute.
Oh, we do have Zephyr on a flank of his own. Playing around the other side of heaven. Blitz, ooh, just spraying at the right moment, able to catch one, but then everyone else continues to push out from the other side. Goddead, he's managed to break in, but now 1-on-2, Zephyr, can your flank can you time it well? Able to catch onto King, and then throwing out the recon, oh my god. Back out towards Generator. Now there's only one spot where he could be, and Goddead knows this. He's been good with the Classic before, and he's good for it again!
Well, when you need him most, Goddead coming up huge here for Gen.G. Clutching out a pistol round. Gen.G today on the pistols, very, very strong. And Goddead here, a good anticipation of this position of flips. That fragment does enough damage, and then Goddead just like, yeah, you guys deal with that, I'm getting into sight. And then he cakes it to half as well. Give himself a little bit more, I think, mental comfort, but certainly if that had drawn out a little bit more, he had already got himself in a good position to make sure that he was going to be able to get the defuse. So solid stuff there from Goddead. Everything you could want out of that KO in that spot, right? The perfect fragment, a flash drive to set you up for the entry, and then the win with the Classic.
All right, and just feeling better. Oh god, the turret. I mean, with such a lead, Gen.G a lot more comfortable mentally. Meanwhile, for RRQ, just slight fumbles, and now the utility being set up against them. Flips and 2GE trying to brute force their way through, but now having to fight against this retake. Gen.G wants to strike back, but without the timing, without the coordination, it's not meant to be. Goddead being forced to fall back for a second. Spike not yet planted, but here it comes. Meteor going for some cheeky plays. Dashes into his cloud burst. What?
Okay.
RRQ responding kind, thankfully, in the right moment. And with this force buy, they pull back a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, the force buy able to come through here for RRQ. And Gen.G, I don't think they're fooled by it necessarily. Just that initial attempt at the entry by EJ. The spot here so good by TS. But that flash, 2G still got to kill in the middle of all that. That's wild. And Meteor trying to break crosshairs, but able to cover is RRQ, so okay. Able to take that pistol right back, essentially.
You can see the idea is going for it, but regardless, now RRQ just not tapping on the brakes whatsoever. Full gas, full speed ahead. EJ takes out Sylvan. Now just thinking about it for a second, trying to suss out some information on where the Gen.G players could be holding. They go in to take the site. Ooh, Goddead.
Oh, he knew. That shorty almost paid off.
All good, but Meteor just going out for that tiny little peek. Without the tailwind, though, not quite able to survive. Down to the last two. Trying to flip the tables.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Goddead here looking for some kind of drop down, but really he's only got a chance against EJ, and even then that's wishful thinking for sure. So maybe just considering letting the spike end the round for him. King, though, happy to hunt with this Sheriff. Certainly can find some value. Here's the footsteps, and still is just not even turning towards it because of the closed door, so gonna wait it out, see if anybody was lurking around. Tree, not gonna happen. Yeah, that's okay.
Side of the spike, at the very least, 9 out orbs, and RRQ playing it safe because they really, really want to be cautious about how they climb back into the game. They need to force it to, you know, an even score or perhaps even overtime, because a single mistake, 2 rounds, Gen.G secures theirs.
Exactly. It's a lot to do here for RRQ, but you know, we saw 6 rounds in a row to start on the attacker side for Gen.G, so maybe, even though they lost the pistol, maybe they can string together 6 of their own here. Completely flip this map on its head.
Keep doing what you do best.
I mean, I know these RRQ guys can definitely get it done. No big ults to speak of just yet, so we have to get it done with the guns and the utility.
Both 0 points being traded. Now it comes down to, just like you mentioned, the guns, but also Gen.G, man, firing back through tree, just keeping them firmly rooted down. RRQ not quite able to push past it. Only 2GE makes it out. You might have the site, you might get the spike planted, but how are you going to play around this now? Don't have the paranoia. Last dart cover just spent to block off Heaven.
And you got a recon dart to worry about. You got a flash.
Backs off into main. Just trying to play around the spike, perhaps.
Now they know.
Oh my goodness, trying to go in for some of those shots, but gets blocked off by the 0 point. Up in elevation though, finds CS, and then onto GodDead. All he needs is that one shot onto King. He's gotten it at half though. Knows that he has to tap it again. He's just baiting for it. Goes in for a bit of swing. Oh my god, 2GE! We own the night!
Oh my word, 2GE has been monstrous today. He has been so instrumental to RRQ.
I can buy.
Getting to where they are, and now top fragging for his team to boot. This looked like a great round here. The paranoia was dodged by Sylvan, so he's able to pick up a couple, but the fake TP catches TS just enough off guard. And then GodDead already being weakened up, and King in a really difficult spot there. Just got to play it a little bit for time, and a pop-off and a well-deserved one there for 2GE. And oh boy, Quack.
I'm just a little bit curious as to see King's POV on that one. Not quite being able to react in time. Gen.G starting to lose their grip for just a second. They've got some sheriffs now. Maybe they can convert into a Thrifty. But RRQ playing it safe. Look at this.
Yeah, just tell me we're going to play off contact to the turret. Can't quite find the shot. And just going to peel out of there. GodDead with a Marshall too. So kind of watching towards that A main area from Heaven.
Hard cover, blocks things off. All drone to clear out Wine.
Oh, that's a lot of info.
Okay, surely now they know there's a bit of a stack on the A site. RRQ could potentially rotate through, but now you got to be wary of Meteor's positioning around A short. Spot so many of them, but bit of a whiff.
Meteor wants that one
Paranoia.
kill. Wants that kill for that Blade Storm.
Okay, a little bit of heavy utility, heavy flashes just to make sure that they get the safe transition over to B. But guess what? You got Sylvan here. You got King here. Meteor's already arrived on scene. And Gen.G are firing on all cylinders, literally. The Nanoswarm burns down, flips to a crisp. And with 2GE trying to force his way through, he gets cut up by Meteor.
Great patience here. Great parallel movement from Gen.G with the rotations of RRQ, and that's going to force the timeout. Certainly warranted. No more room for much air for the side of RRQ. It has to be near flawless. You have one round that you can forfeit. You have to get 6 of your own. 7 of your own. And yeah, Meteor again hunting for that pick. It's so wise to get out of there quickly after not finding it. Doesn't stick around to try to force the issue. Seeing the full force of RRQ there in mid, he's like relaying it to his team. He's like, guys, they're going B. Let's start getting over there and get ready. And King is again that side anchor. The Nano Swarm perfectly placed to get a kill. He's just, dude, he's so good.
And that's one of those things that I'm thinking about too. I mean, apart from Gen.G being incredibly sharp, along with that transition from RRQ, having tossed that much utility just to block off A short, block off defender spawn, I mean, backside of market, it's so much that you're not left with enough to actually make your way safely onto the site. So that's why, you know, players like Sylvan, King, they were ready to receive them with open arms. They weren't blinded at all.
No, yeah, exactly. It's great awareness here. Great adaptations today from Gen.G. And again, I think so much of this goes back to just their communication when it's on point, when everybody's working together. Things go much, much better. I mean, that's very basic to say, but it truly has been a point of problems. And here's the flash and dash now. Meteor's turn to try and get this done, but the turret here, not going to let it be easy at all. That paranoia is so good. Where's the response? Okay, there it is. X-Barrel
But he's pinched. Spikes dropped. Paper thin. This is devastating. Could be a potential match point win unless RRQ uses this spike as a bait to fire off some accurate shots instead.
Gen.G's overheating a little bit here, Quack. They pushed this spike a little bit too far. Lost Meteor, and King took a whole bunch of damage for it.
With that damage too, I mean, it could be a conversion to a win, but now, what are you gonna do? Okay, from the shadows, I see you 2G.
Shadows traveling.
Going his way onto the A site. TS, the only player with full health, just around the corner. Tries to fire off some blind shots with the Phantom. No tracers detected, so he's still relatively safe. And then the null command from Flips just to ensure that Gen.G doesn't try anything funny.
Wants to prevent the lockdown, and he is going to be successful in that. So this retake, gonna have to wait it out if you're going to get that done. Now, there you go.
Good position. Okay, EJ. Play around the ledge. Oh no, but peeks a little bit too early. 2GE trades off of it, the contact, and then the lockdown. We're falling back into wine. A little bit obvious, but still, you've got good damage. TS, he's the only one with high enough HP. Confidently going for some swings. He manages to get the first. Now Flips down to low. King with a 5. This was the same situation as before. Can you do it again? Oh! He just gets off the spike at the right time. Scream, aim, and fire!
Unbelievable, Quack. King couldn't get the previous one against 2GE, but this time he's good for it. Just kind of just hung around for a split second too long here. That shock dart weakened up Flips. And then he double pumps it. Oh, brilliant. Flips, though, a little bit too wide on that swing.
We're talking about it, man. Valorant, FPS, surely, but so much of it is mental, and in this moment, just not quite being able to push over the edge. Gen.G, again, the team in the regular season that beat RRQ first. They're doing it again. Now quickly positioned around to retake the site. RRQ, they want to hold it down.
Got double ops, or no, just single op, excuse me. Sylvan gonna be past the op from GodDead. You have a Hunter's Fury for Xvero to clear some space. Hey, it has to come now.
Okay.
Oh, Meteor got tagged.
Oh, it goes up into the air too. It's a Pharaoh. Tracking him perfectly. Now GodDead just trying to position around this. Surely they know some players are inside of B main, so the Dark Cover comes up to block. Owl Drone to clear and check as well. King trying to play off this. The Spectre will not ring true. A bit of a friendly shock dart, but that's okay. Still trying to go forward off of it. The blinds are good. GodDead trying to make it happen right now. Two players hiding from inside a boathouse, but look at how they peek out together at the same time. This is that RRQ.
Yeah, this is a nice round here from RRQ. Given the space for free, and they take full advantage of it. That Hunter's Fury, beautiful to knock Meteor out, makes that retake so much more difficult. And TS there with a couple, we'll call them regrettable shock darts. This one to kill King there. Oops, and then he bounces that other one, doesn't get to where he wanted it. He wanted to go into boats, and it bounces off the wall next to him. So it is what it is. TS has been quite good, so I'm not going to
we won't harp on it too much.
No. That happens to everybody.
But again, the thing is, match point now. RRQ, they need 5 rounds in a row, Paper Thin.
That killed the drone. That shock dart was beautiful.
Bad. And it was a quick play earlier from RRQ to do it. Can they do it again, though? Elmi Moore with the Nanostorm will be able to burn down TS. And then EJ tailwinding into the door button. Manages to shut it down. King trying to anchor, and he just dances around Boathouse now, able to get the first one. Going in for the next. EJ's gone. Oh, and he comes up huge with the triple. 2GE not able to survive. Meteor strikes again. Gen.G, the Tiger Nation comes in to take what's theirs.
What a day here for Gen.G. What a wild series between these two teams. A back and forth. We go to the third map. But it is once again Gen.G in firm control here on our final map. Started strong, they finished strong. Sure, the Lotus, definitely not what you wanted if you're a Gen.G fan. They're able to get over the line here, and King showing why he is such a valuable player. Why everybody in the world talks about this guy as one of the best in the business as a side anchor. And that round right there, quintessential King. Gets ahead of EJ a little bit there. That flash from GodDead to set him up as well. onto the stairs. Absolutely brilliant. What a performance here. Meteor having a wonderful day. Yes. Just everything clicking here for Gen.G on these 2 maps that they win. And that's huge. And that's huge. And now you got another chance here as Gen.G.
That defense, that paramount position towards the backup boathouse. And you're talking about it, Paper Thin, the impact of King's defense. Apart from that, I mean, also just how heavily he played out in that first half. Gen.G pushes themselves forward in the lower bracket to earn a second chance at fighting up against their opponents from before, Team Secret.
And it's a best of 5, so it's going to be really interesting, you know, to see what lessons Gen.G learn. If they're going to, it almost feels like inevitable that they're going to have to play Lotus or Pearl. What is that going to look like again? Are they going to stick to this Gecko thing? Are they going to try something different? Haven has to be different. Safe Haven obviously much better, but now you've shown your hand, you've tipped it to Team Secret, who is certainly watching that, certainly learning from it, and will be prepared for it. So, I mean, as impressive as this was for Gen.G, it's going to be tough tomorrow against that Team Secret team who just absolutely smashed them the last time. But man, RRQ, dude, what a season they've had. A lot of us thought that they were going to be in the finals potentially. They look so good, they've improved so much. But just here at the end, that maybe that overtime against Zeta just was kind of the backbreaker.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate. It's a little bit sad. A tough pill to swallow for sure, but
why so serious?
I mean, I don't know, it looks cool. Miles just happy. But again, I mean, for RRQ, right, tough pill to swallow. And it bears mentioning that a lot of this happens because of that rocky start. I mean, maybe they were a little bit anxious or eager. The way that they started in Haven, not too great. And Gen.G took fully capitalized on that.
Yeah, no, they did. I mean, it was really impressive when Gen.G was kind of working together, or at least able to get their ideas to kind of land when they needed to. So yeah, the Lotus, just forget that. Throw that in the bin. But the rest of it was so good today for Gen.G, so
throw that in the bin.
Yeah, just throw it in the bin. Just throw that Lotus in the bin. Never again. Let's try something different. That one didn't work.
Take it out of the bin. I mean, for RRQ at least.
Yeah.
It was fun, right, with the Odin and the 13-2 scorelines. They gave us some of the fastest matches that we've seen through LCQ Pacific. And although it is a bit of a shame to say goodbye to them today, they will be back next year. They could play in the off-season. But for Gen.G, I mean, great performance. Can they bring that again tomorrow against Team Secret?
Yeah, tough.
Such a rerun.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. I mean, Team Secret looked so good against them last time. I think Team Secret's just style matches up really well against what you normally see from Gen.G. But here today, this was a very different look in a lot of ways from Gen.G. So certainly very impressed with everything they were able to accomplish here today. And yes, it is very sad to say goodbye to RRQ. I thought they were really, really strong this year. I loved the kind of growth of this team. So certainly a lot to build up on for next year. I want to see the core of this roster together still. Yeah. They're really nuts. There's so much potential.
I really love watching the coaches too. I mean, YB, the analyst, as well as Coach Ewok, of course, whenever they're with other coaches, always so friendly and wholesome with the hugs and everything. I mean, this is a team that has so much potential. It's a bit of a shame to say goodbye to them, but they will be back, you know? And Gen.G again, I mean, incredible performance. King, Meteor, a lot of them coming up huge with this play. I mean, Goddead was a bit quiet yesterday, but today, 16 assists. Yeah. That is what I want to see.
Well, and he had some fragging impact as well. The thing with Goddead is he's always good for the assists. He's always going to get you the setup for Meteor or for whoever. My concern with Goddead had always been that sometimes he wasn't able to kind of be that extra line of fragging power that is needed, but today that was different. Today he was on the maps that they were winning, so credit where credit is due. Goddead played a lot better today, but he's going to need to be even better tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you're up against an opponent that you faced before, and let's say potentially, maybe if you actually beat Team Secret, then you got to play against Zeta. Zeta that has Laz and Depp and how strong they've been today. It's crazy, but you know what? We'll save that for another time. Right now, it's going to be Kyungmin with an interview with King. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, I'm here with King of Gen.G. Congratulations for your win. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
I mean, yesterday was a bit of a shaky performance, but today you bounced back, aggressive moves, great aim. So did yesterday's match affect you? 또 어저께는 조금 힘든 경기였잖아요. 근데 오늘 이제 완벽하게 다시 복귀를 하면서 아주 약간 미친 에임을 보여주셨는데 어제 경기가 좀 영향이 있었을까요?
어제 같은 경우에는 뭔가 팀 시크릿이 되게 아이템 디테일도 그렇고 뭔가 플레이가 되게 짜여진 게 되게 좋아가지고 저희가 그거에 좀 많이 당해서 좀 4대5로 많이 해가지고 그게 많이 힘들었던 것 같고 오늘 같은 경우에는 이제 그 RRQ 같은 경우에도 이제 건파이트 위주로 하는 그런 팀이다 보니까 저희도 그런 걸 좋아해서 잘 맞았던 것 같아요.
For yesterday, I mean, their strategic technologies were kind of crazy, so it was hard to win against them. But today, I mean, RRQ, it was good to fight with them because their aim fights were what we do, we like, what the style we like. So that made us win to the end. Okay, so the next question is, like, especially at map 1 Haven, it was RRQ's favorite pick. They won against CRX on it, but you like amazingly won map 1. So I would like to ask what's the main reason for it. 또 이제 맵 1 같은 경우에는 헤이븐이 이제 RRQ가 가장 강한 맵 중 하나였잖아요. DRX를 상대로 이기기도 했고, 근데 되게 멋있게 이겼거든요. 그래서 이 가장 큰 요인이 뭐라고 생각하는지 궁금합니다.
솔직히 저희도 DRX랑 헤이븐 했을 때 이기는 판이었는데 저희가 못해서 진 거라 뭐 RRQ가 DRX 이겼다고 해서 뭐 그렇게 막 대단하다고는 생각하지 않아요, 솔직히. 그래서 그냥 그런 걸 전혀 의식하지 않았다.
I mean, we mostly went against CRX and Haven too, so we didn't like think it was something special for RRQ, so we didn't mind that much. And also today your aims went crazy, as I said before. So I saw a really big smile over the coach's face, and he was really relieved for map 3's result too. So I want to ask, like, what was the team's atmosphere? Like, how did I react to the end? 이제 또 맵 3에 가서 정말 긴장감이 넘쳤잖아요. 근데 이제 킹 선수가 정말 오늘 완벽한 에임과 오늘 실력을 보여줬기 때문에 코치님에서 막 미소가 아주 귀에 걸렸던 모습을 보였거든요. 그래서 맵 3 때 이제 팀원들의 분위기, 뭐 코치님과의 뭐 소통이나 뭐 그 어떤 일이 있었는지 좀 알려주세요.
일단 해석이 형의 의견을 좀 존중해줬었고요, 공격 때는. 그리고 또 후반부 갈수록 뭔가 좀 분위기가 해이해지는 느낌이 들래 계속 방심하지 말라고, 정신 차리라고 계속 팀원들한테 당부해놨고, 그로 인해서 그냥, 그리고 성신이 형의 그 후반전 피스톨이 되게 컸던 것 같아요.
I mean, at the first part, we really like all the teammates listened to the IGL, like the attacking part, of course. And at the end, like we really had to focus, get the teamwork together. So I think that part was the main reason for our win. And for the next question, I mean, Zeta's last wanted to meet Gen.G for the finals. So what do you think of that? And are you confident to win against TS? 또 이제 제타의 라즈 선수가 젠지를 이제 그랜드 파이널 때 보고 싶다라고 말을 했거든요. 그래서 다음 팀 이제 TS 상대로 이길 자신은 있고, 또 이제 제타를 만나게 될 기대감도 있을지.
그게 사실 제가 러닝백 인터뷰에서 제타 만나고 싶다고 해서 그래서 하신 건지 모르겠는데, 일단 오늘 제타 경기록 보니까 그 말을 한 게 되게 죄송스러웠고 되게 잘하시길래 뭐 그렇다고 해서 어차피 다 이겨야 가니까. 또 TS에 대해서는 지금 어제 되게 배운 게 많았다고 저는 생각을 해서 그거를 토대로 정말 오늘 뽑아냈으니까 내일도 한번 노력해 보도록 하겠습니다.
복수에 성공하실 것 같아요.
그거는 이제 내일 결과로.
결과로 보여주겠다. 네, 알겠습니다. I mean, for last picking Gen.G, I think it's because I told I wanted to meet Zeta for the finals, so I think that affected his reply. And also for TS, because we had a really tight match before, I want to really like beat that team against, and I'm pretty confident, and I'll show you not in words but with the results. And lastly, like you see a lot of fans here rooting for you, so any messages to them? 또 이제 관객분들이 이제 엄청난 응원을 보내고 있거든요. 모두가 믿고 있어요. 마지막 티켓 거머쥘 거다. 그래서 좀 멋있게 메시지 보내주세요.
저도 정말 LA 가서 햄버거 먹고 싶어서 열심히 할 거고, 네, 정말 매번 와주셔서 되게 감사하게 생각하고 있습니다. 네.
I mean, thank you all for coming here, and I definitely want to try LA's hamburger. So wait for that. 오늘 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요.
감사합니다.
Thank you, King, for the interview, and now toss it back to Victoria. 내일도 화이팅입니다.
감사합니다.
I gotta say, burgers from the States is definitely very strong motivation to win. And if that is what the coach was telling Gen.G, it definitely worked. I think they were really tired of people doubting them, watching this fall from grace. They've risen up here, lasting one more day, one step closer to Los Angeles champions. And RRQ, though, you know what? There are winners and losers, and we're really sad to see RRQ go. I know a lot of us were expecting to see RRQ to be in the finals of this.
You know, as far as the casters are concerned, big upset here today. RRQ, my heart goes out to this team. They've got a lot of passion. They worked really hard, but you know, these are the losses that you can build back into your team. It's like the experience you need to level up in that RPG game that is your team being an esports team. So I hope they're able to take this with them and use this to craft themselves into something that's going to be even stronger the next time around. Because as of tonight, Gen.G survives.
I hate that this has come down to the fact that I kind of feel it wasn't about the maps. And we spoke way at the beginning of the series. We're like, oh, if they ban this map and they play Haven, it's going to be a good map for them. You know what? That was so irrelevant in the end because a lot of the win conditions for both teams, it kept flipping every single map. Who is dominating in those first kills? Who's making those conversions into round wins? I'm looking at the fact that Meteor had he had over 27 different first kill engagements and doubled anyone else on his team on the opponent team. And he dominated EJ on the other side, like in first kills. Really put him into the negative. EJ made almost no impact in the first kills. So for him to make that kind of impact, I think it came down to that kind of making space and making plays for both of these teams.
And that's an incredible stats there for Meteor, who looked like he was the one who was dominating the frag charts. But even then with all of that, King here continues to also rise to MVP.
Yeah, I mean, King has had so many moments here in Seoul that have just been historic. But I got to say, I think today he has been better than ever before. He really brought it. A lot of very difficult moments in each of these maps where he had to make some tough decision-making, and also moments where he was just flat-out outnumbered, and it looked like this should not work out, but he pulled through. So definitely the MVP has got to be King.
When you're a KJ as well, on a map like that, I feel like there's no other map where there's that heavy of a pressure on you as a KJ because, okay, holding down site, whatnot, it's expected. It's also a defensive-sided map. It's meant to be, but, you know, for both of these teams, it's a 50-50 on the side split, so it's even more pressure on him to sway that kind of 50% win rate that they have on it into a much higher percentage. He did that. He was effective with it. He also traded in the kills. He participated in every facet of the FPS that Valorant is, and that's really exciting because, yeah, the utility's great. Yeah, he's a KJ, but we also like a little bit of pew-pew on the server, and he delivered the fancy stuff as well.
Definitely. All those clutches on A side on Ascent, you know, he carried over on the defensive side. Missing that clutch the first time and the second time making sure he nailed that shot on flips. Now, let's talk about 2GE. He had some really awesome clutch moments as well. Let's talk about round 16, Tasteless.
Yeah, round 16 was definitely a moment where we got to see just how out of control 2G can be. Let's not forget, I mean, RRQ is a very big team, right? So, you know, being the player that's kind of the odd man out at times, that can be stressful. A lot of times these players don't get this kind of attention, but with the decision-making he made here, first of all, calling the bluff on the defuse here, then finally pulling out, whipping around with that kill. I mean, he just looks phenomenal. He's in incredible shape, and I'll tell you what, I mean, RRQ lost today. They need to fix some things, but it was definitely not, I think, any fault of 2GE here.
No, I mean, he definitely was super impressive, I think, across this entire series today. For the guy who gets subbed out every so often, he's done fantastic, one of the younger players on the team, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about Gen.G. They were so So incredible, even on this particular Thrifty round here on round 17.
Yeah, I wanted to show this because I think it's important to talk about the fact that when Gen.G's down and out of it, when they're playing throwy games, they really throw it. It's very clear that they're not there in it. But this was the round where they collected themselves and they said, we can make something of this, and the time is dwindling. And all of the utility that came out of them, utility first, guns second, and that's something that Gen.G really epitomized here. I loved how King held it down. This is like almost a show reel just for King himself, as the team baits them to look at them, while King deals with them from the side. That is a team effort. This is how Gen.G will go far. If Gen.G wants to make it to these hamburgers that they're looking forward to, they're going to have to make this kind of team play, but almost double and then double it again. Triple cheeseburger, if you will. They need to make it as juicy as possible, because that's what they're going to need in order for them to walk away with the win here in LCQ.
That's what the pep talk was about. We talked about that RRQ pep talk in there, but we know what. He was like, we're not going to have any, Gen.G's like, we're not going to have any burgers if you guys don't pull it together. And then suddenly heads started exploding.
King's like, no cheeseburgers?
No cheeseburgers? He's like, no! Went out there and murdered.
Burgers from LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, the Koreans here really like burgers. There's so many burger shops here. It's kind of crazy.
They're new, too. They've only been around for like 5 years. There were not good burgers here for a while before.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been hitting the K barbecue place, but clearly I've been going to the wrong places. All right, I'll have to check out the burger place.
They are pretty tasty, but, you know, this fight for champions Los Angeles to try the burgers there, that is definitely a worthy cause. Now, we got to talk about Meteor. At the very beginning of Pacific League, Gen.G was amazing, and Meteor was one of those people we had our eye on. We had like memes and like art, graphics around this guy, and I particularly love his plays on Ascent, on B, Attack. His movements into the side are so incredible, and it definitely throws off so many different teams.
I think when you look at a player like Meteor, and I'm actually going to even go more macro than that, when you look at a Jet player, someone who's maining Jet for many months, many years now, of course, as these players are, Meteor is able to put together what I consider a full meal. And I'm going to use my Italian-esque side of me. It's like making a tiramisu and making it with all the right ingredients. You've got the coffee made, everything's put together, it's beautiful, it's authentic. He's an authentic Jet player because he understands how to take the space. He understands how to use the map to his advantage. A lot of his, tailwinds and updrafts and whatnot are very specifically tailored to making the space whilst putting himself at the least amount of danger as possible. So for me, when I watch him, it's nice because it looks a little bit chaotic, but as you guys have called it, it's control chaos. He's making it, look at me, and I got my team behind me ready to capitalize off that. So I think it's more of an OG kind of Jet, but it's, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So I think for him, it really does work.
Yeah, looking at him, he has these moments where you can see he really knows how to, in a calculated way, break into a position and let the rest of the team flood in. But he also, in these very kind of intuitive situations, is able to kind of invent a strategy or a tactic that's going to let him come out on top. So very well-rounded Jet.
Yeah, definitely. Particularly on Ascent. I've absolutely loved it. Week after week, there's one thing that Gen.G does really well with Meteor is Jet on Ascent. Fantastic. Now, we got to talk about tomorrow. So they will be facing off one more time.
Oh, God.
Team Secret. How crazy is that? And look, we're seeing a completely Gen.G than we saw yesterday. It's like a completely different team, a completely different mental. That burger pep talk is like nuts.
I hope Team Secret, like for their own sake here, don't look back at that VOD and take anything from it. Do not go back on that match and be like, well, they did this when they pushed it. No, because that is not Gen.G anymore. That match you had against them was some other weird variation from another universe of Gen.G. The Gen.G we had today is the fully rounded, well-prepared Gen.G. And I hope for Team Secret, they are prepared for it because all they've got is the VOD today. And whilst it was 3 maps, I don't expect necessarily the same maps to come out of that. So I think they need to be more prepared.
Gen.G, it was a very convincing win. And my predictions, if you told me Gen.G was going to win this today, I still would have picked Team Secret anyway. But now I don't know. I'm going to have to think about this tonight. You guys are going to have to find out tomorrow. How are you feeling about this?
I actually have to think about it. I don't know. This has been first of all, kind of a crazy day, but also, again, the way these games looked, the fact that, at times we had completely one-sided maps here was also sort of weird. Yeah. I think it could go either way. I kind of, right now, think maybe Team Secret, but again, Gen.G has really been surprising us, has really been improving.
Yeah.
I just think overall, if I'm thinking about the most well-rounded team in the past 24 to 48 hours, I got to put my money on Gen.G. And I wasn't before. You know me. I was like, nah, Gen.G is not going to win. I was betting against them this whole time, you know, in my predictions. I was like, no. Now I'm kind of like, you know what? You put evidence in front of me that you can be an incredible team. A lot of set plays, coordination, teamwork being really good. Zeta did the same. Very much impressive for me today. So, yeah, I think I have to put my money on where I think the most consistent strategy is going to lie, and that's Gen.G right now.
Yeah, both Zeta and Gen.G look fantastic today, throwing a lot of the analysts, a lot of the casters, you know, in for a loop, and we're happy to see this. This is what we want to see in Pacific. We want to see improvements, and for that improvement to happen in the middle of LCQ, incredible. So tomorrow is definitely going to be a 6 series. It's going to be a best-of-5. Team Secret and Gen.G fighting for their lives to face off against Zeta in the finals on Sunday. With that, we bid you guys good night. Thank you so much, Jesco, joining us for the very first time on the Pacific
Thank
desk.
you. It's been incredible. I can't believe the quality of gameplay we've gotten. Again, I have to remind everyone, APAC is not just crazy fraggers. I'm telling you, there's some real skill here, and if you guys tune in more, you're going to see it and you get to watch these players flourish. This is a region full of some really quality players.
We are the coolest.
We're the best.
APAC best pack.
We're the best.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a good night. My name's Victoria. Tasteless, Jess, thank you once again. See you guys for tomorrow.
Paranoia 2. Flips tries to make a retreat. He fans but towards heaven, and then they shut in the door. King on that lure. Now the Paranoia gets sent through, and with the Cloud Burst, EJ tries to hold it back, but 6-0. This is amazing for Gen.G. Meteor managed to catch on to Safaro, but here comes 2G as well as LD Moore. They've got this angle on lock and down. It's all EJ on for the quad. King outside of main position, now made aware. Watching lane. Ooh! Pressure there. Peeking out at the V-Lock. The other side of heaven. Flip. Ooh! Just spraying at the right moment. Able to catch one. But then everyone is good with the classic before, and now the utility being set up again. Locked up by the 0 point. Up in elevation though, finds CS, and then on it. Goes in for a bit of swing here. Meteor's already arrived on scene, and Gen.G are firing on all cylinders, literally. The Nano Sword burns down, flips to crisp with the 5. This was the same situation as before. Can you do it again? First one, going in for the next. EJ's gone. Oh, and he comes up huge with the triple. 2GE not able